Initiate the spell formation. Feng Sanyang loudly yelled as she waved the blue banner in her hands, causing blue circular ripples to suddenly flow from the banner. The others followed suit, silently waving their formation flags. In an instant, a blue brilliance enveloped all of them. After several flashes of light, they all disappeared without a trace. From a distance, only an empty sea could be seen where they once were. A moment later, 2 streaks of light flew past this area without any intention of slowing down, as if they were truly fleeing for their lives. The white mist behind them closely followed after them without a single shred of doubt. As soon as the white mist flew into range of the magic formation, it was surrounded by a drizzle of blue radiance, and a huge barrier of blue light appeared out of nowhere, trapping it within. At this moment, Feng Sanyang and the others all appeared around the barrier. They all had their flags lifted high and pointed at the light barrier, shooting out blue light beams with the thickness of a bowl. As the huge light barrier absorbed the beams, its shine became increasingly brighter and its color became deeper. After this occurred, the yellow and golden streaks of light immediately flew to above the light barrier. The light then faded away to reveal Elder Miao and Burly Man with long, messy hair. Good, well done. Next, you must withstand the beast's counterattack and allow us to use this opportunity to take it out with our rare treasures. Elder Miao shouted out with a joyful expression. After a mutual glance with Elder Gu, the two each reached for their chest and took out a pair of ancient, worn copper long spears. Other than their dull, shineless tips, there was nothing else of note. The 2 core formation elders of the 6 united palaces grew solemn and started muttering to themselves. The long spears then floated away from their grasps and released a yellow glow that gradually grew brighter. At that moment, the infant carp beast seemed to realize it was trapped. After a series of mournful infant cries, the huge, 300-meter wide white mist suddenly shrank back towards its center. In the blink of an eye, it shrank to about 40 meters, forming a milky white barrier of mist. At the same time, thunderous wails came from the mist and momentously turned into a single cry, deafening the cultivators surrounding the formation and causing them to feel alarmed. After the infant's wails suddenly stopped, countless, fist-sized spheres of blue light shot out from the mist, launching an overbearing assault against the blue light barrier. The fierce momentum of the attack caused everyone's heart to skip a beat. When the light spheres were 30 meters away from the barrier, they released shining azure clouds. A fraction of the light spheres flashed within their clouds and faded away, only to appear again above the white mist. Afterwards, it struck down. A portion of these attacks had actually returned, dodging away from the formation spell. However, the light spheres were truly great in number, and a majority of them managed to strike the blue barrier. Suddenly, both the blue light barrier and the white mist violently erupted with white radiance. But the white mist's light disappeared with a single flash. As for the light barrier, its walls were shaking. The blue and white light flickered, interweaving with one another as if the light barrier were about to collapse. Everyone, quickly use more magic power. This is one of the infant carp beast's killing moves, Divine Waterstar Thunder. We only have to persist for a few minutes more. Feng Sanyang shouted out with a flustered expression. She then took the initiative to say an incantation and spurted out some blood essence towards the banner in her hand. Its blue light flourished, releasing a light beam several times thicker than its original, which immediately steadied the light barrier. When the others saw this, they could only perform their own techniques to draw the entirety of their body's magic power to forcefully support the formation. Han Li was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the infant carp beast would so quickly fight with all its might. This demon beast's ferociousness was truly beyond reason. Up above the magic formation, the 2 core formation cultivators' copper spears began a strange transformation. As they were chanting a mysterious incantation with solemn expressions, the yellow light emitted from the spears grew larger inch by inch, and the long spears started to point down towards the center of the white mist. The infant carp beast within the white mist seemed to sense the danger that was above it and suddenly released a deafening cry. The white mist gradually rotated at increasingly faster speeds. After a short moment, it had formed a huge whirlwind and swept up a huge torrent of water. The Tempest also carried bits of blue radiance, extremely dangerous units of divine waterstar thunder. Qing Xuanzi and company became aghast at the sight and couldn't help but nervously glance at Feng Sanyang. However, she appeared equivalently terrified and didn't seem to know what astonishing magic technique the infant carp beast had used. Han Li's expression became gloomy as he silently ordered Crooked Soul to send the entirety of his magic power into the formation. Although he didn't know what divine ability the infant carp beast had used, it appeared that the attack would free the demon beast. With that in mind, Han Li couldn't help but look towards the sky and saw that the two long spears had already become about 30 meters long, faintly releasing a clear, pleasant ring. The two core formation elders then formed a strange hand incantation while rigidly staring at the huge spears. Their initial incantation still continued on as their expressions became intense and their foreheads were faintly laden with sweat. As the bewildering cries of the beast continued, the huge, white-blue tempest suddenly collided against the light barrier like an overbearing strike of lightning. As it was over 100 meters tall, it carried an astonishing pressure. The faces of the middle-aged Confucian scholar and the young woman by his side paled, as if they were drained of blood. As the direction of this fearsome attack was towards his corner of the formation, he couldn't help but inwardly complain without end. He helplessly gritted his teeth and enveloped his body in a dazzling barrier interwoven with both yellow and blue radiance. Afterwards, he rigidly held onto the formation flag and poured the entirety of his spiritual power into the flagpole, causing the flag to shoot out a light beam that was many times thicker than before. Just as this happened, the huge tempest struck the barrier, losing its momentum and seeming to have no effect. Suddenly, sounds of thunder, cries, and rupture suddenly rang out. The light barrier only managed to endure for a short moment before collapsing amongst the beast's dreadful wails. Crooked Soul and the other cultivators maintaining the formation all displayed shock and spit out a mouthful of blood. When the middle-aged Confucian scholar had spit out blood, his Dao companion wordlessly dragged him off, escaping to an area about 100 meters away. Just as the great formation ruptured and the Foundation establishment cultivators paled, a furious shout echoed from the skies, "Evil beast, accept your death!" Immediately after this was spoken, two huge yellow streaks of light struck down like bolts of lightning into the huge tempest. With a loud, mournful infant's wail, the sea abruptly became deathly quiet, and the mist gradually dispersed to reveal the true body of the infant carp beast. As for the two copper spears, they had returned to their original form, and their flashes of yellow light reflected against the sea as they were nailed into the beast's body. Han Li quickly had Crooked Soul take out a mid-grade spirit stone and recover his magic power without delay as he brought his attention to down below. The infant carp beast appeared extremely strange. It had the head of a young infant with the body and tail of a blue carp. There were also four smooth, white human arms growing from its lower body as well as two huge fins that seemed to act as wings. But what was most strange was that its four arms each held a distinct item: a huge crab turtle, a meter-long stick of coral, a white, egg-sized pearl, and a silver, shield-like clamshell. From a single glance at the item's shining appearance, one could tell they were precious items. The beast's infant head appeared to have an expression of anguish as if it were still screaming. Once Han Li saw the lines of sharp teeth in its open mouth, he felt aghast. As for its 3-meter-long carp body, it continuously flailed about, wanting to escape from the two copper spears that pierced it. However, the two copper spears seemed to be innately baneful to demon beasts. Regardless of how much it struggled, the spears remained rigidly nailed into the still water. It seemed almost as if they were eating away at the beast. The two core formation elders that threw the copper spears appeared just as exhausted as Han Li and the others. It was obvious that releasing these two rare treasures had somewhat damaged their origin chi. However, they still flew over with an expression of intense ecstasy. The other Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't help but stare at the infant carp beast with greed. But when they spotted Feng Sanyang eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey, they completely relinquished any intentions of greed, swallowing their mouthfuls of saliva, and glancing at the two spears that extinguished the beast. The two core formation cultivators excitedly flew over. But when they were only about 100 meters away from the infant carp beast, an evil wind that was black as ink suddenly blew from underneath the demon beast. A kilometer of the sea's surface condensed into a shining white ball of ice with the beast at its center before soaring towards the sky and pouncing downward onto the core formation cultivators. This abrupt and unexpected event left everyone stunned. Profound devil in chi. The core formation elders seemed to have recognized this black aura and shouted out in alarm. They quickly flew away as if they had seen a venomous scorpion. The black aura didn't pursue them and sank back into the ocean like a hissing snake, condensing into a black whirlwind at the side of the ice sphere containing the infant carp beast. The black wind gradually stopped to reveal a man and two women. The man was short, shriveled, thin, and had a young, black-pocked face. The women were well-endowed, gorgeous, and wearing a sleeveless short skirt. However, they were enveloped with a dark, cold, evil aura. The two women were only late Foundation establishment cultivators. Han Li was unable to see through the grotesque, shriveled youth's cultivation, and he was sure to be a core formation cultivator. Elder Miao clearly recognized this man, and in his rage, he spoke near incoherently. "Wu Chou, what are you doing? Could it be you wish to go to war with our 6 united palaces?" The shriveled youth spoke with great arrogance. "War? This young master has no such interest. But as my clan's ancestor is leaving seclusion from the ocean's depth, this infant carp beast's demon core will be my congratulatory gift to him." Grandmaster Zenith Een is leaving seclusion? The youth's words greatly frightened the 6 united palaces, and they looked at each other in dismay. When the other nearby cultivators heard this, their faces became deathly pale. Even the rather haughty middle-aged Confucian scholar trembled in terror. When Han Li saw this, he felt amazed. This Grandmaster Zenith Een actually had such a large reputation? But what he was most curious about was the faint feeling of familiarity towards the youth's evil aura. After a moment of thought, Han Li felt that the divine bloodlight that the Emperor of Yu and Crooked Soul cultivated felt rather similar to the shriveled youth's, although theirs are much weaker. He couldn't help but think of the profound Een scripture that was mentioned in the gray jade slip. Han Li mused. Could it have some relation to this profound Een devil chi? Before Han Li could ponder any further, Elder Miao loudly reproached. "Wu Chou, you talk big. Did that matter of life and death seclusion 100 years ago allow him to make a huge breakthrough? Don't tell me that your ancestor became mid-nascent soul stage during that time." When Wu Chou heard this, he howled with laughter. "Hee, your 6 united palaces are truly ignorant. Who told you that my clan's ancestor entered cultivation to reach mid-nascent soul stage? My ancestor entered seclusion to cultivate a peerless devil art. He only left seclusion because he had reached the great success stage in the technique," Wu Chou stated proudly. Elder Miao and Gu appeared stupefied, not knowing whether he was speaking truth or lies. "Since you now know of my clan ancestor's fame, this young master will be taking the infant carp beast. Surely there is no way that your 6 united palaces won't give our Zenith Een island face," Wu Chou sinisterly said as he gazed at their expressions. Upon hearing his infuriating words, Elder Miao's face paled, and Elder Gu's eyes flickered when he thought of something, but the both of them remained silent. As for the others, they couldn't help but take a few steps back, not wishing to become mixed up in this mess. When Feng Sanyang saw this, she frowned helplessly. Everyone here had been invited to deal with a demon beast. They weren't subordinates of the 6 united palaces. Under this current situation, the 6 united palaces truly found themselves at a disadvantage. Although the 6 united palaces initially had 2 core formation cultivators, their origin chi had been greatly damaged by activating the ancient rare treasures, the opposing heaven spears. The youth, Wu Chou, was also an early core formation cultivator, but he cultivated the finest devil art in the scattered star seas, the profound Een art. He was far above common core formation cultivators. Moreover, he had the backing of Grandmaster Zenith Een, an evil devil lord known to all of the scattered star seas that nobody dared to lightly provoke. But to have Wu Chou to take away the infant carp beast before their eyes was a huge loss of face for the 6 united palaces. Not only would the entirety of their efforts be in vain, but they would also appear weak and easily bullied, stifling the future growth of the 6 united palaces. At this moment, Elder Gu and Elder Miao started to have a silent discussion, and their expressions continuously alternated between clear and gloomy. Wu Chou coldly snorted and arrogantly walked to the side of the infant carp beast. His hand flashed with black radiance, and a pitch-black devilish saber appeared in his hand. After chopping the demon beast's strange head open with his saber, he searched through the head for the demon core without any restraint. As for the 2 women, they vigilantly watched Elder Miao and Gu in the sky. Feng Sanyang's face became extremely unsightly, but since Elder Miao and Gu still hadn't said anything, she didn't dare to act. Han Li and the others silently gazed on, not daring to say a word. They were fearful of inviting disaster upon themselves. Not longer after, Wu Chou fished out a jade-blue sphere from the demon beast's head with his face full of delight. But his gaze then turned to the 4 wondrous items that were held in the demon beast's limbs, and he wore an expression of avarice. But just as he lifted his devilish saber, Elder Gu stopped him, speaking with a deep voice. "Young island lord, your ancestor could be said to have a relationship of old friendship with our palaces. You can take the infant carp beast's other items. However, our 6 united palaces requires the demon core. We must take it back or else we will not return." Elder Gu spoke with an indifferent tone, showing not the slightest emotion. When Wu Chou heard this, he coldly laughed and continued to chop down, ignoring his words. Breaking the demon beast's grasp, he tightly gripped the blue coral in his hands. Having seen this, Elder Gu revealed a softer expression and sighed, helplessly transmitting his voice towards Wu Chou. Upon hearing him, Wu Chou suddenly halted his saber and revealed an expression of astonishment. He lowered the devilish saber in his hands and opened and closed his mouth in disbelief as though he wanted to say something. Elder Gu then expressionlessly said a few additional words. This strange scene was completely baffling to Han Li and the others. As for Elder Miao, he expressionlessly floated in the air and turned a blind eye to what was happening. "I don't believe you. Give me evidence of your status." Wu Chou suddenly shook his head and coldly shouted. It's unclear whether or not it was deliberate, but he suddenly shouted this out without using a voice transfer technique. When Han Li and the others heard this, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. After giving each other a mutual glance, Elder Gu and Miao revealed a furious expression. "Fine. Here is proof of our status." With an ice-cold expression, he waved his arm and released a black light. Wu Chou caught it without any effort. Han Li attentively gazed at this with a thumping heart, but he was only able to clearly see the item by relying on his powerful spiritual sense. It was a command medallion carved and painted in the shape of a malevolent ghost head that released a faint black chi. After carefully examining it, Wu Chou seemed to recognize it. Han Li's heart thumped, and he faintly felt a foreboding premonition. He hastily turned his head around, but what he saw left him fearful. The others appeared bewildered and were glancing at the actions of the 3 core formation cultivators. However, Qing Xuanzi's face appeared deathly white, and he started to fall back with tightened fists in complete silence. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 meters away. When he saw Han Li looking at him, he was initially startled before revealing an unsightly, bitter smile. Afterwards, he wordlessly transformed into an azure streak, fleeing away at the greatest speed he could muster. This sight caused Han Li's heart to sink. He instantly reacted, patting his storage pouch and hastily withdrawing his divine wind boat. After dragging Crooked Soul onto the magic tool, he soon turned into a streak of white light and hastily fled in the direction of the small, unnamed island. Qing Xuanzi's and Han Li's strange actions left Feng Sanyang and the other cultivators stunned, feeling great bafflement. When Elder Gu and Miao saw this, they revealed cold expressions. Elder Gu then sinisterly said, "We will take responsibility to kill the 2 that fled. Elder Brother Wu, I will leave the rest to you." Without waiting for Wu Chao's response, Elder Gu and Miao turned into two streaks of light, disappearing without a trace in the direction of Han Li and Qing Xuanzi. Wuchou coldly snorted. Although he appeared unwilling, he gazed at the bewildered Foundation establishment cultivators with killing intent. Humph! You all sure aren't lucky, having witnessed something you shouldn't have. Now, this young master will be taking your souls. Wuchou spread open his arms and covered the nearby sky and earth with a black, evil wind in an instant, the astonishingly dense pressure instantly engulfing Feng Sanyang and the others. Propelled by Han Li's late Foundation establishment cultivation, the already fast divine wind boat was like an arrow loosed from a bow, piercing through the very air itself. When Han Li saw that the reef was a short distance away, he inwardly sighed in relief. But when he turned his head to wipe away his sweat, he felt his blood run cold and heard something coming from behind him. During his shock, Han Li instantly reacted, stamping down on his divine wind boat and causing it to strafe to the side. An instant later, the divine wind boat was already about 40 meters away. At nearly the same time, a deep yellow streak of light passed through the location where Han Li had just been. About 100 meters away, the yellow light stopped, fading away to reveal a silhouette. Han Li wiped away his sticky, cold sweat and looked at this person with a bitter smile. The person before him had long, messy hair. He was the Six United Palaces' Elder Gu. At that moment, Elder Gu stamped his foot onto an earth-yellow disc magic treasure and silently glanced at him with a gaze beyond cold, as if Han Li were already a dead man in his eyes. As for the formation that Han Li had placed down, it was 40 meters behind him, much to Han Li's shock. However, Han Li clearly understood that any questions or pleas of mercy now would be in vain. He could only risk his life against this core formation senior, and see whether or not there would be an opportunity to use the formation spell to trap him. With that thought, Han Li's heart became resolute and he gave orders to Crooked Soul. Crooked Soul blurred and moved to block Han Li's front. At this same moment, his body released a faint blood-red light along with the scent of blood. As for Han Li, his hands shined with light, revealing two magic tools in his grasp. Seeing that Han Li and Crooked Soul wished to stubbornly resist, Elder Gu's eyes shined with an ominous glint before causing the disc magic treasure beneath him to release a long cry. The disc then shined with yellow radiance and enveloped his entire body in yellow light like an armor. Afterwards, Elder Gu suddenly raised his arms, silently shooting out a swarm of palm-sized blades of crescent light towards Han Li and Crooked Soul. While Han Li felt greatly alarmed, he also felt relief. His magic treasure was only as fast as the attacks of Lei Wanhe that Han Li had previously witnessed, giving Han Li the opportunity to save his own life. Han Li's consciousness surged, and he raised his hands. With one hand, he threw out a huge, enlarged tortoise shell. In the other, he held a sparkling small mirror that directly spouted out a mist of azure light towards the incoming light blades. An unbroken succession of booms rang out. The front portion of the light blades slowed down under the effects of the azure light mist. But as soon as the rest of the blades entered the azure light shattered and fragmented into bits of starlight. Crack. At this same moment, the mirror in Han Li's hand cracked into two, becoming unusable. Han Li threw away the azure stasis mirror without the slightest lament and patted his storage pouch without moving his gaze, releasing 2 streaks of black light and 5 streaks of white light from his storage pouch. After the stakes made a half-revolution around him, they orderly flew out. This still wasn't enough for Han Li. Another 8 flashes of white light surrounded him, revealing 4 puppet soldiers to either side of him. They drew their bows, ready to take action. Then the swarm of light blades struck the tortoise shell. In the instant that they made contact, countless deep scars immediately appeared on the shell. After merely a few short moments, the tortoise shell released a wail and was cleaved into countless pieces by the swarm of light blades. With the time this bought, Han Li's 7 top-grade magic tools had arrived in front of Crooked Soul and continuously revolved around him, forming a black-white barrier of light streaks. Naturally, these top-grade magic tools were also incapable of withstanding the weakened light blade attacks. The black dragon claws and the 5 white flying blades twinkled as they revolved, merely becoming fireflies. Without anything to block the swarm of crescent light blades, they chopped towards Crooked Soul, who stood motionlessly in front of Han Li. Ha! Crooked Soul suddenly let out a world-shaking roar, shedding off the blood-red light that surrounded his body. In the blink of an eye, the light turned into a huge red flood dragon, charging forward with brandished claws and bared fangs. Just as the red light and the light blades collided, the puppet soldiers at Han Li's side released their light arrows for a timely addition to the flood dragon's attack, causing a momentary deadlock. Han Li was ecstatic at how the event had played out, but Elder Gu revealed astonishment. But soon after, the core formation cultivator snorted with disdain and raised his hands as a burst of yellow radiance flourished from behind him. When Han Li saw this, he grew alarmed, as he had spent most of his precious magic tools blocking the last wave of attacks. If his enemy were to unleash another wave of incisive attacks, he would surely meet his end. While Han Li was lost in fear, the sneering core formation cultivator's complexion suddenly changed, perhaps due to heavenly intervention. His cheeks flushed with an abnormal shade of red before soon turning pale. Afterwards, the yellow light behind his body dimmed, and his trembling body doubled over from pain. Elder Gu suddenly felt furious alarm. He was well aware that this was caused by the rash use of his true origin despite not recovering from the earlier damage to his origin chi. However, he only needed to suppress his injuries for a moment more to easily get rid of Han Li. This turn of events left Han Li wild with joy. He instantly reacted, taking advantage of this opportunity by grabbing Crooked Soul, and then flying down towards the nameless island at the speed of lightning, leaving behind the flood dragon and puppet soldiers, as he was unable to retrieve them in time. Elder Gu was furious with embarrassment. If he truly allowed Han Li to escape from his hand, he would be made a fool of. Vexed, he could only allow his injuries to somewhat worsen. Gritting his teeth, he made use of his entire body's spiritual power and forcefully suppressed his injuries before he resolutely chased after Han Li as a streak of blinding yellow light. Flying at great speed, Han Li managed to travel 100 meters in an instant. Just as he stepped into the perimeter of the spell formation, the yellow streak of light chased after him, nearly entering the formation at the same time. Just as Elder Gu smirked while thinking he would be able to kill the two in one blow, his eyes suddenly flashed with light and he saw a huge change of scenery. The nameless island was nowhere to be seen, and he found himself above a huge jade sea with an immense pressure holding him in place. Formation spell? Elder Gu's expression grew solemn. Although he was somewhat shocked as to why there was a formation spell here, he didn't feel any panic. After all, the nearby fluctuations of the formation spell indicated it wasn't some impressive grand formation. He was confident he'd be able to break through it with ease. With that thought, Elder Gu's expression grew cold, and his body shone with dazzling yellow light. Naturally, what Han Li saw in his Jadewater Azure armor formation was completely different than what his core formation senior saw. After flashing forward a few times on his divine wind boat, he easily left the great formation. With thoughts of fleeing to as far away as possible, Han Li turned his head towards the formation. Han Li's expression became gloomy. He saw Elder Gu transform into a yellow bolt of lightning, wildly striking against the formation spell's restrictions. As Han Li saw that he was about to break through, Han Li's expression continuously alternated between clear and gloomy. If Han Li were to flee, his pursuer would escape and give chase once more. Given the great discrepancy in speed between his pursuer's magic treasure and his divine wind boat, he'd definitely be chased down. As Han Li hesitated, several layers of the formation spell's restrictions were broken through. Having then come to a decision, Han Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. He called out to Crooked Soul without hesitation and stealthy approached Elder Gu under the cover of the spell formation. But as they were approaching Elder Gu, their target seemed to sense something as he was unbridledly breaking through the spell formation. Elder Gu suddenly stopped and vigilantly looked around with a stern expression. Han Li wrinkled his brow. A small, azure flag then appeared into his hand with a flash of light, the formation's master control flag. After whispering an indiscernible incantation, Han Li suddenly tossed the flag. The flag turned into a streak of azure light, merging with the formation. Afterwards, the scene before Elder Gu's eyes changed once more. He was now surrounded by a surging storm, and the original 600 kilograms of pressure suppressing him suddenly multiplied, causing his body to feel sluggish. Beheading the superior while the core formation cultivator's body was slowed by the formation, a dozen translucent white ice spears shot out of the seawater behind him. Suddenly, Elder Gu's sluggish body became nimble once more. He managed to turn around and raise his hand, shooting out a huge yellow crescent. In the blink of an eye, he completely smashed the ice spears, but without the slightest delay, an ice snake shot out from another direction to strike him. Simultaneously, the seawater behind Elder Gu parted to reveal a blood-red beam of light. As the light beam was shot from a close range and traveled too quickly, Elder Gu was unable to dodge in time while under the formation spell's restrictions. He could only grimace and envelope his body with yellow radiance in an attempt to block the attacks. The arm-thick, blood-red light beam struck, causing Elder Gu to stumble forward and somewhat lose his balance. At the same time, there was a flash of azure light from his side, suddenly revealing Han Li fiercely chopping down with a huge azure sword in his hands. Elder Gu was greatly alarmed. There was clearly no one there before. What movement technique could be this strange? Although he felt astonished, he instantly reacted, causing his body's yellow light to suddenly surge in order to block Han Li's huge sword. Han Li chuckled and disappeared from sight. Then, Elder Gu heard sounds of breaking wind around him and saw over 10 red threads stabbing towards him. Flying needles! Elder Gu was aghast. He naturally knew much of these hidden weapons, famed among the cultivation world. His body's yellow light brightly shined as if attempting to destroy the insidious magic tools, unwittingly falling into Han Li's trap. Bang! Han Li had reappeared behind him and swung down, causing the yellow radiance to sway. The dozen red threads then bizarrely drilled into his yellow radiance like snakes. In a single second, they pierced through a meter and still continued to fiercely bore deeper. With furious alarm, Elder Gu's eyes coldly glinted and he reached for his storage pouch. He realized that with their spell formation and strange attacks along with the great damage to his origin chi he previously suffered, it would be difficult to prevail. But without waiting for him to take something out, 2 thumb-thick streaks of blood-red light appeared in front of him, shooting towards his body with extreme incisiveness. Having suffered Han Li's attack and being trapped by the flying needles, the yellow radiance of his body had greatly weakened, allowing the unremarkable streaks of blood-red light to pierce through his yellow radiance. Elder Gu's face grew deathly pale, but as a core formation cultivator, feeling dread as he felt the blood-red streak pierce through his yellow radiance and being unable to take out any of his treasures, he suddenly exerted the entirety of his body's strength to dodge. An instant later, both of the blood-red streaks of light struck. One of the streaks brushed past his ear, taking away a majority of its flesh. As for the other, although it missed any of his vital regions, it left a small hole with blood spurting whole out of his shoulder. Elder Gu then shouted in pain as his knees buckled. That wasn't the last of Han Li's attacks. Crooked Soul's lofty figure appeared from the sea a second later and raised his arms, shooting out 2 blood-red light beams. At this same moment, Han Li expressionlessly held a silver sword with a single hand and waved it in arcs of silver light, continuously striking the yellow radiance. Ear-piercing screeches echoed upon each slash. With his other hand, he took out a thick stack of talismans, releasing a barrage of countless fireballs and ice spears. In the following moments, flashes of blinding radiance and sounds of explosions continued without end. Slowly recovering his consciousness from the pain, Elder Gu panicked. He clearly felt that due to the formation spell's pressure, his enemy's ceaseless attacks, and his lack of magic power from the use of his immemorial bowl, the yellow radiance protecting his body would not last. Without any regard for the consequences, he used a secret technique to forcefully withdraw magic power. But before this was completed, Han Li's incantation produced an ice-cold sound. Suddenly, the chaotic seawaters surrounding Elder Gu began to swirl, momentarily increasing the huge pressure affecting his body by several fold. As the yellow light protecting his body was brought to its final glimmers, it released a mournful groan under Elder Gu's incredulous gaze before it finally disappeared without a trace. With nothing left to obstruct the flying needles, they immediately pierced through his vitals in a flash of red light, bringing Elder Gu to his knees. A silver light flashed to reveal Han Li silently appearing at his side, and the Six United Palaces' Elder Gu's fine head then landed over 10 meters away. Immediately after, a fountain of blood shot out from the headless corpse, densely filling the air with the scent of blood. Han Li let out a long breath, but quickly stepped forward to the side of the corpse to snatch its storage pouch. At the same time, Crooked Soul reached out to collect the yellow bowl magic treasure. With that, Han Li and Crooked Soul quickly fled away out of the formation in the Divine Wind boat. After flying for only 15 meters, Han Li plunged the boat into the ocean and submerged himself about 100 meters down. Afterwards, he put away his Divine Wind boat and took out aura-severing red muslin cloth, wrapping it around Crooked Soul and himself. They then used the nameless incantation to restrain their chi. Not long after this was done, a formidable and wrathful spiritual sense arrived nearby, searching from up above the nearby sea. Although the spiritual sense made a fine examination, its owner was unable to find any trace of Han Li or Crooked Soul. After furiously sweeping his spiritual sense through the nearby area once more, he hurriedly rushed away to another area. After this, Han Li finally felt truly at ease. Naturally, he wouldn't foolishly make a sudden emergence from the sea. Instead, he released a blue light barrier to separate him and Crooked Soul from the ocean and had Crooked Soul enter meditation. The concealment within the ocean lasted for over half a month. During those days, the owner of the huge spiritual sense was unwilling to give up and repeatedly searched the nearby seas several times. But as Han Li had always noticed him coming and had restrained his chi beforehand, he was never successful. Now that the spiritual sense hadn't appeared for several days, Han Li finally dared to move. After slowly traveling over 50 kilometers away, he finally flew out of the seawater, got his bearings, and flew off at his greatest speed. Naturally, he couldn't return to Stalwart Star Island, and would have to find somewhere else to stay. Although he didn't know what sort of shameful relationship the Six United Palaces' Elder Gu and Elder Miao had with the youth named Wu Chou, they would be certain to kill and silence him. But since a Foundation establishment cultivator such as himself couldn't compare to the remaining two core formation cultivators, it would be better to travel far away from the scope of their influence. It was truly unfortunate to lose his 3 magic formation toolsets and his Immortal's cave at Minor Expanse Island. With the addition of the lost magic tools during his fight with Elder Gu, Han Li had suffered a truly great loss. As Han Li flew as fast as he could, he laughed at himself with a bitter smile. But when compared to the disastrous fates of the other Foundation establishment cultivators, he couldn't complain. He managed to preserve his own life. While Han Li was consoling himself, his heart suddenly stirred and he took out Elder Gu's storage pouch. During the previous period under the ocean, Han Li had been apprehensive and hadn't examined the storage pouch as a result. Now was the time to take a look. Surely a core formation cultivator couldn't be too poor. With some luck, he might even be able to more than recoup his losses. After slowly sinking his spiritual sense into the storage pouch, Han Li found 80 mid-grade spirit stones and grew mad with joy. This Elder Gu was truly quite wealthy. He actually carried such a great amount of spirit stones. Could it be that Elder Gu was like himself and carried all of his belongings on his person? If this were the case, this would be an ordinary amount of spirit stones for a core formation cultivator. With that in mind, Han Li shifted his attention away from the spirit stones to the other items in the pouch. There was a yellow, inch-tall jade bottle, 2 talismans respectively sparkling with yellow and blue light, a book, and an orb sparkling with blue radiance. As for the rest of the items, they were of little value. The book wasn't anything special. It was a high-layer cultivation art earthfire technique. Although it couldn't be said to be common, it was something that he definitely wouldn't cultivate. Much to Han Li's joy, the 2 talismans turned out to be treasure talismans, despite him not knowing their names. One of them had a small golden sword drawn on it, and the other had a blue flood dragon. Han Li then took out the sphere and played around with it for a moment. Eventually, he became certain that it was the core of a grade 5 demon beast, a very precious item. Lastly, there was the small, unremarkable bottle. When Han Li opened the small yellow bottle, he spotted 5 thumb-sized yellow pills. These pills were identical to one another, brightly colored, perfectly shaped, and had a fantastic medicinal scent. Dustfall pills. Han Li stared at the pills in his hand in complete astonishment. Although he hadn't seen this item before, the pills perfectly matched the description found in the Pill Dao evaluations. What else could they possibly be? Han Li gently held the pill between 2 fingers and brought it to his eye, carefully examining it before revealing a faint smile. It seemed that the fight to flee wasn't a wasted effort. As he had acquired several dustfall pills, the odds of his core formation should somewhat increase. After properly putting away the medicine pills, Han Li carefully stored away the bottle in his storage pouch. Now, Han Li had to find a location that was both safe and had an abundance of spiritual qi. So long as either Han Li or Crooked Soul managed to reach core formation, they would have a chance when fighting against any core formation cultivator that wished to hunt them down. However, core formation wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short amount of time. Other than genius cultivators blessed with heavenly spiritual roots, other cultivators require enough spirit medicines and time to break through the bottleneck. Spirit snow water and liquid heaven fire are 2 such materials required for cultivators that wish to form their core. While they aren't required in order to succeed in core formation, the success rate without them is so astronomically low that it would cause cultivators to spit blood. Although there wasn't an official statistic, it is said to be less than 1%. Apart from these 2 items, many other spirit medicines can also be taken to increase the odds of success for core formation, but none of them were as effective as spirit snow water and liquid heaven fire. Unfortunately, taking multiples of these medicines would prove to have no effect. It wasn't like refining qi during meditation where it was optimal to take appropriate amounts of other spirit medicines. In fact, it would most likely prove to have an opposite effect. But what was laughable was not only were the effects of the other medicines far inferior to that of the spirit snow water and liquid heaven fire, they required herbs that were more rare and harder to find. In addition, these medicines would often require several thousand-year-old herbs to create. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't have such mighty spending power. At best, they would have 1 or 2 luxurious additions to their spirit snow water and liquid heaven fire. Of course, this didn't pose a problem for Han Li. Apart from the pills requiring a few rare spirit herbs he didn't have or had never heard of, he had refined over 10 spiritual medicines to aid in core formation, all of which were now safely stored inside his storage pouch. But what was most surprising was that these medicines didn't require innate true fire to be refined. They were simply mixed together like ordinary medicines of the mortal world. In addition, these pill formulas could easily be found in ancient records. When Han Li initially found them, he was stunned for quite a while. Even to this day, he was still left puzzled. As for the 5 dustfall pills he acquired, they were extremely rare supplementary medicines that all cultivators nearing core formation desired. However, even with the aid of these many medicine pills, the probability of success in core formation wouldn't be vastly higher than those without. According to Han Li's research, his mind-bogglingly extravagant method of core formation would only raise his odds of success by 10% at most when compared to other cultivators. On the whole, taking medicine should be a bit better than not, but this was only Han Li's opinion. Additionally, core formation wasn't something that could be concluded in merely 10 days or half a month. According to ancient records and the core formation experience of Li Huayuan, Han Li's former master, it would take about 3 to 5 years to conclude. The specific duration would depend on an individual's own aptitude. From here on out, he would have to avoid feeling great emotion, avoid any battles with others, and find a place with acceptable spiritual qi. Thus, it was imperative that Han Li found an island to seclude himself and attempt core formation, even if it were somewhat sparse regarding spiritual qi. With that in mind, Han Li took out a jade slip that contained a huge map of the seas with Stalwart Star Island and the other 2 main islands at the center. Han Li submerged his spiritual sense into the slip for quite some time. After eventually finding his approximate location, he then searched for remote, small-sized islands. After the time it took to cook a meal, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip with a thoughtful expression. He looked at the seas and the blazing sun in the sky before finding his desired direction, turning into a streak of white light and disappearing across the horizon. Along the way, Han Li stopped at a few desolate islands to recover his magic power. He avoided any islands that were inhabited, as he was fearful of leaving behind traces for anyone pursuing him. After changing direction several times, Han Li finally found the region he wished to travel to and quickly flew off. 2 months later, Han Li and Crooked Soul appeared above a remote island. This island wasn't nearly as large as Stalwart Star Island, but it was quite a bit larger than ordinary small islands, barely large enough to be considered a medium-sized island. It was the Sea Ape Island that Han Li had endured a long, arduous journey for. The island had few mortals and no cultivators above chi condensation, along with no island lord to speak of. It was a place of freedom where everyone could come and go as they pleased. As for the island's name, the nearby seas were occupied by the particularly strange low-grade demon beast, sea apes. This demon beast was almost entirely the same as a common ape, apart from its ability to use the low-grade water arrow magic technique and its considerable intelligence. By adulthood, it was nearly as intelligent as an 8-year-old child, and cultivators are fond of capturing them to act as workers for their Immortal's cave. Although sea apes are considered demon beasts, they are capable of being easily subdued by 6th-layer chi condensation cultivators. As such, a few small ships would arrive annually, hiring low-grade cultivators to capture and sell the beasts. There were a few small merchants that had collectively set up a formation spell on the island and had established a long storefront that bought living sea apes year-long. Every so often, a ship would arrive and leave with a large quantity of sea apes. As such, the island became a gathering point for low-grade cultivators striving to acquire spirit stones. But after a formation spell was established, rogue cultivators came to Sea Ape Island for long-term residence as it contained a massive spirit vein of fair quality. Although the spirit vein couldn't be said to be exceptional, TT was so large and broad that the entire island was suitable for low-grade cultivation. As for spirit wells or any other dense areas of spiritual chi, Sea Ape Island was largely lacking when compared to other islands. Thus, it didn't invite conflict with any high-grade cultivators. With sparse spiritual chi and the mere local specialty of sea apes, it naturally escaped the notice of greater powers and became a free land of low-grade cultivators. Although a foundation establishment or core formation cultivator would occasionally arrive at the island, they were mostly just passing through. This island made for an exceptionally good place for Han Li to hide and undergo core formation. 2 days later, Han Li stood on the peak of some desolate mountain on the island. As he gazed at his newly created temporary cave dwelling, he felt great satisfaction. Apart from a simple medicine garden and 2 secret rooms, there weren't any other complex designs. Han Li used a formation tool set to lay down an ordinary concealment formation spell at the cave's entrance and carefully released his 2 blood jade spiders from his storage pouch, setting them to guard the entrance of his cave. Having undergone years of nurturing, the 2 white spiders had grown to the size of his head and had ascended 2 grades, becoming high-grade 1 demon beasts capable of easily dealing with ordinary chi condensation cultivators. Han Li had left all of his other wondrous bugs behind at his true Immortal's cave on Minor Expanse Island. Han Li guessed that those who sought to either silence him or avenge Elder Gu would definitely search his Immortal's cave at Minor Expanse Island. Although the false and true Immortal's cave were concealed by 3 great formations, they wouldn't be able to withstand a core formation cultivator's attacks for long. As for his false Immortal's cave, it would undoubtedly be revealed. But according to Han Li's estimations, there was a 50% chance of his true Immortal's cave remaining hidden. This was because the passageway to his true Immortal's cave was concealed by mortal mechanisms rather than any easily perceived formation spells. Its entrance was cleverly blocked by a huge, engraved stone chair. If someone were to only inspect his false Immortal's cave, Han Li was completely confident that they wouldn't find anything amiss. But if a particularly meticulous examiner were to come, it may prove unfortunate. After all, the other mountain contained wondrous bugs with an unique aura. It definitely wouldn't be concealed from the strong spiritual sense of a core formation cultivator. Although Han Li was unwilling to let go of the wondrous bugs he hadn't been able to tame, he could only resign himself to fate. Even if they weren't fed for 6 years, they should still be able to survive. Such a situation had occurred before. With those dim thoughts in mind, Han Li and Crooked Soul each entered their own respective rooms. Han Li meditated for several days in his hidden room before taking the spirit medicines. After reaching his peak state, he took out a small bottle of liquid heaven fire. He lifted his head and placed a few drops into his mouth before hastily putting away the bottle. He then closed his eyes, waiting for the medicinal power to flare. Shortly after, Han Li felt his meridians start to scald. His true origin had turned into something like boiling water and started to quickly flow through his meridians. Han Li was initially dumbstruck, but he hastily took out an unknown spiritual medicine and instantly swallowed it down. Afterwards, he started to cultivate the Azure Essence Sword Art in an attempt to break through his bottleneck. The day that Han Li broke through to the 7th layer would be the day that Han Li reached core formation stage. Before this, Han Li had instructed Crooked Soul in the neighboring room to also take the liquid heaven fire and other spiritual medicines with his spiritual sense. The divine blood light that Crooked Soul cultivated was considered a quick success Devil Dao cultivation art. Normally, there would be no possibility of core formation, but with the 5 elements blood cores, his chances of core formation were the same as Han Li's. Crooked Soul didn't use a cultivation art to form a core. He instead swallowed the 5 elements blood cores and refined the core's power to form a fiend core. But in contrast, as his core formation process was much simpler than Han Li's, Han Li didn't need to pay further attention to Crooked Soul after giving out his orders. Although Han Li's success in core formation was uncertain, he was still going to make a serious attempt. Even if he were to fail, he would accumulate a large amount of experience for his next attempt. With that thought, Han Li gradually shut out all sense of the external world and deeply sank into bitter cultivation. At that moment, Han Li became completely oblivious to both time and the outside world. Time passed day by day, as springs passed and winters arrived. 4 years later, Sea Ape Island was quite lively and disordered. There was a faint atmosphere of excitement present in the island's city and the docks. At the time of noon that day, on a remote mountain on the island, a scene occurred that left a cultivator in secluded cultivation dumbstruck. He saw the faraway, cloudless dark blue skies suddenly filled with clouds and wind. A dense, black cloud had appeared out of nowhere, enveloping some barren mountain. With flashes of silver lightning and claps of deafening thunder, it appeared as if a crazed serpent was wildly dancing. At that same time, the heaven-earth spiritual chi from all around the barren mountain started to revolve around it with a long cry. A huge vortex spanning 2 kilometers formed underneath the black clouds, thoroughly sucking away the spiritual chi from over 10 kilometers away and leaving the nearby rogue cultivators in great astonishment. They all walked out of their places of cultivation and hastily flew towards the barren mountain. Although these cultivators were ignorant and ill-informed, many of them realized that this astonishing scene was clearly caused by a senior succeeding in core formation. There was another core formation cultivator that appeared in the scattered star seas. However, it was extremely surprising to the rogue cultivators that someone would attempt to from their core in an area with such sparse spiritual chi. As they felt both awe and admiration, they wanted to see the result. They even had the faint hope of forming some sort of connection to this senior. Perhaps they could actually become his disciple. Without waiting for them to arrive, the distant vortex had already absorbed enough spiritual chi, and with the huge cry of a phoenix, the vortex collapsed, scattering its remaining spiritual chi. The scattered spiritual chi then faintly shined with rainbow light, creating a beautiful sight. Afterwards, the cloud dispersed, the lightning and thunder disappeared, and everything returned to normal, returning to fine sunny weather. At that moment, those rogue cultivators that flew near the barren mountain suddenly heard an extremely cold voice. "Those that approach this mountain without permission will die." Those grim words were completely emotionless, causing the many low-grade cultivators nearby to grow pale. They all suddenly stopped and looked at each other. It was quite obvious that this senior who succeeded in core formation did not wish for anybody to disturb him. After glancing at each other for a while, they all had no intention of disobediently moving forward and silently left. Not long after, the news of a cultivator having just reached core formation had spread throughout Sea Ape Island, leaving those who had been unaware shocked. They were extremely puzzled as to why a cultivator would choose to undergo core formation at Sea Ape Island. Soon after, a huge amount of low-grade cultivators started to create new Immortals caves at the center of the barren mountains. Although the core formation cultivator had given a warning, and they didn't dare to disobey and approach too closely to the mountain, the rogue cultivators all chose to cultivate nearby in hopes that they may perhaps meet him. For a time, the nearby lands were flourishing with people. But unbeknown to them, the barren mountain had long been abandoned, and the core formation cultivator in question was flying in the sky about 1,000 kilometers away. He had a tranquil youth flying with him, Han Li, who had failed to form his core. As Han Li glanced at the meditating crooked soul, his face was calm despite feeling joy in his heart. In truth, he had left seclusion about a year ago after having taken spiritual medicines and meditated for 3 years. He couldn't help but give up. This attempt at core formation had definitely failed as there wasn't the slightest trace of his true essence solidifying. As such, he stopped cultivating and focused on assisting Crooked Soul in core formation. Along with the forceful assistance of several other spirit medicines, Crooked Soul met a massive success a few days before and eventually formed a fiend core. This extremely smooth process left Han Li quite surprised and beyond happy. After Han Li shouted at the rogue cultivators that came to look, he immediately abandoned the Immortals cave and secretly brought Crooked Soul away from Sea Ape Island. He now wanted to return to Minor Expanse Island and see whether or not his true Immortals cave had been discovered. He was confident that even if his pursuers were patient, there would be no way that they would have a core formation cultivator standing watch at Minor Expanse Island. If it was unguarded, he would take away all of the wondrous bugs from his true Immortals cave and fly far away, completely abandoning the Southwest Sea. With the scattered star seas being extremely large and Crooked Soul having an early core formation cultivation, Han Li would surely be able to find a suitable location. In addition, although Crooked Soul wasn't able to use the Green Brilliance Sword due to his mismatching spiritual roots, he was still able to barely make use of Elder Gu's magic treasure, the Immemorial Bowl. Even if he wasn't able to completely refine the treasure and make complete use of its might, he was still able to use the magic treasure to fight against other core formation cultivators. Besides, he had also handed over the small golden sword treasure talisman and the golden skull treasure talisman to Crooked Soul. As for the small saber talisman treasure, Han Li kept it for himself. With Crooked Soul's core formation cultivation, he would able to activate the treasure talisman at a much greater speed and attack enemies in an instant, making up for his deficiencies of not being able to make complete use of a magic treasure's might. With that in mind, Han Li drove his divine wind boat at its greatest speed, turning into a streak of white light flying in the direction of Stalwart Star Island. A month later, Han Li and Crooked Soul appeared once more above Minor Expanse Island. After searching through Minor Expanse Island with his spiritual sense and finding no cultivators present, he and Crooked Soul entered the island through the dock and flew towards the mountains containing his Immortals cave. Although he was still far away from the mountains, Han Li's spiritual sense had already examined them ahead of time. Han Li was dumbfounded. Not only were both his true and false Immortals caves untouched, but the 3 spell formations he had placed down were as well. This was truly beyond his imagination. Upon this strange discovery, Han Li became even more vigilant and stopped the divine wind boat at a distant location. He didn't enter the formation spell. Instead, he gloomily shifted his gaze around. In the end, he discovered there was nothing odd about the mountains. Han Li lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment and suddenly stamped down on his divine wind boat and started flying into the formations with a raised brow. The formation spells were exactly the same as they were 4 years ago. After further hesitation, Han Li entered his Immortals caves. He didn't care about the false Immortals cave in the short mountain. Instead, he directly entered his true Immortals cave and headed towards the secret room housing the wondrous bugs. When Han Li arrived in front of the secret room, his jaw dropped. The scene before him left him stunned. Han Li had kept his wondrous insects in several tens of concealed stone rooms of differing sizes. Fearful that they would escape, he had set up a small formation in each of them so that they wouldn't break down the walls. According to Han Li's thoughts, as these wondrous bugs were young despite having high rankings, these ordinary restrictions should be enough to contain them. But now, his formations were no longer present and the stone doors were filled with hexagonal-shaped holes. Han Li was aghast and willed Crooked Soul to take a large step forward and open the nearest stone door, revealing a completely empty room devoid of life. Han Li let out a light sigh. Although he had already prepared himself, he still felt rather depressed. After sweeping his gaze over the room, he turned around to look at the stone door. Then he wordlessly walked out and squatted in front of the broken door. The stone door was very strangely damaged, with small holes of similar sizes densely scattered across it. But what Han Li didn't understand was why the holes were so rough, unlike the smooth cuts magic tools would produce. Han Li wrinkled his brow and slowly stood up. He slowly shut his eyes and swept his spiritual sense throughout the rest of the rooms. Having found that the others' rooms were the same, Han Li felt quite a bit of heartache. But suddenly his face moved. He opened eyes to reveal a cold glint and walked towards a different hidden room. The room was also empty, but Han Li entered without any hesitation and crouched, picking up something from the limestone floor and placing it in his palm. He then brought it up to his eye and saw that it was a bean-sized insect shell that twinkled with a silvery light. It was very beautiful and appeared to be entirely created out of silver. Han Li then touched the insect shell to find that its shell was extremely smooth and very hard. After lowering his head in contemplation, he was certain that this wasn't the insect shell of anything he was raising. Han Li's face grew solemn, and he narrowed his eyes. From the center of this room, Han Li started to search every inch of his immortal's cave with his spiritual sense. Han Li was confident that he'd be able to find something. After a moment, Han Li made a surprising discovery in his medicine garden. A sparkling silver sphere hung on the thick trunk of a flower tree. A sparkling silver sphere, an undoubtedly recent addition to the immortal's cave. Han Li called out to Crooked Soul and gloomily walked towards the medicine garden. The silver sphere wasn't very large and was only the size of the head of a small child. But its sparkling, bewitching silver light was extremely eye-catching. Han Li stood at the medicine garden's entrance and attentively stared at the silver sphere in silence. He felt that he had heard of this silver sphere before, but he couldn't recall anything about it at the moment. Regardless, he was certain that this object was related to the silver insect shell he had previously found. Insect shell. Han Li's mind suddenly thought of something. He hastily patted his storage pouch and a green jade slip appeared in his hand. This was the document of detailing the insect cultivation experiences of the controlling spirit cultivator that previously occupied Crooked Soul's body. After submerging his spiritual sense into it, Han Li immediately found that the description of a rank 12 insect seemed relevant. Gold-devouring beetles, ranked 12 amongst the wondrous bugs. Travels in vicious swarms. It loves to eat other wondrous bugs and is adept at consuming the 5 metals 1 and heaven-earth spiritual chi. They also cannot tolerate heat or cold. It is extremely vicious and tends to amass into a sphere. It tends to perch on spiritual trees. Jade and wood are capable of capturing it. Spider-type wondrous bugs are capable of restraining it. After reading through the passage several times, he felt pleasant surprise and couldn't help but take another look at the silver sphere. Although there weren't detailed instructions for raising this wondrous bug, he was completely sure he would have been willing to trade all those wondrous insects ranked lower than the golden-backed demon mantis for it. According to what the jade slip said, the gold-devouring beetle was capable of eating through anything, apart from jade or wood. As such, seizing them is quite difficult, but Han Li fortunately had 2 blood jade spiders. Although they were ranked far lower than the gold-devouring beetles, they should still be able to restrain it. The jade slip had mentioned that newly hatched silver gold devourer beetles are especially vulnerable to spider-type magic beasts ranked at least high-grade 1, much like his own 2 spiders. However, he first wanted to test whether this insect was as vicious as described in the jade slip. Crooked Soul stepped forward in large steps and stood in front of him. Crooked Soul then emitted a blood-red light and opened his hand before suddenly flying over in a streak of red light. He ended up grabbing the sphere without any trouble, and it didn't show any reaction in the slightest. Han Li stroked his nose and felt slight disappointment. The controlling spirit sect cultivator had bragged about this insect's ferociousness, but why was it so slow? After a moment of hesitation, Han Li had Crooked Soul test it using other methods. With an ominous glint flashing from Crooked Soul's eyes, he waved his hand and a green magic art struck the blood light surrounding the silver sphere. Suddenly, the blood light gradually turned purple and quickly combusted into an impressive devil fire. The bewitching devil fire roasted the silver sphere. Eventually, the silver sphere appeared as if it were made from sand and started to break into specks of silver, producing a humming noise. Han Li carefully looked at it and saw that the silver specks were soybean-sized flying insects. Apart from sharp teeth that could be seen with the naked eye, they appeared exactly the same as a common beetle and didn't seem noteworthy in the least. Han Li was confused. Was this not the gold-devouring beetle? Could he have been mistaken? But after looking at them for a moment more, Han Li was stunned. Crooked Soul's devil fire wasn't burning the beetles at all. Not only were they unscathed, but incredulously, they were eating the devil fire at an extremely fast pace. In the blink of an eye, half of the violet flame had disappeared. After recovering from his surprise, Han Li was wild with joy. He instantly opened the leather bag at his waist and released his 2 blood jade spiders with a flash of light. Without any hesitation, he gave the order to capture them alive. The instance when the final flames of the devil fire were eaten away by the gold-devouring bugs. His 2 spiders shot out a shining white liquid from their mouths that turned into 2 3-meter-wide nets. They were much different than ordinary webs. Their extremely finely woven webs left gaps too small for the silver beetles to escape. The gold-devouring beetles detected danger and immediately turned into silver arrows, fiercely attempting to shoot out of the web. Poo-poo. The 2 spider webs firmly held against the assault from the silver arrows, turning the web into a ball and causing the gold-devouring beetles to grow frantic. After releasing a deafening screech, they started to tear at the spider webs with their teeth, intending to break free of the spider web and escape. The 2 spiders gave them no such opportunity and continued to spew out mouthfuls of white liquid. In the blink of an eye, the beetles were trapped in a huge ball of webs. Han Li knew that the spider webs wouldn't be able to trap the gold-devouring bugs for long, so he hastily took out a jade box and quickly jammed the ball of webs into it. Afterwards, he closed the box and placed it into his storage pouch. Normally, demon beasts could only be contained in a specialized spirit beast pouch. Otherwise, they would face suffocation from the lack of air in an ordinary storage pouch. However, high-ranking wondrous bugs were different as they had incomparable vitality and could survive in a storage pouch without air. Otherwise, that controlling spirit sect cultivator definitely wouldn't have carried so many of his insect larvae in his storage pouch. Naturally, if he truly wished to use the beasts to fight, a specialized bag for spirit beasts would be best. Not only could he summon them easier, but it would also be more convenient to train them. Most importantly, the specialized pouch was able to store demon beasts at a reduced size, where ordinary storage pouches while incapable of shrinking living things. Thus, even if it were a wondrous bug demon beast, they would still have to be stored in a spirit beast pouch if they were too large. Having put away the jade box, Han Li swept his spiritual sense through his immortal's cave once more, fearful that he had missed something. Apart from discovering numerous dents, small holes in his storeroom, Han Li didn't discover anything else. Those small holes should have been marks left behind from when the gold-devouring beetles dug into his immortal's cave. Since Han Li no longer dared to stay behind in this immortal's cave, he immediately left and soared off after retrieving his 3 magic formations. After flying about 5 kilometers away from Minor Expanse Island, Han Li's expression suddenly darkened, and he stopped his divine wind boat. "Don't hide. Reveal yourself." Han Li spoke calmly while facing forward. A cry of surprise came from an empty area. With a flash of rainbow brilliance, 8 Foundation establishment cultivators appeared not far in front of him. Han Li, in order to acquire Dustfall pills, You and Crooked Soul killed the Tail Star Island Lord's disciple and the other cultivators involved. Now, we've come as enforcers by order of our Island Lord. You are to quickly enter our custody, so we may deliver you to Island Lord Jantai for punishment. A late Foundation establishment cultivator among the group proudly yelled to Han Li. In order to fool the others, Han Li and Crooked Soul had restrained their own cultivation. As a result, the group had misjudged their cultivation and appeared carefree. Although they were somewhat surprised that Han Li had discovered and ruined their ambush, with their superior cultivation and numbers, they should be able to easily handle them. As a result, they were careless and took a blunt, direct approach. After calmly sizing them up, Han Li insipidly said, "You are cultivators from Stalwart Star Island? Do you have any evidence that I killed those other cultivators?" Upon hearing this, a white-haired old man among them was stunned for a moment before sneering and saying, "What? You still wish to quibble against the testimony of the 6 United Palaces Elder Miao? Don't get your hopes up. Our Island Lord has already said that you two are extremely crafty and that we are to immediately destroy your cultivation." Han Li's expression slightly changed. With a face covered in a layer of icy intent, he said, "Destroy our cultivation? Does your Island Lord not intend to resolve this matter with us? Hee. You two have fled in guilt for several years. The evidence has long been collected. What is there to resolve? Everyone, go. Let's bring these two back for a reward." The white-haired old man turned his head and impatiently called out to the others with wide eyes. Suddenly, the cultivators acted without speaking any further, releasing their magic tools towards Han Li in streaks of overbearing light. Han Li watched on with his eyes wide open. How was this possibly intending to destroy his cultivation? It seems they were gazing at him with killing intent and intended to kill him. Although he didn't know whether or not there was something amiss, Han Li had no choice but to kill these cultivators. Crooked Soul, kill them. Don't allow a single one to escape. While Han Li's voice wasn't loud, it was colder than ice. Crooked Soul, who had been standing motionlessly behind Han Li, silently stepped forward and released an astonishing blood-red light. After a moment, his entire body was enveloped in a blinding sphere of light. Then with a soft hiss, a yellow light flashed underneath Crooked Soul's feet, and he shot towards the approaching magic tools. With several flashes of light, the incoming magic tools' radiance disappeared, and they were instantly enveloped by a 100-meter-wide barrier of blood-red light, becoming completely sluggish. Crooked Soul appeared at the center of the blood-red light and expressionlessly formed a hand incantation, spitting out the word, "Restrain!" Suddenly, the magic tools moved forward and shot toward Crooked Soul's side with complete obedience. With a wave of his sleeve, they disappeared. It seemed he had collected them. Crooked Soul then expressionlessly turned his attention to the group of enforcers. The scene had left them dumbstruck. Core Formation Cultivator. He's a Core Formation Cultivator. With Crooked Soul's true cultivation unveiled, the cultivator who shouted this turned pale. The others were equally aghast, but 2 quick-witted cultivators immediately turned around and hurriedly rushed off. Their leader, the white-haired old man, no longer held a trace of arrogance. Only an expression of disbelief remained on his face. Acting under Han Li's orders, Crooked Soul couldn't possibly allow anyone to escape. His eyes grew as scarlet as blood while he emotionlessly gazed at the 2 that were fleeing. He wordlessly raised his hands and shot out scarlet-red beams which moved at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the beams of light had already caught up to them. One of the cultivators wore a sparkling earth-yellow armor, and the other cultivator was wrapped in an obviously exceptional blue chain of light. But with just the slightest touch of the light beam, both the magic tools and the cultivators were turned to ash, extinguishing any thoughts of escaping by the other cultivators and leaving their faces deathly pale. The white-haired old man was terrified and hastily shouted, "Senior misunderstands. This was all a misunderstanding." Crooked didn't pay attention to any of his evasive words. With a tremble of his shoulders, the blood light separated from his body and flew off, forming a large blood cloud above the group of enforcers. Then with a wave of his hand, He released a streak of purple light that seemed to ignite the blood cloud, as if it were a spark striking oil. Suddenly, the sky was filled with purple flame, and the cultivators were suppressed from every direction. The cultivators below all displayed expressions of despair, as they each released their defensive magic tools while strenuously begging for mercy. But under the ice-cold gaze of Crooked Soul, the purple devil flames turned all of the magic tools and cultivators into dust after just a short moment. Crooked Soul's figure blurred and reappeared, holding all of their storage pouches in his hand. Han Li had already fetched the storage pouches of the two who had fled and flew back to Crooked Soul's side. Let's go. It will become troublesome if any core formation cultivators were to arrive. Han Li looked in every direction before muttering, as if he were both talking to himself and Crooked Soul. After Crooked Soul silently returned to the Divine Wind boat in a blur, Han Li immediately set off, flying far away as the Divine Wind boat became a streak of white light. Not long after, a blue and red streak of light flew over from the direction of Stalwart Star Island, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the area where Crooked Soul had killed the enforcers. Once the blinding radiances faded away, an old man with a devious expression and a middle-aged man that emitted a gray chi appeared floating in the air. It should be here. The spiritual chi fluctuations haven't yet disappeared. It seems the killer left recently, the middle-aged man gloomily said. One of the enforcers that had been on duty at Minor Expanse Island was the middle-aged man's disciple. When his disciple had died, a soul tablet created from secret techniques had revealed a dark omen. The middle-aged man instantly discovered that his disciple had encountered mishap, but he was currently a guest at his good friend's Immortal's cave. They had flown over as fast as they could, but he hadn't expected that he'd be too late. After pointing in the direction that Han Li fled, he slowly said, "Island Lord Yuan, he should have fled in that direction. I will use the transient tracer technique to investigate for a moment. If we chase after the killer, there is a 30% chance likelihood we will be able to stop him. All right, if we both give chase, we will be certain to stop the killer." The middle-aged man's body flourished with gray chi and revealed a sinister expression. According to the collision of spiritual chi in the area, it seems the killer should be a core formation cultivator. Although he acted alone, there is no way of knowing whether he is accompanying other cultivators. Does fellow Taoist Yuan truly wish to clash with cultivators of similar strength over a common disciple? The old man suddenly changed the topic and earnestly attempted to dissuade the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was initially stunned upon hearing this, but he soon replied with a displeased face, "Don't tell me that my disciple died in vain. If this were to get out, then wouldn't I be marked as a coward? Hee. Apart from me, who else would know of it?" Not only was the killer a core formation cultivator, but since he dared to casually kill near Stalwart Star Island, he definitely isn't someone from the Southwest Sea. Naturally, there won't be any drivel spoken about it, and as for me, I'm not someone who spouts gossip. As such, so long as we return and say we had arrived too late, then this matter can be laid to rest. Otherwise, you would be doing battle with an unknown cultivator of the same rank for a common disciple. The risk absolutely isn't worth it. After chuckling for a moment, he expressed disapproval. Having heard this, Island Lord Yuan's fury gradually disappeared, and he revealed a pensive expression. After muttering to himself for a moment, his expression became calm once more, and he cupped his hands to the old man, saying, "Many thanks for fellow Taoist Chi's warning. I cannot thank you enough. Let us return. In the future, I will treat that disciple's clan particularly well, and then I will let it be. That would be appropriate. As we are those who pursued the immortal Tao for such a long time, our lives are even more precious. If we are to brave danger, then it must come at a sufficient price," the old man said while concealing a sinister smile. However, these enforcers were to keep watch on Minor Expanse Island's Immortal's cave. How were they able to provoke a traveling core formation cultivator into killing them? Could they have some relationship to the two wanted fugitives of the 3 main islands and the 6 united palaces? The middle-aged man quickly became perplexed despite much consideration. "Enough! It has nothing to do with us. Your relationship with the 6 United Palaces is too shallow to diligently pursue those two. Since I am Deputy Island Lord and you are the Island Lord, is there any use in blindly worrying about this? The old man snorted and wore a sour expression. After hearing this, the middle-aged man faintly smiled. Afterwards, Island Lord Yuan and the old man chatted for a moment before returning to the island. Han Li had no way of knowing how that potential crisis had resolved itself. As such, he continued to act carefully and flew to the northeast as he was now a wanted criminal and incapable of further remaining in the Southwest Sea. However, if he were to go to anywhere else, he would need a map of the area, but Han Li only had a map of the Southwest Sea. Due to this deficiency, Han Li stopped on a random island after a month of flying. Although the island wasn't large, it contained a very prosperous market city because of its location on the border of the Southwest Sea and other territories. Wanting to be careful, Han Li concealed the appearances of both him and Crooked Soul using a secret technique and even put on a cloak afterwards. As such, apart from those with a higher cultivation than Crooked Soul, they would only be able to see a vague red light with their spiritual sense. For the rest of the day, Han Li replenished a large amount of materials from the island's market city and bought many records that presented information on the circumstances of the various areas of scattered star seas, along with their respective maps. He ended up spending quite a bit. There were a great number of stores on the island that were overjoyed that such a great spender arrived. Having bought all he wanted, Han Li didn't dare to linger and left the small island on that same day. While sitting on his divine wind boat, Han Li took out the jade slips one after another and carefully read through them. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a long breath, tossed the jade slips into his storage pouch, and entered deep contemplation. After carefully reading through the jade slips, Han Li possessed a general understanding of the scattered star seas. The scattered star seas were huge, but nobody actually knew how vast they truly were. As no one was stupid enough to attempt to explore its entirety, the sea maps only charted a small portion of the scattered star seas. This was a fact that all cultivators of the scattered star seas acknowledge. The sea territories that were explored were commonly referred to as the inner star seas, while the unexplored territories were known as the outer star seas. Ordinarily, when someone spoke of the scattered star seas, they were actually referring to the inner star seas. The outer star seas were also known by the frightful name of the demon seas and was the home to inconceivably gigantic demon beasts. They were said to be no weaker than nascent soul cultivators. Low-grade cultivators that hadn't ventured to the outer star sea would have their jaws drop for quite a while upon hearing this. Records have even said that in ancient times, regardless of whether it were the inner or outer seas, demon beasts reigned supreme, and cultivators were trapped on small solitary islands. After an unknown amount of time, the previous generations of the scattered star seas managed to slay the demon beasts one by one, making way for the development of the current inner star seas. As of today, the superpower named the Star Palace reigned over entire scattered star seas. This superpower had existed for so long that even ancient records didn't mention when it had first formed. While the origins of its creation are uncertain, some believe that it was established by ancient elders that eliminated the demon beasts. Others said that an ancient hero united the scattered star seas at the time, while other rumors are endless and equally contested. The current Star Palace had established their transcendent heavenly star city on a huge island at the center of the scattered star seas. Its 2 city lords, the heavenly star sages, rule the entire sect from their city. The 2 city lords are extremely mysterious and had never left Heavenly Star City or revealed themselves in public. As such, no outsiders had seen their true appearance. However, it is rumored that the 2 sages weren't late nascent soul cultivators, but instead, they were divine beings at the deity transformation stage. After all, the heavenly star sages have been famous for nearly 1,000 years. How could common cultivators live for so long? Apart from the Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Star City, there are 8 outer territories and 4 inner territories in the inner star seas. Each of the territories' 3 largest islands served to directly govern their respective areas. These cities were known collectively as the 24 Outer Star Islands and the 12 Inner Star Islands. They were all subservient to Heavenly Star City. As for the stalwart star island Han Li had stayed at, It was one of Heavenly Star City's outer star islands with the addition of the many small subsidiary islands of the Star Islands. The Star Palace truly held quite a bit of authority. But what was most notable was that the Star Palace appointed Star Island lords through two methods. The 12 inner star islands were each administered by 6 people chosen by the 2 great sages. As for the 24 outer star islands, Heavenly Star City would host a centennial competition where the final victors would each become an island lord and enjoy the status of a regional ruler. As such, the centennial competition hosted at the Heavenly Star City became known as the Star Selection Assembly. Every time it convened, nearly all the high-grade cultivators of the scattered starseeds congregated at the city. Some cultivators came with the dream of becoming an island lord, while others merely wished to broaden their horizon or socialize. There were even those that wished to use the opportunity to exchange medicine pills, materials, cultivation arts, and other such items. As it was considered a fleeting opportunity, Heavenly Star City was overcrowded during this time. But even without the additional bustle of the Star Selection Assembly, the Heavenly Star City was a lively city where both villains and heroes dwell. Apart from a prohibition of fighting in the cities and Spirit Stones taxes for long-term residences, the Star Palace left the city alone, allowing it to become a place of freedom where cultivators of all ranks could come and go as they pleased. As for wanted nefarious cultivators, so long as they didn't stir up trouble in the city, the Star Palace wouldn't take the initiative to arrest them. The great merchant clans were extremely satisfied with such a free environment and had stores set up in the city year-round. They also established their own respective auctions and even acquired many types of spirit stone generating businesses. As such, an innumerable amount of rare items flowed through Heavenly Star City from the scattered star seas each year. In addition, Heavenly Star City had another reason for attracting so many cultivators. The Star Palace had set up a transportation formation in the city that led directly to the outer star seas. So long as someone paid a large sum of spirit stones, they could teleport to many of the demon beast islands of varying sizes in the outer star sea. These isolated islands were established by previous generations and all contained spiritual chi. When one arrived at these islands, cultivators would be able to kill all sorts of demon beasts in the nearby seas and sell off the demon cores for spirit stones back at Heavenly Star City. As for the value of spirit stones, a grade 5 demon beast core could be sold for nearly 1,000 spirit stones. As for grade 6 spirit stones, the profits would be enough to fund a foundation establishment cultivator for a lifetime. As such, a significant amount of cultivators annually came to Heavenly Star City to use the transportation formation. After all, flying directly to the outer star seas without using the transportation formation would not only take an extremely long amount of time, it would also be extremely dangerous to fly unguided like a headless housefly. With that in mind, Han Li decided to go to Heavenly Star Island with nearly no deliberation. Regardless of safety or acquisition of demon cores, he felt an attraction to this city by no small amount. Of course, there were other powers of varying strength apart from the Star Palace in the scattered star seas, such as the 4 Freedoms Merchant Alliance, the Devil Charm Sect, the 3 Immortal Sect, Night Dragon Island, and so on. Of course, Zenith Een Island and the 6 United Palaces were significant powers as well. After Han Li silently sorted this information in his mind, he took out a map of the scattered star seas and carefully looked at it. Having decided his destination, Han Li pierced through the air, turning the Divine Wind boat into a white streak of light. Several months later, a white light streaked past the air above the sea. Standing on the boat was Han Li, tired from the long, non-stop travel. Such a long and arduous journey was actually a rare experience for Han Li. This was because during his entire journey, he attempted to cultivate the great development technique while flying on his magic tool without end. From the very start, multitasking had proven extremely challenging, and a technique that divided one's consciousness to control numerous puppets wasn't exactly easy to cultivate. As he split his attention while cultivating, he had frequently made many errors. The Divine Wind boat would occasionally begin to fly off at an angle, leaving him unable to concentrate on splitting his divine sense. He hadn't made any progress for several days, but the old adage proved true that practice really does make perfect. After countless attempts and distractions, Han Li was eventually able to forcefully cultivate the great development technique while flying. However, Han Li had given up on multitasking and focused on flying forward while standing at the front of the Divine Wind boat. Half a month later, Han Li judged that he had arrived near Heavenly Star City given the arrangement of the desolate islands he had passed and felt his heart stir with excitement. After a short moment more, Han Li's expression slightly changed after he vaguely saw black in the distance that seemed to appear huge. Han Li instantly stamped down on his magic tool, expediting his arrival. A moment later, the black dot in the distance gradually grew larger as he approached, slowly revealing a vast black shadow. Although he still couldn't see it clearly, its prominent silhouette left Han Li awed by its astonishing magnificence. When Han Li flew somewhat closer, he was able to roughly make out the contents of the shadow. It was a city, an enormous city that spanned the entire island. But what caused Han Li the greatest astonishment was that the city was entirely different than those he had seen before. It wasn't laid out on flat land. Instead, the sky-towering mountain at the center of the island served as the foundation, and the buildings were built in concentric circles around it. The bottom of the huge mountain had rows and rows of buildings that spanned to the very edges of the island without a single gap. This was without a doubt Heavenly Star City, the largest city in the scattered star seas. From the sky, the densely packed buildings appeared as small as ants. The scene left him shocked until he was about 20 kilometers away from the island, at which point he was forced to slow down his Divine Wind boat. Han Li was no longer alone in the nearby sky. Streaks of light far and near started to occasionally appear, flying towards Heavenly Star City. Han Li inwardly sighed. Heavenly Star City's reputation was well-deserved. Even at such a far distance away, he saw many cultivators. Once he was about 10 kilometers away, there were an even greater number of various colored lights flying about. He even saw a few huge ships beneath him, cutting through the wind and waves. But what rendered him speechless were the cultivators that chose to sail on small boats or even ride on low-grade demon beasts on the sea instead of flying on a magic tool. Han Li shook his head. After recovering from his awe, he accelerated into a streak of light. After a short moment, arrived at the shore of Heavenly Star Island. He had now discovered that the island was surrounded by a lofty stone wall about 100 meters high. Han Li was also able to make out that the expansive seawalls had over a dozen gates of various sizes. While there were ports intended for mortal ships and bays for resting demon beasts, the obvious majority of incoming traffic, the lone cultivators, entered the city through the small gates. As such, Han Li flew towards a small city gate in a streak of azure light. Although it was one of the smaller gates, when Han Li neared it, he saw that the gate was over 24 meters tall and couldn't help but laugh at himself with a faint smile. In front of Han Li stood a dignified, azure-clothed woman whose cultivation seemed to be mid-foundation establishment. Standing beneath the city gate, she was elegantly speaking to two white-clothed cultivators. After she handed over a few spirit stones, she casually donned a blue ring they had given her and entered the city with light steps. Han Li then calmly walked over with Crooked Soul. "Do you two plan to temporarily stay here, or do you plan to take long-term residence?" "Ha! So it turned out to be a senior. Senior, welcome to Heavenly Star City. According to the laws of the city, core formation cultivators are allowed free long-term residence in the city. This is an identity ring. Please carefully hold on to it." The white-clothed cultivator started speaking without blinking, but halfway through, he realized Crooked Soul was a core formation cultivator and hastily took something out from his sleeve. After sizing up Crooked Soul in surprise, he hastily spoke with a respectful tone and handed a red ring over to him. "This is my first time coming to Heavenly Star City. What is this ring for?" Crooked Soul said with a coarse voice. "The spirit ring is the certification of your status. Cultivators that only stay here temporarily wear a blue ring and only have to pay 3 spirit stones for entry. The spirit light on a blue ring only persists for 7 days. Afterwards, the ring's wearer would have to leave Heavenly Star City or go to the city gates and get a new one. Red rings are for cultivators that take permanent residence. Ordinary cultivators are required to pay 800 spirit stones for it. The red ring's spirit light is everlasting and will memorize its owner once it absorbs their blood essence. As it will only shine for its owner, there is no need to worry that others might steal it. The white-clothed early Foundation establishment cultivator gave Crooked Soul a neutral explanation and raised his hand to reveal a shining red ring on his finger similar to the one in his palm. Crooked Soul silently nodded his head and took the ring. He then dripped his blood essence on it after some slight hesitation and placed it on his finger. I must trouble fellow Taoists to give me a red ring. I also plan on staying in this city for quite some time. With a smile, Han Li took out 800 spirit stones from his storage pouch and offered it to one of the cultivators. The two white-clothed cultivators appeared somewhat surprised, but wordlessly took the spirit stones and handed Han Li a red ring. Han Li also dripped his blood essence onto the ring and wore it before entering the city with Crooked Soul. The streets past the gate couldn't be considered either narrow or wide. It was more than wide enough for 4 people to walk through at once or perhaps 2 carriages. The side of the streets were lined with rows of limestone buildings. From a glance, one could tell they were mortal stores, and they had nothing worth seeing. There didn't seem to be any cultivators on the streets, with only a few mortals shopping and chatting. There was nothing present caught Han Li's interest. After a quick examination, he casually lifted his head to look at the sky and saw that a great number of lights were flying about, each indicating a cultivator soaring on their magic tool. The largest city in the scattered star seas actually didn't have any air restrictions. It was going to make things quite easy for him and Crooked Soul. Han Li then took out his divine wind boat and intended to take off before being interrupted. "Sir Immortals, please wait," a man from the side of the street shouted out, walking out from a store and respectfully saluting them. He was a lean man with a slanted mustache. The two took a thorough look at him but found that he was a mortal that completely lacked magic power fluctuations. Han Li revealed slight astonishment and asked with a slight frown, "What's the matter? Have I met you before?" The lean man spoke with a wide smile. My name is Lu Er, and this is my first time meeting these 2 immortal masters." Having heard this, Han Li's expression darkened as he revealed displeasure. But without waiting for Han Li to speak, Lu Er hastily said, "This is your first time arriving at Heavenly Star City, yes?" "Certainly, these immortal masters are quite unfamiliar with the roads and circumstances of the city. Since I am a native, I know this city as well as the back of my hand. If these 2 immortal masters want to go somewhere or want to know where to handle their business, I could save immortal masters quite some trouble if I were to guide the way. My assistance only requires the payment of 2 spirit stones." With that said, Lu Er gazed at Han Li with an expectant expression. He seemed to have already made out that the youth was the master of the 2. Han Li faintly smiled and replied, "So it's Lu Er? If your assistance is to my satisfaction, I will give you 5 spirit stones. But if you waste my time, I won't give you a single one." Then with a mysterious smile, Han Li boarded the divine wind boat without paying Lu Er any further attention. As Han Li stood on his boat, he gazed at Lu Er to the side. At this moment, the mortal's face incessantly shifted between dark and clear. After he saw Han Li gazing at him, he silently gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I will follow Immortal Master. I will definitely satisfy the Immortal Master's expectations." Han Li faintly nodded his head indifferently and tapped his divine wind boat, immediately sinking it close to the ground. Having seen this, Lu Er hastily boarded and carefully stood on it. Soon after, the divine wind boat slowly soared and flew towards the huge mountain at the center of the island. After flying for about 100 meters through the sky, Han Li turned his head towards Lu Er. He saw that although his face revealed slight fear, he didn't show any signs of difficulty or intolerance. Inwardly nodding his head, Han Li casually asked, "It seems this isn't the first time you've flown on a magic tool. Do you frequently act as a guide for foreign cultivators?" "Previously, I've assisted 6 immortal masters. However, this is only my 2nd time flying." Lu Er spoke with a forced smile. The wind at 100 meters in the air proved to be a bit too strong for a mortal. Having seen that Lu Er's expression had turned slightly green, Han Li faintly smiled and raised his hand. With a flash of blue light, a layer of blue mist covered the entirety of the divine wind boat, protecting the three. Lu Er's complexion immediately improved afterwards. But without waiting for Lu Er to say any thanks, Han Li inquired, "First of all, tell me where I can find a place to cultivate in peace." Lu Er blankly stared for a moment before involuntarily turning his gaze to the hands of Han Li and Crooked Soul. Having seen their red rings, he revealed a flash of sudden insight and gave Han Li a thorough explanation. "So it turned out you immortal masters intend to take up long-term residence. This matter is quite simple. Do you immortal masters see that building on Sage Mountain? If you wish to cultivate, you only have to go to there and rent a building. I've heard other immortal masters say that a natural spirit vein flows through Sage Mountain. The higher the building, the greater the amount of spiritual qi. Of course, the price increases as well. If you don't wish to rent a building and want your own personal cave residence instead, it will cost far more than renting an ordinary residence. Furthermore, regardless of whether it is a building or a cave, you will have to pay a fee every 100 years. If you do not pay when the time comes, the Star Palace will repossess the residence by force. Oh, so long as I have enough spirit stones, I'll be able to rent a cultivation area at the highest height?" Han Li revealed an interested expression. Lu Er shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it and spoke with embarrassment. "Immortal master jests. That obviously isn't possible. Every circle of buildings on Sage Mountain is considered a layer, coming to a total of 81 layers. The first 50 layers are open to foreign cultivators and can be rented as a cultivation residence so long as one has the spirit stones. The last 30 layers are reserved for the elders of the Star Palace. As for the last layer, that is where the Sage's Palace 2 Lord Sages live. Nobody is allowed to enter." After a moment of thought, Han Li decisively said, "Fine, point the way. Let's find a residence first before anything else." "Yes, your subordinate follows your orders. Immortal Master should fly towards the base of the mountain. The buildings there take care of these matters." Just as he finished speaking, the divine wind boat turned into a streak of white light and flew towards the huge, distant mountain. The huge mountain had appeared somewhat near, but it still took a quarter-hour of full-speed flight to reach the base of the mountain. Under the guidance of Lu Er, the divine wind boat descended in front of an imposing pavilion. There were quite a few cultivators coming and going, occasionally flying off or landing with flashes of light. After a quick examination of the area, he brought Crooked Soul and Lu Er to the towering pavilion. Upon entering, Han Li saw over a dozen cultivators. 6 of them were sitting alone at a couple of stone desks while talking with cultivators wearing white clothes. The white-clothed cultivators appeared miserable, and 2 of them were even pitifully begging. It made for a rather interesting scene, as not a single one of their expressions were the same. Han Li silently watched the scene from the side. "Sir Immortal, there is no one at the desk over there. Should we go over?" After a short moment, Lu Er carefully called out to Han Li. Han Li turned his gaze towards the recently cleared stone desk and nodded his head. But as Crooked Soul was the one to lead this time, Lu Er was left bewildered as he had recognized Han Li to be the master. "Senior wishes to rent a residence at Sage Mountain? Which layer would you like? The higher the layer, the more expensive it will be." The Star Palace cultivator examined Crooked Soul for a moment before speaking with a respectful tone. It seemed that core formation cultivators were seen with veneration regardless of the location. This was the reason why Han Li had Crooked Soul step forward. "I want a cave dwelling. Are there any available? The higher the layer, the better," Crooked Soul expressionlessly said. "Cave dwelling? Senior is quite wealthy. I'll go take a look." Having heard Crooked Soul's arrogant tone, the white-clothed cultivator hastily took out a jade slip and started to search through it. "I got it. There are 3 caves on the 31st layer, 4 caves on the 39th layer, and 2 caves on the 47th layer. Here are the prices of the cave residences as well as their floor plans and capabilities." The white-clothed cultivator then placed several jade slips onto the stone table. When Crooked Soul heard this, he bluntly took the jade slips on the table and looked through them with his spiritual sense. Han Li had believed that since he wasn't lacking in spirit stones and that he could be considered somewhat wealthy among core formation cultivators, he would be able to afford the cost of a cave residence. But once he looked at the prices, he felt his heart drop. The cost of a cave residence at the 39th layer left Han Li feeling heartache, not to mention the 47th layer cave. Also, these were just the costs of merely 100 years of use. The price went up to 3,000 spirit stones, a price that was far beyond reason. Having seen Crooked Soul become silent, the cultivator seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He explained with a smile, "Senior, although we don't dare to call Sage Mountain Spirit Vein the best in the scattered star seas, it is undoubtedly in the top 5. Cultivating at even the base of Sage Mountain is far faster than the best spot at an ordinary spirit vein. As for each layer above the 30th, cultivation speeds increase by an entire 4th. As such, the expensive price is completely worth it." Han Li frowned in response and had Crooked Soul read through the jade slips once more. "I'll have this one." Under Han Li's command, Crooked Soul handed over the jade slips and indicated a more capable cave residence on the 39th layer. As Crooked Soul wanted to rent an expensive cave dwelling, the white-clothed cultivator swiftly responded in excitement. "Understood. That will cost 2,700 spirit stones." This time, Han Li didn't have Crooked Soul act. He personally took out 27 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them over. "This is the Cave Residence's Authority Medallion. It allows you to enter and leave the cave residence at will, but after 100 years, the medallion will be revoked. Please carefully take care of it." After taking the spirit stones, he took out a yellow medallion and handed it over to Crooked Soul. After taking the medallion, Crooked Soul wordlessly turned around and left. Han Li and Lu Er, who hadn't dared to speak, closely followed him out. A truly astonishing price. It actually cost that many spirit stones to secure a cultivation area. After walking out of the pavilion, Han Li let out a long sigh before muttering to himself. This purchase had consumed a significant portion of his fortune. Lu Er stole a look at Han Li and asked with a whisper, "Is there anywhere else that you two immortal masters wish to go?" He had been greatly shocked when Han Li had spent such a huge quantity of spirit stones. Although he had seen other cultivators act as such when he had guided them, they only spent several tens of spirit stones at most. This was the first time he had seen such a big spender who could spend nearly 3,000 spirit stones in one sitting. Suddenly, Lu Er became even more respectful towards Han Li, now confident that he could potentially acquire an even greater reward. After all, Han Li spent money quite liberally. So long as Lu Er satisfied him, he was certain he wouldn't short him any spirit stones. Han Li quickly glanced at Lu Er and casually said, "Guide me to the city's market and give me an introduction of the larger stores." Afterwards, the divine wind boat soared through the sky in a streak of light. Half a day later, Han Li was lying on a large wooden bed with his hands cushioning the back of his head. Not long before, Lu Er had given him an introduction of the most important locations in Heavenly Star City. They then parted ways after Han Li gave Lu Er his payment. Having seen Lu Er depart with a delighted expression, Han Li returned to the cave residence on the 39th layer that he had paid an enormous sum for. The cave residence exactly matched what was described in the Jade Talisman. Not only was it isolated and peaceful, but it also had a large medicine garden. But what was most to Han Li's satisfaction was the abundant spiritual chi present. As described, the spirit vein in the mountain was truly beyond ordinary. His old cave residence in the heavenly south region couldn't possibly compare. All of these benefits left Han Li feeling satisfied with his purchase. The cave residence's formation spell was extremely impressive. It was no weaker than the simplified 5 elements reversal formation. Although this was the case, Han Li didn't feel at ease with just the cave's formation spell protecting him. He decided to have a short rest and would place down several of his formations tomorrow. After he finally felt his home was secure, he would have time to make plans for his future cultivation. With that thought, Han Li unwittingly fell sound asleep. He had been flying non-stop these last few months and was truly quite tired. On the morning of the second day, Han Li started to busy himself after waking up. He laid down 3 great formations outside of his cave residence, and planted all kinds of spiritual herbs in the empty medicine garden for future maturation. Lastly, he went into the market city and bought a large amount of high-quality fine jade. After returning to his cave residence, he embedded the fine jade into every inch of a hidden, 40-meter-wide room. After all the surfaces of the hidden room were completely covered in jade, Han Li carefully released the gold-devouring beetles into the room. He held high expectations towards these high-ranking wondrous bugs and planned to train them well so they could assist him in the future. Although gold-devouring beetles were among the highest-ranked exotic insects, the controlling spirit sect cultivator's Jade Slip mentioned that their physical power is very limited. Only by relying on its superior numbers would it be able to prevail. If the swarm only contained a dozen or even 30 of them, they wouldn't be too useful once they reached adulthood. Only if they were in a swarm numbering by 100,000 or several hundred thousands would they be able to display power genuinely worthy of their rank. Imagining the scene of countless beetles blotting the sky and murdering without end, Han Li involuntarily shivered. He now intended to quickly raise the gold-devouring beetles and have them bear descendants to increase their number. However, this was easier said than done. The gold-devouring beetles had only existed in ancient times in the Heavenly South region and were currently extinct there. As such, the concrete details of their breeding had disappeared countless generations ago. The information contained in the controlling spirit sect cultivator's Jade Slip only had the insect's characteristics as described by ancient records. Since there weren't any detailed methods of raising them, Han Li was left vexed for quite a while. In fact, not only were the gold-devouring beetles currently extinct, it seemed that the 30 top-ranked exotic insects were extinct from the cultivation world as well. It was only because that controlling spirit sect cultivator was a bug fanatic that he had scoured and analyzed ancient records that he arranged the exotic insects on a list. As for how reliable the front-end rankings were for the exotic insects, only the heavens knew. It was only by coincidence that Han Li was able to obtain the gold-devouring beetles, a species that should have been extinct. As these gold-devouring beetles from some unknown reason had just hatched, it seemed that they had been in suspended animation on Minor Expanse Island since ancient times for some unknown reason. It was reasonable to say that mountain-splitting earthquakes and torrential storms had been unable to awaken the exotic insects. However, it seemed that the congregation of exotic insects that Han Li brought with him after building his cave residence had resulted in the beetles' miraculous awakening. The scent of Han Li's various insects must slowly trickle down and aroused the appetite of the swarm of gold-devouring beetles. Originally, they should have attacked Han Li's exotic insects sooner, but Han Li's bloodjade spiders were there. As they were fearful of their natural predator, they didn't dare to venture too closely to Han Li's cave residence. Thus, they had stayed hidden on Minor Expanse Island while rigidly staring at Han Li's cave. On his last trip, Han Li had brought along his bloodjade spiders, allowing the gold-devouring beetles to emerge. From what Han Li saw, after those gold-devouring beetles ate all his exotic insects, they settled their nest into the cave's medicine garden. With Han Li's stealthy return, he was able to capture them in one sitting. Since Han Li didn't have knowledge about raising these insects, he could only approach it slowly and fumble about. First, Han Li tried throwing in bug food of all kinds into the room, resulting in the several hundreds of gold-devouring beetles immediately ravaging them. Han Li was delighted to find that they weren't picky with their food. However, Han Li's happiness only persisted for a few months. After feeding the beetles a great amount of food, he discovered they hadn't matured in the slightest. Han Li felt quite gloomy and was forced to think of a different method. As these beetles loved to eat the 5 metals and spiritual qi, Han Li fed them metallic items of each type separately and a few low-grade spirit stones. After devouring them, these beetles didn't show the slightest change, and Han Li deemed it to be another failure. Extremely disheartened, Han Li bluntly threw the lifeless eggs that he had acquired from the golden back mantis into the beetle room. After eating these, the beetles finally started to display a change in their spiritual qi and appeared to be far more violent. While this caused Han Li to be pleasantly surprised, he also became rather worried. Could it be that these gold-devouring beetles would only mature after eating other exotic insects? That would be a greatly difficult problem, as he had no other exotic insects other than his bloodjade spiders. Helpless, Han Li bought bloody hog and sheep meat and threw it into their room. Apart from causing these gold-devouring beetles to become even more vicious, they didn't show any signs of maturing in the slightest. With no other choice, Han Li gradually matured enough spiritual herbs and started to refine spirit feed pills. Previously, Han Li had only refined pills to further progress his own magic power, so it would be his first time refining this pill. A few days later, he had successfully refined his first spirit feed pills. Han Li immediately fed the gold-devouring beetles and his 2 blood-jade spiders a portion of the pills. The results left Han Li both overjoyed and worried. He was happy that the spirit pills had a beneficial effect on both demon beasts and exotic insects. Unfortunately, he grew worried after seeing that the changes that occurred to the gold-devouring beetles and the blood-jade spider were extremely different. He fed both the 2 blood-jade spiders 5 spirit feed pills each. The next day, their spiritual chi had grown by a small but obvious amount. As for the gold-devouring beetles, Han Li had fed them many pills, but the effects could only be described as negligible. They only experienced a sliver of growth. He estimated that because the number of gold-devouring beetles was far too great, their growth was much lesser. This method wouldn't be capable of causing any large benefits. This swarm only numbered in the several hundreds. When he thought of the several tens of thousands he would need to display their true strength, Han Li lost confidence in continuing to raise these bugs. Having come to this conclusion, Han Li lost interest in raising the gold-devouring beetles and fed the remaining spirit feed pills to his blood-jade spiders. As for the beetles, he fed them a bit of insect feed every day. At this point, Han Li had already spent half a year in Heavenly Star City. In addition to rearing his bugs, Han Li shut himself in seclusion and madly refined grade 2 puppets and all sorts of talismans. As Han Li hadn't yet reached core formation, he was unable to grasp any intermediate magic techniques or refine any intermediate talismans as a result. After creating such a large amount of talismans, he acquired the benefit of having a high success rate in crafting low-grade talismans. Han Li had a success rate close to 50% for even high-grade talismans, allowing him to save a large amount of materials. Several hundred-years-old ironwood was the main ingredient in crafting grade 2 puppets. Since Han Li could quickly mature the ironwood, his cost when making a puppet was decreased by over half. For the souls that were required to refine the puppets, the Emperor of Yu's soul congregation bowl contained many feral souls that had long lost their intelligence. He bluntly made use of them as they no longer held any intelligence and had lost their qualifications for reincarnation as a result. As such, he could only regard them as common refinement materials. After finally crafting about 200 puppets of the same model, Han Li was left extremely satisfied. However, the creation of these puppets had consumed a significant number of Han Li's spirit stones. Although the cost of creating a single puppet couldn't be considered large, the cost of successfully creating 200 puppets with the addition of the cost of the materials lost during failed attempts could leave one speechless. By this time, Han Li had now been in seclusion for 2 entire years. During these 2 years, Han Li fed his blood-jade spiders with spirit feed pills. With the assistance of strong medicinal power, the 2 demon beasts ascended in rank, becoming peak grade 1 demon beasts. During this time, Crooked Soul had almost completely refined the immemorial bowl. Although he wasn't the magic treasure's creator and was thereby unable to merge his mind with it, he was eventually able to absorb it into his body and display 70% of its power. Han Li had previously thought about having Crooked Soul create his own magic treasure, but the materials for crafting magic treasures are truly costly. With his remaining spirit stones, Han Li feared that he wouldn't be able to acquire even the most common materials for a magic treasure. In addition, magic treasures aren't something that can be created in a short amount of time within one's soul. At the very least, it would take 30 years of bitter effort before it could display the early stages of its might. But Han Li didn't have such time to waste. His most pressing need was to acquire a large amount of demon beast cores so that he may refine spirit medicines in preparations for the second cycle of the 3 essence revolutions technique. His actions in seclusion, whether it be raising his exotic insects or refining a great amount of puppets, were all preparations for demon beast hunting. Han Li wondered if they would be capable of hunting grade 5 demon beasts without much difficulty with Crooked Soul acting as the main force, along with the assistance of his puppets, blood-jade spiders, spell formations, and Han Li himself. With this in mind, Han Li finally left his cave residence and brought Crooked Soul with him to Heavenly Star City. Since he wanted to go to the outer star seas and hunt high-grade demon beasts, he naturally required information on the demon beasts and the area where the transportation formation would take him. As such, he went to the city market hoping to get what he needed. Heavenly Star City's market was located on the first layer of Sage Mountain, and was so huge it occupied at least half of the first layer, if not more. The scope of the daily trading of materials and magic tools at this market was far greater and more prosperous than any market city Han Li had previously seen. During the last 2 years, Han Li had left seclusion several times to replenish his puppet crafting materials. Because he had been such a big spender during these trips, many store owners had become quite familiar with his face. After acquiring the information he wanted from the shopkeepers with a few inquiries, Han Li went to a bookstore called the White Gate Pavilion. As expected, the store contained collections of information on all of the demon beasts currently known in the scattered star seas. Han Li's spirits were roused and he acquired a copy of this information for over 1,000 spirit stones. As for the information on the demon beast islands in the outer star seas, Han Li found it in an unremarkable small store. Since his objectives had been achieved, Han Li intended to return to his cave dwelling, but on the way back, he came across a shop that specialized in selling storage pouches and spirit beast pouches. Currently, he carried far too many items on his person. With his 200 puppet beasts occupying 4 of his storage pouches, he found it inconvenient to use them. Furthermore, since he planned to go out to sea to hunt demon beasts, he would need more space to collect their valuable body parts in addition to their demon cores. It would be far too wasteful to just throw them away, so it was only natural that he'd want to prepare a few storage pouches with a larger capacity. An hour later, Han Li left the shop feeling slight heartache after having spent over 1,000 spirit stones on 2 high-capacity storage pouches. Since they had nearly 10 times the capacity of his previous storage pouches, they should prove to be sufficient. Afterwards, Han Li passed by the lavish Cheer auction house, the top-ranked auction in Heavenly Star City, and couldn't help but take a look inside. The details of the items up for auction left Han Li feeling truly covetous. Not only were there grade 6 demon cores, but they also had high-grade materials for magic treasure refinement, not to mention many rare goods that he had never heard of before. Unfortunately, while the items in this auction were good, cultivators such as Han Li, with only a few thousand spirit stones on hand, couldn't afford to buy anything. This was because after any rare items entered an auction hall, their price would likely increase by over half the original value. Spirit herbs that were over 1,000 years old were rare and could be auctioned off at a high price, but Han Li didn't wish to attract any problems. After all, he may feel as if he was lacking spirit stones, but it wasn't to the stage where he was at a desperate level of poverty. As such, it would be better to avoid any unnecessary trouble. After glancing at the overly expensive auctioned goods, Han Li returned to his cave residence. A month later, Han Li had finished getting all of his affairs in order. During that time, he had particularly studied the properties and weaknesses of the outer star sea demon beasts and came up with appropriate plans of action upon encountering any of them. But one day, Han Li suddenly bursted out laughing and was dancing with joy as he held a jade slip in hand. Then, with a face full of excitement, he quickly ran out of his cave residence and flew out toward the city market. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Han Li and Crooked Soul appeared in the Heavenly Star City's 50th layer district, standing in front of a large hall made entirely of marble. A huge 10-meter-long signboard hung up above with the golden words, "Starry Sky Palace." There wasn't anybody else present outside the hall. Han Li calmly walked inside with Crooked Soul in tow. After passing through a small, short corridor, his view opened to a spacious hall that was over 70 meters wide and tall. Within the hall, there were 4 male and 1 female cultivator chatting with a white-clothed cultivator of the Star Palace. Several transportation formations of equivalent size were lined up behind them. A small stone tablet lay in front of each of the transportation formations with the name of the transportation formation's destination. Han Li didn't pay further attention to the transportation formation, and instead swept his spiritual sense past the other cultivators. What he found left him shocked. Half of those present were core formation cultivators, and the other half were late Foundation establishment cultivators. After Han Li and Crooked Soul entered, the six glanced at them with slight surprise. The white-clothed core formation cultivator recovered quickly despite appearing somewhat puzzled by the appearance of Crooked Soul and Han Li. The other five revealed joy upon seeing the two arrive. These two fellow Taoists also wish to go to the Demon Beast Islands? How about joining us in using the same teleportation and splitting the cost? The charming woman that appeared 30 years old suddenly spoke with a sweet smile. Han Li stared blankly for a moment and didn't immediately respond. Instead, he looked at the white-clothed cultivator in charge of the formation and asked with slight confusion, "Senior, will that be acceptable?" Of course, use of the transportation formation is charged based on the number of activations, not by the quantity of people. Regardless of whether it is a single person or 7 people, the cost will still be 700 spirit stones. However, only a maximum of 7 people can be teleported in a single instance. The white-clothed cultivator spoke indifferently. Han Li respectfully thanked him for his explanation, and then turned his head towards the woman, asking her with a smile, "Have you decided which Demon Beast Island you intend to go to? My martial uncle and I wish to head to Deep Jade Island." Deep Jade Island? The woman was startled for a moment. After glancing at the several people behind her, she immediately replied with a chuckle, "What a coincidence! We also planned on heading towards Deep Jade Island." Han Li's expression didn't change, but he inwardly sneered. A coincidence? These people obviously didn't care which Demon Beast Island they went to. But since Han Li could save on spirit stones, he nodded his head in agreement. After each of the group members handed over 100 spirit stones to the white-clothed cultivator, they all stood in the transportation formation for Deep Jade Island. The white-clothed cultivator then handed each of them a displacement talisman to place on their body. It seemed that this talisman had an effect similar to the greater displacement medallion, preventing any mishaps from occurring due to long-distance teleportation. Although the talisman could provide protection for long-distance teleportation, it was only effective up to a certain distance and could only be used once. The greater displacement medallion was far superior by comparison. But even so, the talisman was still considered a rare item that could only be created by the talisman masters of the Star Palace. They weren't for sale on the outside. Han Li felt somewhat nervous as the spirit stones around the transportation formation flashed with blinding white light. After the light faded away, Han Li and the others found themselves within a simple stone room, indicating that the teleportation had succeeded without a problem. In addition to the 7 new arrivals, an expressionless Star Palace cultivator also stood in the room. The Star Palace cultivator was only a mid-foundation establishment cultivator and was sitting in a corner of the room in meditation. After indifferently glancing at Han Li and the others when the teleportation finished, he closed his eyes once more without any intention of further paying them attention. Han Li felt a slightly unordinary spiritual qi fluctuation in the room. It seemed to originate from the formation spell's restrictions that enshrouded the room. The stone room had a large, half-open door. Through its opening, faint chatter could be heard from the outside, and the occasional silhouette could be seen passing by. While Han Li looked around the room in curiosity, the others walked out of the formation while minding their own business. But suddenly, an aged core formation cultivator with a face as red as ripe jujubes suddenly turned around and asked, "Are you fellow Taoist interested in joining hands with us? We'll split the spirit stones evenly after selling off the demon cores." "There is no need. My martial nephew and I have different plans. Please take care of yourselves." Crooked Soul's ugly face remained expressionless while declining the proposal. The old man revealed slight disappointment at the refusal and sighed, saying, "That is truly a pity. If fellow Taoists were to join me, we'd have no problem hunting grade 6 demon beasts. Since it appears that this is the first time you two have visited a demon beast island, I'll give you two a word of advice. Not only must you be wary of high-grade demon beasts here, but you should also be careful of ambushes from evil cultivators. If that happened, it would be better to be traveling in a group. If you have a change of heart, we will happily welcome you." Han Li remained silent for a moment before bringing Crooked Soul out of the room with a chuckle. "What's this?" Han Li looked around in astonishment. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this place had small streets everywhere, because there were businesses of all kinds scattered about, selling talismans, magic tools, assorted goods, or even purchasing depots. Each of the stores also had a shopkeeper lazily sitting inside. These stores were also quite crudely constructed. They weren't built with stone but with wooden logs instead. As they were truly simple as can be, Han Li doubted whether the stores would still be standing after a strong gust of wind. Moreover, these so-called streets spread outwards with the transportation formation stone room as the center. They were carelessly arranged and scattered in every direction, leaving orderly observers feeling unwell upon sight. The most puzzling thing to Han Li was the silence that spread throughout the streets. There wasn't a single person outside of the stores. After murmuring to himself for a moment, he silently smiled. How could he have forgotten? This place wasn't nearly as leisurely as the inner star seas. The courageous new arrivals to these islands were at mid-foundation establishment at the very least. They should all be out hunting demon beasts. Han Li then lifted his head and looked around, discovering that this place was actually built with its back to a small mountain. Han Li pondered for a moment before walking towards the general goods store built from rubble. Are there any new sea maps of the nearby area? Before Han Li arrived, he had learned that the sea maps of the Demon Beast Islands were constantly being replaced and that the newest maps were the most useful. We do. We have general maps and detailed maps. Which type would Senior like? The shopkeeper of the general goods store was a middle-aged chi condensation cultivator. He gave an enthusiastic reply after they came over and asked him a question. The detailed map. Han Li answered instantly. The detailed map costs 100 spirit stones. The middle-aged man stated boldly. 100. Han Li felt that he had misheard, but his face soon darkened and revealed fury. Although he didn't intend to provoke any problems, he wasn't going to allow himself to be swindled by a low-grade cultivator. Senior shouldn't misunderstand. This price wasn't decided by me, but by my superiors. I am only obeying orders. In addition, other cultivators sell us the new maps at a high price as well. In response to Han Li's gloomy expression, he gave an explanation with his own complaints rather than expressing fear. Your superiors? What merchant union do you belong to? Han Li asked with a frown after his anger had somewhat subsided. He clearly understood that small shops weren't capable of conducting business on the Demon Beast Islands. This might even be a branch of the Four Elements Merchant Union. After a short pause, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Senior sure is knowledgeable. Junior is an underling of the Lavish Cheer Merchant Union. The same Lavish Cheer Union that established the Lavish Cheer Auction House in Heavenly Star City, and is a member of the Four Elements Merchant Union? That's right, Senior. Without any further bickering, Han Li bluntly threw a mid-grade spirit stone his way. The shopkeeper then let out a chuckle and handed a jade slip over to Han Li. Han Li glanced at the other shops before taking the jade slip and moodily asking, Are the other stores also part of your Lavish Cheer Merchant Union? How could that possibly be? Apart from the purchasing depot in the west, the other businesses were all established by different merchant unions and have no relation to ours. The middle-aged man glanced at the other stores and spoke with slight hostility. Having heard this, Han Li turned around and left with crooked soul without any further words. Just as he thought to fly off on his divine wind boat, a streak of green light fell from the sky and landed in front of the purchasing depot. The light faded away to reveal a tall and burly core formation cultivator. Youngster fan, you've got business. The large man loudly yelled towards the store after arriving. He then took out a storage pouch from his chest and threw it on the floor. With a whirl of rainbow radiance, the 10-meter corpse of a monstrous fish appeared on the ground. Although it was said to be a fish, the only fish-like thing about it were the green scales on its body. It had a python's head and huge claws on its abdomen, and there was a bloody hole on its upper back. It seemed its demon core had already been ripped out. Ah, Senior How has arrived. This jade-scale demon fish is quite hard to kill. Only Senior's truly remarkable skill would be able to kill it. A chi condensation youth quickly ran out from the store and examined the demon corpse with quick eyes and clever mind. As he incessantly praised the large man heartily laughed. The man seemed to be a heroic figure. He suddenly turned around to face Han Li and Crooked Soul. After examining them for a moment, he candidly yelled out to them, "Your faces are unfamiliar. You must have just arrived. Do you wish to hunt demon beasts together?" Seeing that the large man was so cordial, Han Li silently smiled but had Crooked Soul shake his head in refusal. The large man revealed a trace of disappointment, but enthusiastically continued, "I am Hao Yuan Tian and am somewhat well known on Deep Jade Island. If you change your mind, come find me." With that said, the large man took a pouch of spirit stones from the youth and looked at it before energetically flying off in a streak of green light. Han Li stood in his original spot while silently pondering. Both the red-faced core formation cultivator as well as the large man surnamed Hao had invited him to join them. Quite a number of core formation cultivators had arrived on Deep Jade Island and formed their own groups. Even core formation cultivators traveled in groups, so that they may hunt demon beasts in safety. Han Li had already known about this from his research. If he didn't have his own plans in mind, it was likely he would have agreed to one of their invitations. Han Li carefully looked through the map on the jade slip he just bought while he flew his divine wind boat towards the edge of the island. Deep Jade Island wasn't very large, and after a short moment, Han Li had already arrived at the island's edge. Han Li swept his gaze across his surroundings while standing at the front of his divine wind boat. His eyes flashed with spirit, and he chose a direction as he flew deeper into the endless seas. Han Li didn't dare to travel too close to the water as it was home to demon beasts with deep cultivation. Although those beasts concealed themselves at the seafloor, they would occasionally feed on any life forms that passed by above them. If any cultivators were to alarm one, they would almost certainly be consumed as well. As such, Han Li was extremely careful. But in contrast, one couldn't fly at too high an altitude in the outer star seas as the sea beasts weren't the only occupants. There were also bird-type demon beasts that habitually patrolled the seas from up above. Allowing oneself to enter their range of vision was extremely dangerous. Of course, this wasn't always the case. Each of the sea territories had slightly different circumstances, and one's safety was never absolute. Every year, cultivators teleport to the Demon Beast Islands with dreams of hunting demon beasts for their cores, but a significant number of them never returned. There were even rumors of high-grade demon beasts overcoming their core formation hunters and devouring them instead. While there were clearly enormous profits to be had by hunting demon beasts in the outer star seas, there was an equally high level of danger involved. As such, all cultivators who arrived on these islands would voluntarily form groups with their acquaintances and hunt together with the increased safety. However, gathering together in large numbers to hunt was a taboo. Previously, all the cultivators on the Demon Beast Islands had hunted together. They were successful for a while before they had attracted the attention of a large group of demon beasts that were all grade 7 and higher. Not only was the death toll terrifying, but the island was completely destroyed as well. After these events repeated 2 additional times, no one else dared to gather together in groups past a certain size. Nowadays, they would gather together in groups of at most a dozen, creating many smaller groups around the island where high-level cultivators were often roped in to join them. With the previously mentioned information in mind, Han Li's expression immediately became sullen after flying from Deep Jade Island. Not only did Han Li release his powerful spiritual sense, surrounding his body in a 100-meter radius, but he also propelled his divine wind boat at its greatest speed and quickly flew through the air in a streak of white light. Every 6 hours, Han Li would stop and confirm his direction, as he was deeply fearful of getting lost and being unable to find his destination. Han Li's luck was surprisingly quite good. On his way, he didn't encounter any trouble aside from an easily avoided grade 5 demon beast that was romping around in the distance. After flying with periodic stops for 3 days, he eventually spotted a small fire-red island. As flew closer, he saw that the island was created from an accumulation of scarlet coral. With the addition of the sparkling reflection of sunlight, it made for quite a beautiful sight. Han Li stopped above the island and revealed a face of happiness. Red Coral Island. So this is the nearest coral island. Han Li stood on the divine wind boat and muttered to himself for a moment. Afterwards, he flew in a large circle around the island and made sure that the coral island didn't have any cultivators or demon beasts nearby before slowly descending with Crooked Soul. The small ring-shaped island was composed of coral rings of differing sizes. Han Li stood on a smooth surface and ground his shoes against the ground to make fine, dark red grains of dust. He then lifted his head to examine the topography of the island. A short moment later, he narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Ordering Crooked Soul to stand guard near him, he suddenly set off to walk around the island. Under Crooked Soul's protection, Han Li made a thorough inspection of the island's west and east coral rings. After making a full examination of the island, he even dove into the sea in the center of the island and didn't emerge until half a day later. On the third day, Han Li completed his investigation and finally came to a decision. He ordered Crooked Soul to place down his 3 great formations, the 5 elements reversal formation, the fierce heavenly wind formation, and the illusory heaven-sifting formation, at his selected locations. The 3 formations all covered the center of Red Coral Island. After placing down the 3 formations, Han Li additionally set up several small-scale magic formations at the center of the Red Coral Island. With every direction sealed off from the center, it created an inescapable net. Having done all of this, Han Li carefully examined his work and ensured that there was nothing he had overlooked. Then, he took out a jade box from his storage pouch and gently stroked it. Han Li revealed a mysterious smile and slowly opened it, revealing a large medicinal herb that had 13 leaves on its stalk. The leaves were completely curled up, making it appear quite peculiar. Even more noteworthy was the white mist the plant carried that faintly released a rainbow light, making for a magnificent sight. It seemed to be of supernatural nature. This was Han Li's greatest trump card, the rainbow skirt grass. Although the herb wasn't common, it couldn't be considered a rarity either. This item was able to be found on coral reefs in the scattered star seas. However, if one attempted to plant this in ordinary soil, it would cause its surroundings to shine with color for 1 or 2 days before dying off. It was quite interesting. What was most fascinating was that the color which shined would be the same as the environment it grew in, altering the color of its current location, whether it be blue, red, or any other color. However, it didn't possess any significant medicinal effects for cultivators. Apart from its attractiveness, common cultivators would only view it as an ingredient used in some low-grade medicine pills. However, rainbow skirt grass had another name, demon lure grass, and had previously caused a large amount of uproar in the cultivation world of the scattered star seas. At the time, an unknown cultivator had unexpectedly discovered that every 100 years, one of the 13 curled leaves of this extremely beautiful medicinal herb would gradually unfold. Upon fully unfolding, it would release a strange scent that lasted an entire week. The scent didn't have any effect on cultivators, but to the many demon beasts in the sea, it was an extremely enticing aroma. With the slightest smell, the demon beasts would instantly search for it, racing to be the first to find and devour its source. In addition, the older the rainbow skirt grass, the farther its scent traveled, and the more powerful the demon beasts it would attract. It was said that a nascent soul expert had previously found a stalk of 1,000-year-old rainbow skirt grass in the depths of the outer star seas that had just unfolded its 11th leaf. As a result, this expert had personally seen several tens of grade 6 and grade 7 demon beasts mount a simultaneous charge towards it, forcing the expert to flee. When this was later made known in the cultivation world, many cultivators had thoughts of using this herb to lure demon beasts for easy hunting, as high-grade cultivators would often go months in the outer star seas without encountering a single demon beast. Towards a majority of cultivators, grade 5 demon beasts were the best targets, as hunting grade 6 and 7 demon beasts posed too great a risk of death. As for any demon beasts grade 8 and higher, only old nascent soul eccentrics wouldn't flee at the sight of them. Anybody else would merely become demon beast food. The number of demon beasts in the outer star seas were truly great. However, they were truly difficult to find as they rarely ever left their concealment from the deep seas. Unless high-level cultivators flew thousands of kilometers day by day over the ocean or possessed remarkable ability for searching the sea with their spiritual sense, Roaming the scattered star seas for half a year without encountering a demon beast was a very common occurrence. After all, the outer star seas were truly vast, and the various demon beasts each had their own methods of concealment. It was quite easy to overlook them even when searching with spiritual sense. When it was discovered that rainbow skirtgrass could attract demon beasts, it caused quite an uproar. For a time, well-aged rainbow skirtgrass was quite precious. However, it was soon discovered that this idea was but a mere fantasy. First of all, there was no method to predict the exact moment its leaves would uncurl. It is said to uncurl one of its leaves every 100 years, but there was often a variance of 3 or 2 years. As such, there was no way for cultivators to effectively make use of it while they were at sea. Secondly, there was the depressing discovery that rainbow skirtgrass lost its ability to uncurl its leaves and release its unique scent 100 years after being picked. As such, any thoughts of transporting it to the outer star seas were extinguished. As for its name as demon lure grass, it was quickly discarded, and it returned to being called rainbow skirtgrass. When Hanli found this mocking, understated record in a jade slip, his eyes flashed with inspiration. The small bottle's ability was just waiting to be combined with the spiritual herb. He immediately purchased a stalk of rainbow skirtgrass from the city market and experimented with it in his cave residence. As a result, the rainbow skirtgrass gradually uncurled its leaf over the course of 5 days under the effects of the green liquid. Afterwards, it released a strange scent that couldn't be described as either pleasant or foul, but it did leave quite the impression. Doubtfully, Hanli placed his 2 bloodjade spiders into the medicine garden. As a result, the 2 demon beasts immediately leapt towards the rainbow skirtgrass and completely devoured it without the slightest hesitation. Soon after, the scent faded away and the 2 white spiders returned to normal. While this result came as a pleasant surprise, he also felt worried about his bloodjade spiders. After carefully examining them for the next few days and finding that nothing strange had occurred, he finally felt relieved. With this trump card in hand, he was suddenly filled with confidence in hunting demon beasts for their cores. After making another round of preparations, not only did Hanli bring a large amount of rainbow skirtgrass, but he also visited the many coral islands in Deep Jade Islands territory after arriving. After all, rainbow skirtgrass could only survive on coral islands. As such, after laying down his inescapable net on Red Coral Island, he waited for the rainbow skirtgrass to mature and have demon beasts come knocking on his door. Hanli had found an isolated coral reef in the sea at the center of the ring-shaped Red Coral Island and planted his rainbow skirtgrass sprout on it. Although he knew that the older the rainbow skirtgrass, the greater area of effect it would have, he started off with 100-year-old rainbow skirtgrass to be safe. Hanli took out a small bottle from his body and carefully dripped the green liquid onto the spirit herb. He then meditated on a nearby coral island with Crooked Soul by his side, both of them preserving their strength for what was to come. 3 days later, the rainbow skirtgrass had unfolded a leaf before Hanli's eyes and released a bizarre scent. Hanli silently waved his hand. With a flash of radiance, glowing formation flags of various colors appeared embedded in the ground around him. Hanli gazed at the formation flags for a moment before calmly closing his eyes once more. He had already decided that if no demon beasts appeared in the next few days, he would give the rainbow skirtgrass another drop of the green liquid and increase the range of its demon luring effect. With this, demon beasts were bound to visit. Hanli's worries were soon proven unfounded. A mere hour later, Hanli felt 2 huge spiritual chi fluctuations head towards the Red Coral Island, one from the east and one from the west. His expression changed and he suddenly opened his eyes, rigidly staring at the line of formation flags before him. Although he had already completed his preparations, he couldn't help but become nervous as 2 high-grade demon beasts were coming at the same time. Suddenly, a purple formation flag in front of him flashed with radiance and lightly trembled. Hanli's expression grew solemn, but he didn't take any immediate action and only silently looked on. He knew that although a grade 5 demon beast could be considered intelligent, it wouldn't be able to break free from the 5 elements reversal formation only a moment after entering it. A grade 5 demon beast may possess similar cultivation to an early core formation cultivator, but its fighting strength was almost always inferior to a cultivator of similar rank. After all, its intelligence was poor and it was capable of far too few magic techniques, allowing cultivators of similar strength to easily kill them. In addition, they would need quite some time to break through profound creations such as formation spells. As such, Han Li felt at ease, allowing one more demon beast to enter his magic formation before setting out to act. Just as he was apprehensively thinking to himself, a yellow formation flag flashed with brilliance and released a soft hum. Suddenly, Han Li's solemn expression became somewhat happy. He then formed an incantation gesture with his hands and restricted the scent of the rainbow skirt grass with the formations surrounding it. After doing this, Han Li held out his bare hands, and two of the glowing formation flags flew into them with a single word, "Come!" Behind him, Crooked Soul opened his mouth and spouted out a yellow radiance. The yellow radiance flourished, swirling around Han Li and carrying him off towards the sky in a yellow streak of light. After a short moment, Han Li appeared above the westmost formation, the illusory heaven-sifting formation. The formation's colorful green-yellow clouds were incessantly rolling, and an ox's roar could faintly be heard booming from within the formation. Han Li then took out his divine wind boat and had it fly away by itself. He then took out the yellow formation flag and lightly waved it. The formation flag shot out a yellow beam of light towards the colorful clouds, causing them to vanish and reveal the demon beast within. The demon beast was about 10 meters long and had a round body surrounded by spikes of fire-red light. At first glance, it appeared to be a huge sea urchin. However, over 30 dark green eyes protruded from its body. The eyes' gazes were ice-cold, and they shot out scarlet streaks of light in quick succession towards the formation. Its bull-like roar came from its fat abdomen and sounded as if it was violently irritated. Thousand-eyed demon! After seeing the demon beast's appearance, Han Li immediately recognized it and became somewhat interested, as it was one of the most commonly seen grade 5 demon beasts in the scattered star seas. It would make for good practice. He didn't dare delay for long since this formation wasn't strong enough to endure much more of the demon's rampage. He immediately gave Crooked Soul an order. After receiving the order, the yellow light enveloping Crooked Soul's body suddenly turned blood-red. He then brought his hands together and quickly separated them, shooting out a yellow crescent from his hand towards the thousand-eyed demon in the formation. This was the magic treasure that Crooked Soul had nearly fully refined, the immemorial bowl. Although the thousand-eyed demon was trapped in the formation, it seemed to realize how powerful the yellow crescent was. All of the eyes on its body locked onto the immemorial bowl, flying towards it and shot scarlet beams at it simultaneously, combining into a thick red beam of light. For a short while, the beam rigidly blocked the yellow crescent's advance, forcing a contest of magic power with Crooked Soul, the magic treasure's controller. Han Li then revealed a smile. He patted a bulging storage pouch at his waist, causing over 100 white lights to quickly fly out and surround the great formation. These white lights were sinister puppet beasts that appeared to be almost 3 meters tall. They immediately opened their mouths and dazzling light began to condense in them as if they were prepared to act. At this moment, Han Li's face was flushed with excitement. He waved his hand, causing his red thread shadow chaser needles to appear in his hand. At that same time, the puppet beasts each shot out a beam of light towards the thousand-eyed demon. The demon beast seemed to have discovered the direness of its situation and suddenly let out a sharp whistle. Its entire body let out a groan and curled into a huge ball of flesh covered in spikes of light. At the same time, the red light released by its eyeballs started to turn green. These green streaks of light weren't launched as an attack, and instead condensed into a thick barrier of light around its body. The 100 beams of light simultaneously struck the green light barrier, causing an explosion of radiance to shine around it. The demon beast's barrier managed to withstand the attack. However, the green light barrier began to flicker as if it would collapse before long. With the absence of the red beam of light that previously restrained it, the immemorial bowl was free to attack. Under Crooked Soul's command, it suddenly became a huge disc that spanned about 10 meters. In concert with the light beam attacks, it fiercely struck down onto the demon beast. The sound of a sharp rupture soon followed. Although the light barrier was being sustained by desperate releases of green light by the thousand-eyed beast. The repeated attacks of the puppet's light beam, along with the immemorial bowl strike, had completely destroyed its barrier. Han Li, who had been waiting for this, instantly reacted, raising his hand. A set of red threads flew off and shot towards the demon beast's vulnerable body. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li was inside the formation with a green orb the size of a chicken egg now in his hand, along with a wide smile on his face. Underneath his foot was the heavily damaged demon beast corpse with a fist-sized bloody hole on its body. Go! Han Li didn't delay any longer. After storing the demon beast's corpse in his storage pouch, he set off and was immediately swept up by Crooked Soul's yellow light and hastily taken to a different formation spell. That was how Han Li spent an entire month on Red Coral Island. He would periodically place a drop of green liquid on the rainbow skirt grass, gradually increasing the range of the demon lure. This attracted demon beasts in intervals of 2 or 3 days, allowing Han Li and Crooked Soul to slay over a dozen grade 5 demon beasts, much to Han Li's great delight. But when the rainbow skirt grass had reached 400 years old, it attracted a grade 6 demon beast by the name of Foul-Combed Flood Dragon. Han Li was very surprised and hastily cut off the scent of the rainbow skirt grass with his formation spell. After the demon beast swam a few rounds nearby after the scent disappeared, it angrily left. Frightened, Han Li discovered the rainbow skirt grass was best used aged up to 300 years. Maturing it past that point would attract even stronger demon beasts. When that time came, he hastily took out a new rainbow skirt grass sprout and started over. But as of current, nearly all the grade 5 demon beasts near Red Coral Island had perished. After having no demon beasts attracted within a week, Han Li and Crooked Soul immediately put away their spell formations and left the island. After flying for several days in the outer star seas, they found another coral island and continued hunting demon beasts with the same method. This exciting, repetitive, and dangerous lifestyle in the outer star seas continued for 5 years. During this time, he had killed hundreds of grade 5 demon beasts. He had also encountered unfamiliar demon beasts rarely seen in the cultivation world. The first time Han Li had come across them, he had found himself caught on the thin line between life and death. Were it not for the vicious fearlessness of Crooked Soul and his puppets, he would have already met his end in the vast ocean, even with the assistance of his formation spells. Furthermore, time wasn't the only thing that was consumed during those years. Not only were a vast majority of his puppets destroyed, but many of his tools for setting up formations had been destroyed or badly damaged by the more violent demon beasts. Even his most impressive 5 elements reversal formation had been destroyed half a year ago when he had carelessly attracted a grade 7 demon beast. He could only helplessly trap the demon beast inside while he and Crooked Soul made their escape. While his losses during these 5 years were great, it was only natural that his returns were even more astonishing. Apart from receiving several hundred grade 5 demon cores, Han Li also acquired an incredible quantity of rare demon beast materials. He even had to discard a few of his less valuable items from his storage pouch to make room for all of them. In addition to killing several hundreds of demon beasts, he had also tempered his combat skills to perfection and developed quite a few minor techniques for killing demon beasts by himself. As of now, Han Li could calmly face a lone common grade 5 demon beast without a trace of fear. Han Li was on his way back to Deep Jade Island, as careful as he had always been. He completely understood that without his puppets or formation spells, it was extremely dangerous to rush through the outer star seas. Although they were easily able to deal with a grade 5 demon beast, if they were to catch the attention of a grade 6 demon beast or worse, it would be difficult to avoid death. According to his estimations, the demon cores he had gathered should be more than enough to get him through the 2nd or even 3rd revolution of the 3 essence revolutions technique. His several hundred grade 5 spirit stones would net him a couple hundred thousands of spirit stones at the very least. The rare materials he had gathered alone would double the price. However, Han Li wasn't inspired by greed. This had all been done so that he may tread a bit farther in pursuit of the immortal Tao. Thus, when it became increasingly dangerous to continue hunting demon beasts, he immediately decided to return. As of now, he had traveled quite far into the outer star seas. Had he not recorded all of the strange islands he had been to on his map, he might not have been able to find his way back. Even if he knew the way back, Han Li's return would still take several months of flight. He greatly valued his life and feared that he might encounter ferocious demon beasts on his way back or cultivators that may try to rob him. Demon beasts shouldn't prove to be a problem. At most, they would just circle around him a bit, but they wouldn't approach him too closely. But if he were to come across any malicious cultivators, they definitely wouldn't let them go. His demon cores would be difficult to protect, let alone his fragile life. As such, Han Li and Crooked Soul were highly vigilant during their journey. Whenever they encountered traces of other cultivators, they immediately hid or fled. In this way, Han Li eventually arrived back on Deep Jade Island without any problems, allowing him to let out a huge breath of relief. Han Li entered an extremely shabby, small street and found that apart from 2 shopkeepers being replaced, everything else had remained the same. Not paying attention to any of the shopkeepers' interested gazes, he walked towards the stone room with the transportation formation. The Star Palace cultivator in the stone room had been replaced by a middle-aged man with a gentle face. Upon seeing Han Li and Crooked Soul enter the room, he faintly smiled, asking, "Do you two want to use the formation?" Han Li dove onto his large bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. As of current, he had already returned to his cave residence on the 39th layer of Heavenly Star City. As both his body and mind were fatigued, he was unable to deal with any other matters. He'd first deeply sleep for a few days before waking up with the energy he needed. His journey through the outer star seas had tired him by no small amount. After awakening, Han Li took a stroll around his cave residence. As he hadn't been there for many years, he felt that he should refamiliarize himself with it. But when he went to the insect room, he saw that the gold-devouring beetles had turned into a huge silver sphere once more, hanging from the ceiling in hibernation. Han Li couldn't help but lightly shake his head in response. Soon after, Han Li took a trip to the city market and bought all of the pill recipes being sold in the market before returning. Han Li then busied himself once again with pill concoction. Han Li then spent an entire 2 years within his cave residence refining large quantities of medicine pills in accordance to the pill recipes he had collected, combining aged spiritual herbs with demon cores. His original problem of developing a tolerance for medicine was now a thing of the past. During this time, he gradually sold off the demon beast materials he didn't need to the traveling merchants visiting Heavenly Star City. As a result, he wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones for a while. After finishing these matters, Han Li thoroughly sealed off his cave residence and started to make preparations for dispersing his cultivation. But while he was arranging his medicine pills and the remaining demon beast materials, he unintentionally took out a particular item that gave him a bit of a headache: the large quantities of hundreds-year-old rainbow skirt grass that he had used to lure demon beasts while in the outer star seas. They couldn't be sold for much, but it would be a pity to destroy them after having used quite a bit of the green liquid on them. Besides, Han Li had always held some interest in its great demon luring power when its leaves uncurled and had wanted to carefully research it. As Han Li looked at the bunch of rainbow skirt grass in front of him, he came up with a rather strange thought. The thoughts became stronger until he couldn't contain it, causing himself to feel a bit flabbergasted. After tilting his head in thought, he gathered the rainbow skirt grass and suddenly walked to the insect room containing the gold-devouring beetles. He then casually tossed the rainbow skirt grass into the room, but the gold-devouring beetles didn't show the slightest reaction. Having seen this, Han Li laughed to himself. But after a moment of hesitation, he had Crooked Soul plant the rainbow skirt grass on a few huge chunks of coral in the medicine garden. Not long after, Han Li entered a hidden room and started to carefully scatter his cultivation in accordance with the 3 essence revolutions technique. For the purpose of stability and safety, Han Li scattered his cultivation at a very slow pace. He had gradually scattered his cultivation for an entire half-month before dropping down to his intended target, early foundation establishment stage. After reaching this point, Han Li left seclusion. He would first consolidate his cultivation before practicing the 3 essence revolutions technique with the aid of medicine pills. By some unknown compulsion, Han Li used a green drop to further mature a stalk of rainbow skirt grass and threw it into the insect room when it started emitting its strange scent. Soon after, he stood outside the room, carefully staring inside through a slim gap, only to experience slight disappointment. The silver sphere of clustered gold devouring beetles didn't move in the slightest, as if they hadn't detected any difference. Although this had slightly surprised Han Li, he wasn't particularly puzzled. This was because the rainbow skirt grass didn't have an attractive effect on all demon beasts. As the gold-devouring beetles were high-ranking demon beasts, not being attracted was always a distinct possibility. Han Li lightly sighed, no longer willing to waste any more time or green liquid on the grass. He thought to instead fully focus his resources and time on creating more spirit feed pills for his 2 blood jade spiders. But just as he thought this, the silver sphere of beetles suddenly broke apart. The eyes of the several hundreds gold-devouring beetles flickered with red light as they flocked towards the strangely scented rainbow skirt grass. After devouring it in an instant, they continuously let out a low hum as if they were irritated. Han Li was somewhat stunned by this scene but immediately revealed slight joy. It seemed that his experiments could continue. Han Li left the insect room in a great mood and ordered Crooked Soul to periodically throw in a similar amount of rainbow skirt grass. He wanted to see what effect his rainbow skirt grass would have on demon beasts so that he may lay to rest some of the doubts he carried. Not long after, Han Li brought all of his medicine pills with him into his hidden room and sealed it off, intent on staying until either he succeeded or died trying. Han Li had already fully prepared himself, and in order to maintain his focus he had decided he wouldn't take a single step outside of his hidden room until he fully restored his cultivation. As for the rest of the matters in his cave residence, since he could will his clone, Crooked Soul, to take care of them, he had little worry. Han Li took a pill out of a bottle and swallowed it before closing his eyes, entering a state of oblivious cultivation. In the following days, apart from ordering Crooked Soul to tend to the matters outside of his room, he was completely focused on refining his qi. As time passed, Han Li's mind eventually felt no desire. Whenever he felt that his body's spiritual qi was lacking, he casually swallowed a medicine pill and entered meditation once more. Years upon years of monotonous cultivation had passed, fueled by Han Li's intense desire to reach core formation. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye and the hidden room's door still showed not a single sign of movement. 20 years passed by and still the room's door remained shut. 30 years. Time continued to flow with countless suns and moons scurrying past the sky. On a day during the 60th year, a black cloud suddenly appeared above Han Li's cave residence. The weather suddenly underwent a huge change, causing his silver beetles to wildly scatter inside their room. At nearly the same time, threads of spiritual qi from the nearby 100 kilometers frantically amassed towards Han Li's cave residence, creating a huge vortex of spiritual qi that could be seen with the naked eye. This scene alarmed the nearby cultivators. Regardless of whether they were passing by or a resident that lived nearby, they all stopped or left their cave residences, glancing at the scene with amazement. Core formation. Someone has undergone core formation. Many cultivators gazed at this scene and muttered to themselves, each with their own unique expression. While there were those that were envious and confused, there were even more that revealed gazes of admiration. At the same time, the cultivators at the island that were at core formation or higher noticed that the spiritual qi on Heavenly Star Island had undergone a strange change despite not having seen the phenomenon in the sky. They investigated by having their powerful spiritual senses leave their residences. As they gazed towards Han Li's cave residence, there were a few among them that were expressionless or excited. Some of them had even frowned. The door to the secret room inside the cave residence had finally opened. A silhouette slowly walked out of the room with their face covered by long, disheveled hair. A yellow light then flashed to their side, revealing Crooked Soul with a stiff expression. Hee core formation. I finally obtained core formation. After looking at the exterior of the secret room and Crooked Soul, he heartily laughed towards the sky in awe-inspiring roars. The gaps through the long, disheveled hair revealed the face of Han Li, who had undergone 60 years of secluded cultivation. However, his eyes revealed a refined spirit, and his every movement contained a vast pressure as if he had become a different person entirely. After he finished laughing, Han Li looked at the scene outside of the hidden room with a sense of unfamiliarity. After ignoring the world for 60 years, he felt a great sense of change despite everything having remained the same. It was as if everything that had happened was but a distant matter. Han Li didn't stay still for long. Using his vague memories, he went back to his bedroom. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li left his bedroom with a beaming smile. He had restored his original attire and appearance, that of a youth about 20 years of age. Now wearing a cold expression, he calmly walked towards the insect room. The gold-devouring insects in the room had undergone a massive change over the years. Not only had their numbers reached a frightening several tens of thousands, but their originally silver shells began to reveal spots of gold, causing them to appear even more sinister and savage than before. Han Li didn't reveal the slightest amazement. He had found out about this many years ago from his clone, Crooked Soul. The only change was that now he was able to see this with his own eyes. Han Li hadn't expected that his original flash of insight to test the rainbow skirt grass on his gold-devouring beetles would unexpectedly resolve the problem of their breeding. While he was in seclusion, Crooked Soul continuously fed the gold-devouring beetle stalks of rainbow skirt grass with their leaves uncurled. These beetles became increasingly violent after eating the herbs. After 4 years of consumption, the gold-devouring beetles had undergone a transformation. One day after they finished eating the rainbow skirt grass, the beetles began to fight and cannibalize each other. A few days later, the original several hundred had been reduced to a mere dozen. However, the surviving beetles were now docile and more beautiful. Soon after, the cannibal beetles began to lay eggs. They all slowly died after having laid about 100 eggs each, leaving Han Li with over 1,000 insect eggs. The eggs hatched about a year later, and Crooked Soul continued to feed them the ripened rainbow skirt grass, causing them to cannibalize one another and lay their eggs once more. After several repetitions, the number of gold-devouring beetles started to frantically increase. Were it not for the fact that the amount of rainbow skirt grass he could mature was limited, he would have had the beetles cannibalize themselves much more often and ceaselessly increase their numbers. But what was most surprising was how the offspring of the cannibal beetles became both stronger and more violent with each increasing generation. In addition, their silver shells began to show gold spots at an increasing frequency. This made Han Li wonder if their grade would increase after their shells turned completely golden. Standing outside the insect room, Han Li stared at the gold-devouring beetles with a spirited gaze for half a day in silence. He clearly understood that this method of breeding the gold-devouring beetles was definitely not the orthodox method used by the beast-controlling cultivators of ancient times. This was because he was certain that his small mysterious bottle was unique in its effect of accelerated maturation. This method may perhaps be even better than the one used by his predecessors. Han Li faintly smiled as he thought this. He then moved to the other insect room close by that housed his 2 bloodjade spiders. Although Han Li had only instructed Crooked Soul to use a small portion of the green liquid produced to refine spirit feed pills for the spiders, the amount of pills consumed over this long period of time had allowed the bloodjade spiders to ascend by several grades. Now, they were peak grade 4 demon beasts. They were currently exactly the same as the white spider he had fought in the underground cave. Their bodies were as translucent as jade, making for a beautiful sight. The 2 spiders had clearly been made aware of Han Li's arrival through the connection they had with Han Li's mind. They immediately pounced towards the stone door, wishing to intimately play with Han Li. Joyful, Han Li promptly opened the stone door, allowing the 2 bloodjade spiders to pounce at him. Afterwards, they started to climb circles all around Han Li's body. Han Li caressed the backs of the 2 demon beasts for a moment, while gazing in wonder at their sparkling, crystalline bodies. He then stored them in his spirit beast pouch before turning around and leaving their insect room. As for the gold-devouring beetles, Han Li still had little intention of using them. He planned to first have them reproduce through a few more generations until their shells turned fully gold before putting them to use as his hidden ace. Next, Han Li walked through his cave residence before returning to his bedroom in high spirits. After lying down on his bed, Han Li thought about his core formation in the hidden room. Being able to so quickly achieve core formation greatly went against Han Li's expectations. He didn't cultivate to the third revolution of the three essence revolutions technique. Instead, he spent an entire 30 years to cultivate to the second revolution. By relying on medicine pills to cultivate the three essence revolutions technique, his cultivation speed was far quicker than he had anticipated. He originally believed that completing the third revolution of cultivation was certain to be strenuous to the point of impossibility. It would consume far too many years of his lifespan to succeed. But by completing his second revolution in a mere 30 years, he had more than enough lifespan left to cultivate through the third revolution. After some thought, Han Li decided to not place all his hopes of core formation on the three essence revolutions technique. After all, this cultivation art was merely theorized and had never been tested. In addition, it was said that completing the third revolution would only allow a 50% chance of success in core formation. To put it into other words, even if he completed all three revolutions, he still had a 50% chance of failing. This caused him deep worry at heart, and he couldn't help but pick a more flamboyant method to increase his chances of core formation. Before Han Li had killed him, he recalled the former young master of the Thousand Bamboo School, senior martial brother Li Wan, had previously said that cultivating the Great Development Technique to a profound layer was able to increase his odds of core formation. Therefore, after some careful deliberation, he had decided to cultivate to the third layer of the Great Development Technique. Han Li's reasoning at the time had been, regardless of whether or not he was lying, there is no harm in cultivating it. As expected, the third layer of the Great Development Technique took far more time to cultivate than the second layer. It took Han Li about 20 years before painstakingly making a breakthrough and succeeding. As for the fourth layer of the Great Development Technique, Han Li had no thoughts to cultivate to it. At the time, he simply didn't have the time to spare for it. Afterwards, Han Li took all sorts of supplementary spiritual medicines and began his next several-year-long attempt at core formation. To tell the truth, his crushing failure during core formation with his first revolution had greatly reduced Han Li's confidence in core formation with a second revolution. He had held the notion of only spending a few years just to give it a try. While Crooked Soul's core formation only took 4 years, Han Li's unexpected success occurred recently, after 5 years due to his poor aptitude. Although he had sensed the heaven-earth spiritual chi in his body run frantic, Han Li felt like it was a dream when a thumb-sized four-colored pearl formed after his body's true essence made desperate rotations in his dantian. I'm going to enter core formation stage like this? He didn't dare to believe it. Han Li hadn't prepared himself in the least, nearly allowing this huge fortune, the still unstable golden core, to crumble. Frightened, he hurriedly concentrated on calming his heart so that he wouldn't cause a great disturbance and undergo the great misfortune of returning to Foundation establishment. Having recalled his brush with disaster, Han Li couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, forming a trace of a faint smile. Han Li let out a deep breath before sitting up on his bed and then standing up. Although it had been a while since his core formation, he was currently unable to calm the increasing excitement in his heart and couldn't stay still. Now that he had entered core formation, not only was he considered a senior expert in the cultivation world, but his lifespan had been increased to a frightening 600 years. This increase in longevity would allow him to later cultivate with peace of mind. But most important was that he was finally able to make use of his core fire. He could now polish and refine his own magic treasure. With regards to magic treasures, Han Li had 2 in his possession. The immemorial bowl had already been refined by Crooked Soul. As for the green brilliance dagger, he would use it to protect himself for the time being. Ultimately, he would want to refine the long-coveted magic treasure that was described by the Golden Page 2, the Bamboo Cloud's Warm Swords. These swords were refined as a set. After refining them, his strength would massively increase, and he would be capable of sweeping away any cultivators of a similar rank. In addition, now that he had reached the 7th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Art, he could make use of the divine ability, Sword Shadow Phantasm Technique. This caused him to excitedly look forward to his upcoming journey through the cultivation world as a core formation cultivator. He now wanted to hurriedly collect the materials for the magic treasure bamboo cloud's warm sword, so that he could create this magic treasure and begin strengthening it with his core fire and soul. As Han Li was silently contemplating inside his bedroom, his expression suddenly changed and he walked out. During his many years of seclusion, the entrance of his residence had remained sealed. He saw that outside his cave residence's restrictions, there were 8 sound transmission talismans of various colors, knocking against his barriers like headless houseflies. Han Li looked at the scene with raised eyebrows for a moment before taking out his authority talisman and saying, "Receive!" The sound transmission talismans outside the barriers shot into his hand in response. Han Li stood still as he calmly looked through them. Half of the sound transmission talismans were from neighboring core formation cultivators wishing to offer their congratulations. The other half of the sound transmission talismans were invitations from organizations of varying sizes to take a position as a high-ranking guest elder, using exceedingly rare treasures as payment. There was even one that offered 2 stunning maids as a recruitment gift right from the start. After looking through the details of their offers, Han Li inwardly rolled his eyes. He politely replied to the core formation cultivators offering their congratulations and gave a direct refusal to the many organizations. He didn't believe that he could take it easy and be without worry now that he reached core formation. He still had to use a bit of time to consolidate his core. Furthermore, Han Li considered it advantageous to maintain a low profile. In the coming days, Han Li started to frequently pay a visit to the cave residences of nearby core formation cultivators and humbly ask them for advice regarding what should be done after achieving core formation. Because the topic at hand wasn't some sort of secretive issue, these cultivators were happy to chat with him and give him a few pointers. Han Li ended up profiting quite a bit from these visits. However, a few cultivators felt very envious of how Han Li had managed to preserve his youthful appearance before achieving core formation. After all, apart from a minuscule group consisting of either geniuses with heavenly aptitude or those like Han Li who cultivate with the assistance of many spiritual medicines, most core formation cultivators had reached quite a considerable age by the time of their core formation. Although their lifespans had greatly increased after reaching core formation, they didn't regain their youthful appearance. At most, they would appear less sickly or haggard as they grew older. Naturally, there were a few cultivators that practiced a cultivation art that had the wondrous effect of preserving one's appearance, and were also part of the group which preserved their youthful appearance after core formation. Han Li happened to still have a few face-setting pills on hand. As he wasn't particularly attached to them, he traded them with the core formation cultivators for a few rare items, much to everyone's satisfaction. Although Han Li didn't end up becoming close friends with any of them, they became familiar enough that he had an amiable relationship with them, capable of calling one another brother and fellow Taoist. During this time, Han Li had also refined the green brilliance dagger while searching for magic treasure and grade 3 puppet materials. There were many materials capable of refining magic treasures along with refinement techniques of almost every description. Apart from the power and efficacy, using top-quality materials to refine a magic treasure would result in far superior power and an even greater upgrade potential than those refined using common materials. Additionally, even if the same materials were used, there will be great differences in both power and efficacy depending on the secret techniques used to refine them. Thus, apart from the common magic treasure refinement techniques known to everyone, the exceptional secret refinement techniques were kept hidden by sects and other great powers, not easily divulged to outsiders. However, this didn't mean that the best materials combined with the best treasure refinement technique would result in a magic treasure with inexhaustible potential might. What was most important to a magic treasure's strength was the constant refinement and nourishment from the cultivator's primal soul. If the master of a peerless magic treasure was unwilling to spend the time to nurture it, its power may be inferior to that of a common magic treasure. In fact, it wasn't exactly a rare occurrence. As for the bamboo cloud's warm swords, its main material was thousand-year spirit bamboo as the name implied. This material was easy for Han Li to acquire by spending a bit of time and taking advantage of the abilities of his small bottle. However, using common types of bamboo was beneath him. He wanted to acquire the rumored divine bamboo as the primary material for his magic treasure refinement. As a result, Han Li had attentively kept watch on the city market of Heavenly Star City until now. However, he wasn't able to find anything that satisfied him. Although he felt somewhat anxious, Han Li felt that it would be better to have nothing if he couldn't have the best and could only leave the matter of refining his magic treasure for later. Fortunately, as he had the green brilliance dagger as well as a few treasure talismans, he wouldn't have to worry for a while. Since he couldn't refine his magic treasure, Han Li turned his eyes towards refining new puppets. According to the Puppet Sutra, the strength of grade 3 puppets were equivalent to mid-foundation establishment cultivators. As such, the materials required to refine them were even more precious than those for grade 2 puppets. In addition, these puppets came in several different shapes. After some deliberation, Han Li chose the puppet that primarily used wood element materials, the ape-styled puppet. Although this puppet required much older ironwood along with the rare sky crystal wood, they were wood-type materials. Han Li could use his green liquid on them and massively decrease their cost. But even with this, the higher-grade supplementary materials combined with the increased number of puppets he could control was sure to add up to an increasingly frightening cost. Although this amount of spirit stones wouldn't bankrupt him, it would consume all of the materials he had accumulated. Helpless, Han Li could only sell off another portion of the rare materials he acquired from the grade 5 demon beasts and postpone poverty for the time being. However, Han Li didn't expect that his actions caught the eye of an observant individual despite being so careful. One day, just as he finished selling off some materials to a minor traveling merchant, a young woman as charming as a flower blocked his way back to his cave residence. "Are you Senior Han? My clan's madam wishes to invite Han Li to the nearby Clear River Tea House. Would Senior give me the honor of accepting? If you refuse, this junior will be heavily punished by my mistress." "I'm not interested." After a mere glance at the young woman, Han Li refused without the slightest hesitation. He was able to make out that although this woman was a mere chi condensation cultivator, she cultivated some kind of charming technique. If he were inexperienced or careless, he definitely would have made an embarrassment of himself. The 17-year-old woman was alarmed at Han Li's refusal and hastily implored him, "Senior Han, if you don't go, this junior will be punished for failure." When the young woman said that, Han Li turned around and left with an indifferent expression. Although he didn't know whose authority she was acting under, he had no interest in meeting a stranger. "Senior Han, please wait." The exquisite sound sex junior fan Jingmei pays her respect to Senior Han. "I hope Senior will forgive Lianer for her offenses. I will properly discipline her later." After Han Li took 2 steps away from the young woman, he heard a pleasant female voice. He couldn't help but stop and turn his head for a look. At some unknown time, a woman covering her face with a muslin veil had appeared beside the young woman. Although her face was concealed, Han Li was able to make out that her skin was as white as snow and her hair was black and shiny, coiled high around her head. Her 2 eyes, clear as water, stared at Han Li without blinking. "I do not recognize you, miss. If you have any business, please make it short. I wish to return to my residence and cultivate." Han Li calmly spoke with an unsociable tone. Fan Jingmei was startled for a moment before replying with a faint smile. "Since Senior Han is so straightforward, I will be direct as well. Senior has recently sold off large quantities of rare demon beast materials. Our sect is greatly interested in these materials and wishes to have a chat with Senior. However, there are far too many people here. How about we take this discussion to a quiet room in a tea house?" After hearing her explanation, Han Li carefully examined the woman with narrowed eyes for a moment. After seeing her reveal bashfulness, Han Li stiffly said, "Fine. Lead the way. Many thanks for Senior's kindness. Senior Han, please follow me." The woman revealed slight happiness and hastily walked forward with light steps. As for the young woman, she dejectedly followed after her. However, although the young woman walked in front, she couldn't help but turn her head and steal a look at Han Li. But when her gaze met Han Li's, she quickly turned her head around in fright, and her ears revealed a strong shade of red. When Han Li saw this, he revealed a mysterious smile and inwardly chuckled. The tea house wasn't far away. After a short moment, Han Li entered a pavilion with a huge flag saying, "Tea." There were quite a few people drinking tea at this time. When a middle-aged man drinking tea saw the 2 women walk in, he hastily ran towards them and said, Martial Ant, the room is ready. You and your guest may enter. Good. Bring us there and stand guard by the door afterwards. Fan Jingmei indifferently commanded. Understood. The middle-aged man then led Han Li and the other two to an elegant room on the second floor. There was a gray-clothed old man in the room that was calmly brewing a pot of piping hot tea. His eyes didn't show the slightest change as he watched Han Li and the others enter the room. Elder Zhao, sorry for the long wait. This is Senior Han, the owner of those demon beast materials. After entering the room, Fan Jingmei spoke to the gray-clothed old man with a respectful tone. The gray-clothed old man replied, "Oh, so it's fellow Taoist Han. Please sit." This old man just steeped a pot of ice cloud spirit tea. "Please have a taste." Han Li frowned. There was nothing odd about the old man's appearance apart from unusually red cheeks, as if he had just recovered from a grave illness. He couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. His current spiritual sense was far stronger than cultivators of the same rank. In an instant, he was able to see that the old man was an early core formation cultivator. Han Li didn't say anything in refusal and bluntly took a seat across from the old man. Han Li indifferently stared at the old man as he poured a cup of fragrant tea, but didn't move to take it. Han Li didn't mean to slight the old man as he was acting out of habitual carefulness. He definitely wasn't going to drink something from an unfamiliar place. The old man didn't reveal any displeasure at Han Li's cautious actions. Instead, he faintly smiled and poured himself a cup, placing all other matters to the back of his head for that instant. "Senior Han, we've come to find you on behalf of the Exquisite Sound Sect to purchase all of your remaining demon beast materials. Let's discuss the price." Just as Fan Jingmei sat down, she gently spoke to Han Li with a dainty composure. How could Han Li easily admit to still having many rare materials despite not knowing their intentions? After some calm thought about what they had said, Han Li decided to block them for the time being. "It is true that I had previously acquired quite a few demon beast materials. However, I have just sold my last batch. I fear that must disappoint you." When Lady Fan heard Han Li's refusal, she sweetly smiled and softly spoke with a hint of laughter. "It seems Senior Han wishes to fool us. Although our sect doesn't know how many demon beast materials you have, we are certain that it's a large amount. Otherwise, Senior Han wouldn't have so carefully sought out small, traveling merchants to sell them to. In addition, every transaction was done in very small amounts, and you look for a different buyer every time. Had our sect not happened to be gathering related materials, it's likely we wouldn't have discovered something was amiss. Senior sure is scared of having his wealth exposed. If this is the case, Senior Han can dispel those fears. Although our sect isn't some sort of superpower, our sect holds quite a positive reputation in the scattered star seas. If Senior were to sell all the materials to us, it would save us the trouble of repeatedly purchasing them from small merchants." The woman spoke with a beaming smile and a calm appearance. However, Han Li's eyes coldly glinted, and he slightly scowled. Finding out you had been secretly investigated wasn't a happy matter. In response to Han Li's scowl, Lady Fan suddenly changed the subject and gave Han Li an explanation. "Senior Han, please don't blame me for my rude conduct from before. This matter is quite urgent, and we had to make use of a majority of our power in Heavenly Star City to track you down. We hope that Senior will provide us assistance, just this once." This time, she had placed herself in a weaker position with her words and gaze revealing a slight intention to implore. Han Li's scowl gradually subsided, but he didn't give an immediate response. Instead, he started to lightly tap the table with an indifferent expression. At this moment, Han Li's mind was continuously churning through lines of thought, analyzing the pros and cons at lightning speed. Although he didn't know why the Exquisite Sound Sect required such a large quantity of demon beast materials, they clearly believed that he possessed what they desired. If Han Li further denied them, it would only serve to create a meaningless grudge. While he hadn't heard of the Exquisite Sound Sect before, they shouldn't be too weak, given the appearance of Elder Zhao. Han Li didn't wish to make an enemy of them without good reason. In addition, he possessed a bit too many demon beast materials. If he continued to sell them off bit by bit, it would only be a matter of time before he was found out. As such, Wouldn't it be better to take advantage of this opportunity and cleanly handle the matter all at once? After all, this was Heavenly Star City where fights were prohibited. He wouldn't have to worry about anything going amiss. With that thought, Han Li was silent for a moment more before serenely saying, "Since you've spoken as such, I won't further conceal the truth. I do possess a few of the demon beast materials that your sect desires, but I don't know whether or not I have enough to satisfy you." The two women revealed joy at Han Li's admittance. As for the old man sipping tea as if he were above the world, he gazed at Han Li with a much more relaxed expression. "How much are you in possession of?" Lady Fan impatiently asked, gazing at Han Li in anticipation. Han Li faintly smiled and replied with an astonishing number, much to the pleasant surprise of the woman. Although she knew Han Li possessed quite a bit, she didn't expect the quantity to be at such a degree. She could finally finish her mission. "I want all of those materials. Does Senior have time to do the trade today?" The exquisite sound sex Lady Fan couldn't keep her composure and spoke with a slight tremble in her voice, fearful that Han Li would change his mind. Han Li felt quite surprised at this woman's impatience. However, he also felt that it would be best for this trade to made as quickly as possible. There would be less time for any unwelcome problems to appear. After some thought, he said, "I do. Let's do the trade here. Lady Fan should go get the spirit stones. I'll go and fetch the demon beast materials." Han Li's clear decisiveness was in agreement with the woman's intentions. She repeatedly nodded her head with a gaze of happiness. Han Li then indifferently stood up and took his leave, walking out of the room in large strides. A moment after Han Li disappeared from view, Lady Fan's excited appearance gradually faded away. She suddenly turned her head towards the old man and asked, "Senior Zhao, how is his cultivation? I've heard that he had just achieved core formation. He shouldn't have had the time to refine a magic treasure. If you were to take him by surprise, could you overcome him? If you are confident, we would be able to save quite a huge sum of spirit stones." By the time this woman icily said those words, her dainty temperament had changed into a chilling, sinister expression. "Impossible! Although this person hasn't been in core formation for long, his cultivation art is unordinary. Not only is his magic power exceedingly pure, but his body conceals the faint chi of a magic treasure. While he didn't have the time to secretly refine a magic treasure, he is in possession of an inherited magic treasure. We cannot look down on him." Elder Zhao shook his head and opposed the suggestion. The woman's eyes glinted with a strange expression as she slowly said, "So it seems this person isn't weak. How about we pull him into our operation in the coming month? If things go smoothly, we can spend a bit to rope him in. If things goes unfavorably, we can just abandon him. That really is a good method. But from the recent conversation, he appears to know when it is appropriate to retreat despite appearing so youthful. It doesn't seem he will be easily taken advantage of. What is your grasp of the situation? Are you thinking about seducing him?" As the old man spoke, he revealed displeasure. Lady Fan shot a glance at the old man. Then, while stifling laughter, her eyes revealed fawning. "Hee, Senior, you're jealous. Relax. I won't touch any man apart from you." She pulled away at her muslin shawl to reveal her extremely enchanting face. The old man originally appeared somewhat sickly, but upon seeing the woman, he was at a loss for words, and his cheeks flushed to an even deeper red. This scene left Lady Fan feeling very satisfied. "Senior, in order to protect me, you suffered a great injury. It is something that I will always remember." After saying this, Lady Fan spun her lithe, well-endowed body around and slid into the old man's embrace, caressing the old man's chest with her slender white hands. At this moment, Lady Fan's face revealed overflowing thoughts of love, and her eyes appeared moist to the point of overflowing with tears. Her alluring beauty was capable of even resurrecting dead men. The old man let out a breath as the woman's white hand climbed up his chest out of impatient desire. He then crudely responded by embracing her fragrant body with equivalently impure intentions. This scene caused the young woman who still remained in the room to deeply blush. She averted her gaze with a lowered head. Liener, how about you wait outside and report back once he returns? Lady Fan softly whispered as if she had moaned. Yes, of course. The young woman hastily responded as if she were being spared and stepped out of the room. But before she even left the room, they still continued. That young girl has become far more beautiful these past 2 years. How about you give me a few years to teach her a couple things? Since good things shouldn't be given to outsiders. Bah! You're dreaming. I only kept her around because she was useful. I forbid you from laying your hands on her. Could it be that Having clearly heard the two's flirtatious banter, the young woman sighed and left the room. Han Li didn't fly back to his cave residence after leaving the tea house. Instead, he walked along the road and suddenly turned a corner into the rear of a nearby store. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and calmly stood in silence. A long while later, Han Li frowned and opened his eyes. He had just attempted to stealthily use his spiritual sense to return to the tea house and listen in on what they said afterwards. However, he hadn't expected to be blocked by a layer of restrictions as he approached their room. These restrictions couldn't be considered to high quality and could be easily broken through with Han Li's spiritual sense. However, it would cause far too much of a commotion and ruin his plan of stealthily spying on them. Since Han Li wasn't able to forcefully continue, he withdrew his spiritual sense. It seems the exquisite sound sect isn't to be trifled with. They've left no holes to be exploited. Han Li opened his mouth and spat out the inch-long green dagger and used it to fly back to his cave residence. After returning to his residence, Han Li went to his hidden room and retrieved the storage pouch holding the demon beast materials. He then called out to Crooked Soul, having him accompany him back to the tea house for safety. The journey back and forth had taken quite a few hours. Fortunately, by the time Han Li and Crooked Soul returned to the tea house, Lady Fan's subordinate, the middle-aged man, was anxiously waiting for him. Upon seeing Han Li approaching, he immediately ran inside with a happy expression. Han Li saw that he went back to report to Lady Fan and didn't seem to mind. He then calmly walked inside with Crooked Soul. By the time Han Li arrived at their room, the young woman and the middle-aged man were respectfully waiting for him. Elder Zhao and Lady Fan are awaiting you. The woman spoke with a careful, respectful expression. After she finished, she stole a curious glance at Crooked Soul. Without any intention of introducing Crooked Soul, Han Li nodded his head and bluntly entered the room with Crooked Soul close behind him. The young woman hesitated for a moment, but she didn't dare to step forward and investigate him. Lady Fan had covered her face beforehand. Upon seeing Han Li enter, her eyes lit up in a graceful welcome. Senior Han has arrived quite quickly. I had believed you would have taken a moment more. Huh. This senior is? Lady Fan's beaming smile froze after seeing Crooked Soul. This is my good friend, Crooked Soul. After hearing of this matter, he wished to have a look. I'm sure Lady Fan doesn't mind, yes? Han Li chuckled and de-emphasized Crooked Soul's presence. Of course not. Please have a seat. Lady Fan took a good look at Crooked Soul's ugly face and his ice-cold expression for a moment before speaking with a sweet smile. She secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, they hadn't planned to carry out any foul play. Otherwise, they would have provoked a great enemy, given the appearance of his core formation associate. In addition, her intentions to rope in Han Li only grew stronger. The materials are all in here. Please, take a look. Han Li was straightforward. After taking a seat, he threw the 2 pouches containing the demon beast materials on the table. When Lady Fan saw this, she was unable to conceal her joy and expressed her thanks before picking up the storage pouch and examining them with her spiritual sense. Afterwards, she handed the pouch over to Elder Zhao. The old man calmly received the pouch and examined the items within for appraisal. This took some time because the quantity of materials were far too great in number. While this was happening, Lady Fan was chatting with Han Li while wearing a beaming smile and unconsciously made an inquiry about the material's origin. But as Han Li was someone of quick mind, he was able to deflect the question and give the woman no information. After a short amount of time, Elder Zhao finished checking the materials and used a voice transmission to give Lady Fan an estimate. After some silent deliberation, she lowered the price by a tenth and offered it to Han Li. When Han Li heard this, he started muttering to himself, causing Lady Fan to somewhat worry. In order to ensure the deal went through, she gritted her teeth and hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to raise the price by 5%. After hearing the new price, Han Li nodded his head and approved. Although he clearly understood the price given was a bit low, being able to sell off all of these items in a single instance was much to his satisfaction. When Lady Fan saw Han Li approve, she felt greatly relieved and handed over a storage pouch containing a small sum of mid-grade spirit stones. The deal was now finished and both sides were satisfied. But as Han Li was about to take his leave, the woman casually said, "I've heard that Senior is looking for some exotic spirit bamboo. I happen to just acquire some information on this. Would Senior be interested in staying to listen?" Han Li's heart strongly stirred and he couldn't help but turn around. At that moment, Lady Fan was looking at Han Li with a smile. Her beautiful eyes were concealing a peculiar glint. Lady Fan, an expert of bewitchment techniques, intended to take advantage of Han Li's shock and stealthily plant a seed deep in his heart. In the future, Han Li would unconsciously become deferential to her as a result. As Han Li met her gaze, he felt a concentrated feeling of attraction towards her. It was smothering and difficult to escape. As his mind had nearly succumbed to the pressure, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Bewitchment technique! Suddenly, Han Li's heart trembled and his expression grew ice-cold. Upon seeing Han Li's icy intent, Lady Fan's heart trembled and her bewitchment technique lost its effect. Fearful, she hastily thought to turn her gaze away, but for some unknown reason, her neck and skull had grown stiff and she was unable to turn her gaze away. She wasn't even able to open her mouth. Cultivation backlash. Once Lady Fan recognized what was happening, she felt her heart drop and did her utmost to break free of Han Li's grasp. "What did you do to Left Envoy Fan?" When Elder Zhao saw that Lady Fan appeared amiss, his eyes coldly glinted and he thought to step forward. However, Crooked Soul then blurred, disappearing from his sight. The old man couldn't help but be alarmed upon his sudden reappearance at his side with a strange movement technique, not knowing whether or not he should take action. At that moment, Lady Fan's expression became heartbreakingly pitiful, begging Han Li to show her mercy as her struggle to break free had been fruitless. Humph! With a cold snort, Han Li released her from his icy gaze. The woman then hastily turned her gaze away as if she were being spared. But at the same time, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and stain her shawl red. "Left Envoy Fan, are you?" Elder Zhao raised his brow upon seeing this and furiously glared at Han Li, wanting to attack. "Elder Zhao, don't get angry. Senior Han treated me leniently. I only suffered chi backlash. Spitting out only a bit of blood is already merciful." Lady Fan hastily stopped the old man from acting out of fury and said this with a wide smile. Having heard this, the old man's expression gradually softened and returned to normal. "I truly didn't think that Senior was an expert proficient in bewitchment techniques. I had impulsively attempted to test you. Please don't blame me too harshly. However, I really do know some minor information on the whereabouts of Heaven Lightning Bamboo." Having seen that Han Li's gaze was still harsh, the woman took the initiative to speak, afraid that Han Li would investigate the previous matter. "Heaven Lightning Bamboo." Han Li's ice-cold expression stirred upon hearing this. Heaven Lightning Bamboo? The same that is known as one of the three great divine woods. Han Li was doubtful of what he heard, but his voice still contained a trace of excitement. Although he planned to use an exceptional bamboo to refine his magic treasure, he hadn't thought of being able to use one of the three great divine woods to refine it. But wasn't it said those three great divine woods have all gone extinct? Lady Fan took out a small jade bottle and swallowed a medicine pill that restored her pale complexion before replying with absolute certainty. "That's right. I have personally handled the item. It is definitely genuine. Could it be that you've already sold it to someone else?" Han Li stared at the woman and his tone grew cold once more. At the same time, he apprehensively thought, could it be this woman hasn't learned her lesson and wishes to use me to handle her dirty work? After a moment of hesitation, Lady Fan decided to give an explanation with an honest appearance. No, this item was originally to be auctioned off in Heavenly Star City. However, we didn't expect for a majority of our goods to be robbed during transport. Our sect has managed to find the hideout of our thieves, and are inviting righteous Taoists to take care of them in a single blow. It was stolen? Han Li's gaze flashed with distrust. Although Senior isn't convinced, this matter is completely true. Lady Fan then revealed a wry smile. 2 months ago, our store was undergoing a large transaction. The profit was such that our exquisite sound sect wouldn't have had to conduct business for another 10 years. Thus, our sect collected a large amount of materials and sent them off, escorted by our sect master Wang and the majority of our experts. However, a group of masked cultivators intercepted our convoy. The techniques of their 6 core formation cultivators were profound and evil, and the remaining cultivators were proficient in cooperative techniques. Our sect master was overwhelmed and died at the scene, and the storage pouches holding the items were stolen. A majority of our ordinary sect disciples perished in the attack as well. Were it not for 2 of our elders throwing caution to the wind and using secret techniques that lowered their cultivation, they would have killed us all and no one would have known. The woman's voice had turned gloomy and her expression turned remorseful. It wasn't a trap set up by the buyer? Han Li instantly blurted out. That is impossible. Our buyer was a member of the 4 Elements Merchant Union. They have a flawless reputation. Why would they ruin their reputation over robbing such a minor amount of goods, given their strength? Lady Fan lightly shook her head and denied this with a pale face, revealing an appearance of frail powerlessness. Han Li coldly gazed on and didn't say anything. He didn't have the slightest intention of consoling the woman. In response to Han Li's indifference, Lady Fan could only softly put away her grief and continue her explanation. That small stalk of heaven lightning bamboo was the treasure of a small sect. However, the sect had declined extremely far and only had a single remaining descendant. As such, the single descendant had sold the item to our exquisite sound sect. My sect master had carried this item on his body and planned to auction it off at Heavenly Star City after the deal was concluded. We didn't expect it to be plundered as well. But when my sect master was transporting these goods, he had conducted a minor trick on them, and we were able to quickly track down their hideout as a result. However, these thieves have quite a few core formation cultivators among them, and our sect doesn't have the strength to take them down. As a result, this meeting wasn't just about purchasing your goods. We were also assigned the responsibility to scout out high-level cultivators for assistance. Senior's magic power is quite profound. If you are willing to help us, we wouldn't mind giving you the heaven lightning bamboo. The woman chose her words carefully before arriving at her original intention. Han Li's expression was indifferent when he heard this, but his eyes continuously shifted around as if he were thinking about something. When Lady Fan saw this, she knew Han Li was weighing the advantages and disadvantages, and she hurriedly attempted to make the deal sweeter. If Senior still feels the price is low, our sect is willing to gift an outstanding beauty to Senior as a servant. Not interested. Han Li bluntly rejected her without the slightest consideration. The woman immediately revealed disappointment in response. Han Li lightly exhaled and asked a question that greatly surprised the woman. Has the heaven lightning bamboo been refined? Can it continue to age? It hasn't been refined. The heaven lightning bamboo was carefully nurtured by that small sect for over 100 years. It can be further nurtured and continue to sprout out more stalks without a problem. Could it be that Senior doesn't wish to use it to refine a magic treasure and wishes to leave it behind for his descendants? However, the heaven lightning bamboo grows extremely slowly. After every 1,000 years, it only grows by only an inch. It is truly difficult to breed. The woman asked, baffled. Han Li didn't respond to her question, lowering his head in contemplation. Just when Elder Zhao started to appear impatient, Han Li finally came to decision and calmly said, in addition to the heaven lightning bamboo, we still require another item as payment. After all, Crooked Soul is taking action alongside me. That isn't a problem. Our sect finds these conditions acceptable. Lady Fan agreed to the conditions with a beaming smile, as if she had no intention of arguing. Since this is the case, send someone to inform me at my cave residence when the time comes. Surely your esteemed sect should know where it is. Without waiting for Lady Fan to say anything more, he cupped his hands and quickly left with Crooked Soul, not allowing her any additional opportunities to use any of her bewitchment techniques. Han Li's blunt departure left Elder Zhao and Lady Fan looking at each other in dismay. Lady Fan's eyes revealed complicated emotions as her face continuously shifted between clear and gloomy. After returning to his cave residence, rather than quietly waiting for the Exquisite Sound sect to call on him, he visited a few of his core formation cultivator acquaintances and made a few inquiries about the Exquisite Sound sect. Surprisingly, they had all heard of this sect before. One of them even had previous transactions with them. According to what they said, the Exquisite Sound sect was acceptable and their business dealings were good. However, their sect had only had women in positions of power for generations. This included the position of sect master. The Exquisite Sound sect's strength couldn't be said to be powerful. Apart from the sect master, the only other high positions were the envoy of the left and the envoy of the right. As such, it was only natural that they would employ 2 or 3 guest elders as support. Among mid-grade powers, they could be considered to be among neither the best nor the worst. But even with their strength being nothing of note, they weren't to be easily provoked. This was because the female cultivators of the Exquisite Sound sect were each as beautiful as a flower and well-cultured. Those in power would often fight over their outstanding female cultivators to be their Dao companion. As such, they received quite a bit of both open and hidden support. However, what Han Li was most concerned about was that while their reputation was decent, he heard that they had plotted a small number of malicious conspiracies to murder other cultivators. But what was most famous about the Exquisite Sound sect were their bewitchment techniques. There were a large number of male cultivators that had become completely infatuated with their sect's female disciples. After acquiring this information, Han Li felt that he now had a general understanding of the Exquisite Sound sect. After some consideration, it seemed that he would have to take this job as he was unable to resist the Heaven Lightning Bamboo. As such, ever since he had returned to his cave residence, he started to quickly craft grade 3 puppets without end. Half a month later, a sound transmission talisman flew into Han Li's hand. After Han Li took a look, he tranquilly arranged his items, and then brought Crooked Soul along with his 2 bloodjade spiders out of his cave residence. When he arrived at one of Heavenly Star City's gates, the young woman named Liener was waiting for him apprehensively. When she saw Han Li and Crooked Soul arrive, she hastily ran over to them with a smile and said, "Seniors, my mistress wishes for me to bring you to the island we're gathering at. We will then set off on our journey afterwards." Han Li nodded his head and wordlessly spit out his green brilliance dagger. After wrapping the girl in the dagger's light, he flew off. Crooked Soul turned into a streak of yellow light and followed after them. This seemed to be the young woman's first time using a magic treasure to fly. Between occasionally giving Han Li some directions, she continuously gazed at Han Li's sword light with great curiosity. But whenever her gaze met Han Li's, she bashfully turned her head away. The young woman and Han Li were quite close within the sword light, almost touching each other. If Han Li slightly lowered his head, he would be able to see her white, flawless neck and smell the woman's sweet fragrance, taking advantage of his minor amount of luck. The woman seemed to have noticed this and her cheeks blushed a result, leaving Han Li feeling quite amused. He couldn't help but wear a mysterious smile. He had guessed that since Lady Fan sent her personal servant to guide his way, she was attempting to use a genuine beauty to entrap him as her bewitchment techniques had proven ineffective on him. With that thought, he inwardly sneered and presumptuously took a deep whiff of the young woman's scent, causing her to slightly tremble. Her delicate, white ears turned pink, and she appeared somewhat panicked. However, Han Li's imprudent actions stopped there, and he didn't progress a single step further. The young woman eventually regained her calm and continued to give Han Li directions. An hour later, Han Li descended onto a small barren, nameless island. About 100 meters away from the mountaintop, in addition to Lady Fan and Elder Zhao, There were over a dozen people sitting in meditation or whispering amongst themselves. There were 5 core formation cultivators, and the others were late foundation establishment. It seemed that the exquisite sound sect had spent quite a bit of their influence to gather this many people. Upon seeing her servant arrive together with Han Li and Crooked Soul, Lady Fan couldn't help but reveal happiness and hastily walked over with light steps. It is truly fortunate for our sect that you 2 seniors have agreed to come. Let me introduce you to the others. The woman's eyes appeared to be overflowing with emotion. She introduced Han Li and Crooked Soul to a core formation cultivator surnamed Meng and 4 foundation establishment cultivators. But what was baffling was that after Lady Fan introduced them to these people, as if in an attempt to demonstrate her power, she didn't introduce them to the others. Lady Fan looked at a pretty woman wearing lotus green clothing, and Han Li followed her gaze, realizing that the cultivators she hadn't introduced to them appeared to be affiliated with the green-clothed woman. The woman had long eyebrows, upturned eyes, and a tall, slender nose. Her elegant eyes seemed to conceal a baleful aura. From a single glance, one could tell that she held a position of authority. However, her appearance aroused a desire to conquer her among men. This woman coldly laughed after seeing Lady Fan, but she appeared slightly shocked upon seeing Han Li and Crooked Soul. She then turned around and whispered to a middle-aged cultivator behind her, not paying attention to Lady Fan in the slightest. "Who is she?" Han Li asked with a calm expression. Fan Jingmei gave a start before begrudgingly giving an answer. "Zhuo Ruding, our sect's envoy of the right." Han Li couldn't help but take another glance at this woman, much to the displeasure of Fan Jingmei. Han Li didn't have any unbecoming thoughts towards this Zhuo Ruding. He merely felt that the grace and appearance of this woman gave him a feeling of strong familiarity, and he couldn't help but sink into contemplation. Lady Fan grew sullen upon seeing this and turned to speak with Crooked Soul. However, Crooked Soul remained expressionless while she spoke and didn't utter a single word in response, leaving her even gloomier. Vetoed. The author is free to share his discretions. Nan Gong Wan. Han Li eventually found the origin of his feeling of familiarity. Although the appearance of the female cultivator named Shuaruten differed from Nangong Wan, the slight similarity between their elegant grace stirred his heart's deepest depths. Now knowing the cause of this feeling, Han Li looked at Zhou Ruding before turning his gaze away and calming the great disturbance in his heart. However, ever since Han Li and Crooked Soul had arrived, Lady Fan and Zhuo Ruding showed no intention of wanting to immediately set off. Instead, they were occasionally looking towards the sky as if they were waiting for someone. Han Li was somewhat puzzled by this, but he didn't bother to ask any questions. Instead, he found a desolate corner and sat there with Crooked Soul, quietly waiting for the mission to start. They waited for nearly a day. Were these people not cultivators, each completely patient, they would have long started complaining. But even with this being the case, people still revealed dissatisfaction. Lady Fan and Zhuo Ruding revealed slight worry under these circumstances and begrudgingly met to converse in whispers. When Han Li saw this, he speculated who exactly they were waiting for before suddenly being interrupted by the sounds of thunder coming from the appearance of a black streak at the edge of the sky. As the black streak quickly approached them, the many cultivators sitting in meditation each stood up and gazed at it with amazed expressions. In the blink of an eye, the black streak had already arrived above them. Han Li and the others were now able to clearly see that this black streak was actually a black cloud with a diameter of about 20 meters. Its area was large enough to cover the entire mountaintop. With its occasional rumbles of thunder and flashes of lightning, it appeared even more bizarre. As the crowd was blankly staring at the black cloud, a woman's cold voice suddenly came from within. "Senior Scarlet Flame, you can let me down now. I wish to speak with my 2 senior martial sisters." "Hee, of course." An extremely hoarse voice gave a croaking reply. Lady Fan's and Zhuo Ruding's expressions changed slightly upon hearing the voices, and they glanced at one another. The other cultivators figured out the origins of the black cloud, and their expressions became bright. Just as Han Li was restless and confused, he heard one of the other cultivators mutter, "The exquisite sound sect has quite some ability." They were actually able to invite Turtle Source Island's eccentric scarlet flame. Han Li was able to clearly hear this person's whisper through use of his exceptional spiritual sense. After hearing it, his heart trembled. When Han Li heard the words Turtle Source Island and eccentric scarlet flame, Han Li immediately knew of the Black Cloud's origins. When he was getting acquainted with a few core formation cultivators, they had mentioned the grand reputation of Turtle Source Island's eccentric scarlet flame several times. This late core formation cultivator had long become well known in the scattered star seas from the unpredictability of his water sunflower devilish art and his brutal ruthlessness. Many people had also said that eccentric scarlet flame was extremely likely to enter nascent soul. It was only a matter of time before he became a great hero similar to martial ancestor Zenith Een. As he was the sole hegemon of Turtle Source Island, no one dared to easily provoke him. As such, he could be considered to be an impressive person of renown. Could it be that the exquisite sound sect had requested for him to come here to assist them? Han Li calmly raised his head and carefully examined the black cloud with a vigilant heart. At that moment, the black cloud furled out a gap and a slender woman dressed in violet royal garments flew out. She carried herself with graceful elegance, but her face was concealed by a faint purple chi. When Lady Fan and Zhuo Ruding saw her appear, they immediately stepped forward to welcome her. Junior Martial Sister Wang, why is eccentric Scarlet Flame here? Could it be that you invited him? That wasn't necessary, Zhuo Ruding softly asked with a slight frown. That's right. This eccentric isn't to be easily provoked. Devils are easily invited but hard to get rid of. In addition, our current manpower is already sufficient. Lady Fan spoke with a heavy expression, revealing a slight trace of dissatisfaction. Didn't you two senior martial sisters also believe that we had enough manpower while transporting the goods? The violet-clothed woman faintly stated without paying attention to the other two's worries. Lady Fan immediately understood what she had meant and asked with bewilderment. Junior martial sister? What do you mean? Does the enemy have other problematic characters? Zhuo Ruding also revealed an astonished expression. I've received information that their lair is being overseen by their leader, a late core formation cultivator. As the manpower that senior martial sisters have gathered fell short, I took a trip to Turtle Origin Island to persuade eccentric Scarlet Flame to help us. After hearing this, the two senior women looked at each other in doubt and said no more. Although they knew that their junior had paid an enormous price to convince eccentric Scarlet Fire to aid them, this wasn't the time to address it. It was best left for after the matter at hand was concluded. At that moment, the violet-clothed woman swept her gaze past the cultivators on the mountaintop and sized them up before nodding her head as if she was satisfied. Senior martial sisters invited a few more core formation cultivators than expected. With the aid of eccentric Scarlet Flame, we will definitely be able to kill those evil cultivators and avenge my mother. The violet-clothed woman's voice turned extremely cold, filled with intense killing intent. Be at ease. We will definitely avenge our sect master and repay this debt, Zhuo Ruding slowly said as she lightly brushed her beautiful, jet-black hair. That's right. Sect master treated us with great kindness. We will give up our lives if it means killing the enemy. Lady Fan solemnly agreed. The violet-clothed woman felt moved and deeply bowed to the two. I have greatly troubled you two senior martial sisters. Since this matter has already been addressed, so long as my mother has been avenged, one of you two will be assuming the position of sect master. I, Wang Ning, do not seek to take that position, the violet-clothed woman decisively said. After this was said, Zhuo Ruding's beautiful face wore a complicated expression. Her red lips opened, but she decided to stay silent in the end. As for Lady Fan, although she managed to keep her expression calm, her eyes held a trace of unconcealable excitement. Not far from Han Li, a cultivator surnamed Meng muttered to himself, that must be the exquisite sound sex fairy violet spirit. It's such a shame that she concealed her face with a magic technique. When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred. He had heard of the fairy violet spirit before. It was said that she was as beautiful as a goddess and was one of the most beautiful women in the scattered star seas. Could that be her? Han Li gazed at the violet-clothed woman in the distance with slight astonishment. At that moment, the three women finished talking, and the violet-clothed woman flew back up towards the black cloud like a goddess. Then the envoys of the left and the right eventually started the operation with solemn expressions. Over a dozen streaks of radiance flew from the mountaintop and headed north in a loose flight formation. Han Li and Crooked Soul occupied a position at the center rear, flying in silence. However, for some unknown reason, the cultivator surnamed Meng flew to Han Li's side and started gleefully chatting with him. Why has fellow Taoist Han agreed to help left envoy Fan? As for me, it was because one of my concubines was one of her direct disciples. I couldn't help but assist them. Could it be that fellow Taoist Han also? I don't have much luck with women unlike fellow Taoist Meng. Lady Fan merely promised to give me an item worth my time. Han Li indifferently said. That is truly a pity. Brother, the best things about the exquisite sound sect are naturally their beautiful female disciples. Particularly the disciples that were personally instructed by their two envoys. Those are truly... Although Han Li remained calm as he listened to the endless jabber, he felt unsure of whether he should laugh or cry. With his speech being overly familiar from the very start, Han Li was reminded of his garrulous senior martial brother back at Yellow Maple Valley and was unable to bear this man any ill will. As such, Han Li occasionally gave him an answer while following the lead of those from the exquisite sound sect, flying towards an unknown location. They eventually arrived on a desolate island where a few lower-level disciples from the exquisite sound sect had been waiting for them for quite some time. They were keeping watch on the bandits' den on a nameless island not far away. Knowing that no one had left the evil cultivator's den, Fairy Violet Spirit flew down from the black cloud and had Han Li and company rest for a moment. On the next morning, they were going to mount a surprise raid. The night quietly passed by. Just as dawn broke, the cultivators silently appeared above the evil cultivator's lair. It's here. Fairy Violet Spirit looked down at the small black island beneath her with confusion. The island was truly small and it only had a radius of about 2 kilometers. It would be more accurate to call this a huge reef. That's right. Not only have the golden cicada wasps arrived at this location, but the two elders have also confirmed it. Those evil cultivators are here, Lady Fansofty said. The violet-clothed woman then silently nodded her head and no longer held doubt. However, this place was obviously a temporary hideout. Not only was the island pathetically small, but there was only an extremely simple illusion formation placed down that was basically worthless. Kill without hesitation, after Fairy Violet Spirit coldly shouted her command. Eccentric Scarlet Flame's bewildering laugh echoed out of his black cloud, easily wiping out their pathetic formation with resounding bolts of lighting. Afterwards, the other cultivators bluntly rushed down. The sound of their formation breaking had obviously alerted the people below. Several sharp whistles sounded out from below. 50 streaks of radiance flourished out, and a large number of cultivators met their advance. The 3 core formation cultivators leading them were surprised to see the exquisite sound sect. But without waiting for their reply, Lady Fan yelled, "Strike!" She then released a silver will magic tool and took the initiative to attack. When the other cultivators saw this, they bluntly followed her lead and attacked. The sky was suddenly filled with flashes of radiance and deafening whistles. Since Han Li was acting under the intention of acquiring the Heaven Lightning Bamboo, he naturally found it embarrassing to stay idle. As a result, he and Crooked Soul casually took out their magic treasures and tied down 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators, preparing to eliminate them in one blow. As 2 core formation cultivators, they should have been able to easily deal with a small group of Foundation Establishment cultivators. However, something shocking had occurred. When the 5 Foundation cultivators discovered that 2 core formation cultivators were attacking them, their clothes were ripped away to reveal fiend demons. Han Li was shocked to the point that his eyes had nearly fallen out of his head despite having seen them before. But even with their greatly increased cultivation and speed, Han Li was no longer a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator. They only managed to resist for a few moments more before Han Li and Crooked Soul turned them to ash with their magic treasures. At this point, Han Li had discovered that their fiend demon transformations were different from that of the Black Fiend School. Not only did their transformations not require an incantation or cocoon, but an elemental blood core wasn't present in their bodies. Han Li felt extremely confused and puzzled. He pondered for a moment on whether or not they had some sort of relationship to the Black Fiend School. But he immediately dropped the thought and attentively looked in the other directions. Now was not the time to ponder these questions. It would be absurd if he allowed anyone to ambush him just because his thoughts were running astray. However, what Han Li saw only made his doubts grow stronger. A majority of the Evil Foundation establishment cultivators had underwent a fiend demon transformation. In addition, they formed small groups and were fiercely fighting with all their might. The 3 enemy core formation cultivators had earlier been restrained by eccentric Scarlet Flame's black cloud and were unable of escaping. Judging from the incessant rolls of thunder from the cloud, it seemed they were being quite strenuously held in place. At the moment, the enemy's several core formation cultivators and many foundation establishment cultivators had been reduced to under half of their original numbers in the blink of an eye. But even so, the remaining survivors still fearlessly fought on. Their dauntless attitude had left many attacking Exquisite Sound sect cultivators greatly astonished. But at that moment, a fierce whistle pierced the air, leaving the Exquisite Sound sect cultivators deafened for a moment. Everyone's expressions had involuntarily changed. "Why are you all standing still? Quickly kill them off. Something troublesome is about to arrive." Eccentric Scarlet Flame's words croaked out of his black cloud, waking the many cultivators from a daze and allowing them to continue their fierce attacks. When the evil cultivators heard the sharp whistle, their spirits were greatly roused, becoming even more tenacious. For the time being, they were unable to be struck down. In the following instant, several streaks of ash-gray light arrived above the island. When the Exquisite Sound sect cultivators saw this, they stopped and stared at the 5 newly arrived core formation cultivators with grave vigilance. The large, middle-aged man leading them had an ashen complexion. Although his facial appearance was ordinary, he wore a menacing expression. His magic power fluctuations far exceeded that of his 4 allies and appeared to be late core formation. The other 4 were merely early core formation cultivators, but they gazed at the Exquisite Sound sect cultivators with rage all the same. "Who are you to dare slaughter the disciples of our hidden fiend sect? We must repay this debt of blood." His expression grew dark after seeing that there weren't many of his disciples left. The others were stunned. These bandits had no idea why they had come to pay them a visit, and they actually spoke so boldly and righteously. A few of the more quick-witted individuals couldn't help but look towards Fairy Violet Spirit, Lady Fan, and were rooting with slight hesitation. Fairy Violet Spirit clear, beautiful eyes revealed a trace of doubt and thought to say something before she was interrupted by a shout. "Stop your nonsense. You've committed crimes that cannot be repaid even with death." Elder Zhao, who had been closely following Lady Fan, suddenly flew out from the crowd and waved his arm, releasing a 3-meter-long streak of fiery light towards the enemy. The middle-aged cultivator furiously grimaced and released an ash-gray devilish chi with a boom. The huge 40-meter-tall aura of ash-gray chi formed a huge misty ghost face in an instant. As soon as the ghost face came into existence, it opened its mouth and fiercely charged forward. Elder Zhao's attack had disappeared within the huge mouth of the ghost face. The ghost face then charged towards Elder Zhao without pause. Suddenly, Elder Zhao revealed panic and quickly blurred several times, returning to the group of allied cultivators at a speed much faster than when he had left them. He loudly yelled, "Everyone, act together. He is a late core formation cultivator. We don't stand a chance if we fight alone." These obviously inciting words caused 2 core formation cultivators and a portion of the Foundation establishment cultivators to immediately release their magic tools and treasures to strike the ghost face. However, a majority of them detachedly gazed on with doubt. The scene appeared somewhat messy. Having seen this, Han Li's face slightly twitched, and he slowly slipped towards the back of the crowd along with Crooked Soul. The situation appeared discouraging. Although he didn't know what was about to happen, Han Li thought to immediately distance himself from the coming danger. "Don't yet act. There is something strange about it. The violet-clothed woman saw that something was amiss and coldly scolded the Exquisite Sound sect disciples. However, the attacking Exquisite Sound sect cultivators seemed to have ignored her and continued their focused attacks on the ghost face. When Han Li saw this, his expression slightly shifted, and his heart felt heavy. The enemy middle-aged cultivator wasn't foolish and also saw that something was queer. After some slight surprise, he decisively waved his hand towards the ghost head, causing it to release a strange hiss. It then opened its mouth and spat out countless ashen spheres of light. The magic tools and treasures that they struck suddenly swayed with instability. He took advantage of this opportunity to have the ghost head fly back towards him. The attacking cultivators were stunned and didn't dare to separate from the group to continue their attack. Can someone tell me what is going on? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fairy Violet Spirit flew out from the group and coldly asked while she stood in between both sides. What's going on? You killed my sect disciples without cause, and you ask their sect master. The middle-aged man coldly said. His eyes had already turned to a shade of a peculiar dark green. The violet-clothed woman emotionlessly met his gaze as she slowly asked, Were you the ones who robbed our Exquisite Sound sect and killed our sect master? The middle-aged man responded with a furious tone. Preposterous! Our Hidden Fiend School has always had very few dealings with outsiders. Why would we do such a contemptuous thing? When the violet-clothed woman heard this, she grew silent and her eyes became ice-cold. When the others heard this, they seemed to realize something, and their expressions became strange. Lady Fan suddenly emerged from the group and slowly proclaimed, It seems that we've fallen into someone's trap. Humph! Was it you that have fallen into a trap, or was it us? The middle-aged man eerily spoke with a resentful expression. The disciples that he had spent such a great number of years nurturing had all died within a day. It was impossible for him to not feel vehement hatred towards them. Were it not for the fact that the Exquisite Sound sect possessed too many core formation cultivators and the uncertainty he held towards the strange cultivator within the black cloud, he would have used the entirety of his strength to heavily wound them despite knowing he had fallen into someone else's trap. As the violet-clothed woman's gaze became completely void of emotion, Lady Fan waited from the side with a bitter smile. Elder Zhao, Elder Fu. How about you give us an explanation? Fairy Violet Spirit slowly turned around and focused her attention on two people within the group. Alternative title following Fairy Violet Spirit's chilling words. The other cultivators focused their gazes towards where Elder Zhao and a middle-aged Confucian scholar expressionlessly stood. The Confucian scholar was another elder of the Exquisite Sound sect that normally accompanied Zhou rooting at her side. When this occurred, Lady Fan and Zhou rooting thought of something, and their expressions became extremely unsightly. Lady Fan's complexion was the worse of the two, and she appeared both flustered and exasperated. Who is secretly spying over there? Eccentric Scarlet Flame suddenly shouted furiously. He then released a series of fiery lightning bolts from his cloud, which attacked a nearby area as if they were living snakes. An originally desolate area suddenly darkened and a vast amount of black chi bursted out, completely consuming the fiery lightning. A short youth then appeared in the aftermath. Wu Chou. Han Li, who had stealthily retreated to the group's rear, inwardly shouted this name upon seeing the youth. At that moment, many of the other cultivators recognized the youth and also cried out in alarm. The members of the Hidden Fiend sect fiercely stared at Wu Chou with even greater alarm. However, when the middle-aged sect leader saw Wu Chou, he wore a queer expression and revealed a faint trace of fear. Hee. As expected of the famed eccentric Scarlet Flame, you're capable of seeing through this young master's secret concealment technique. Wu Chou swept his gaze past the other cultivators without a care and set his sights on the black cloud. Humph! The black cloud snorted and didn't say anything further, causing Wu Chou's expression to darken. With you here, I don't suppose this is a scheme by Zenith Een Island? Zhuo Ruding finally spoke after discovering that something was amiss. That's right. This matter was planned by this young master. The valuables of your Exquisite Sound sect were plundered by my sect's men, and your two elders were under my orders to shift the blame to the Hidden Fiend sect. This was beyond their expectations. Wuchou didn't have any intention of concealing his plans and admitted to everything with a sneer. In addition, his eyes shifted around the violet-clothed woman's body obscenely. The violet-clothed woman merely looked emotionlessly back at Wu Chou in silence. At that moment, Elder Zhao, the Confucian scholar, and the cultivators that had just attacked suddenly flew towards Wu Chou's side, joining Wu Chou in a three-sided confrontation against Fairy Violet Spirit and the Hidden Fiend sect. Although Fairy Violet Spirit and Zhuo Ruding had long guessed the truth, their expressions still became far more serious. Elder Zhao, Elder Meng, our sect has always treated you too well. Why have you done this? With a pale, bloodless complexion, Lady Fan couldn't help but shout this out as Elder Zhao and the others flew towards their side. In order to rival Zhuo Ruding in the exquisite sound sect, she had spent great amounts of effort to rope Elder Zhao in, to the point of even using her own body. But now that he had abandoned her without a word, she was overcome with fury and alarm. Elder Zhao's face twitched and he stiffly said, "Left Envoy Fan, this old man didn't want to do this. However, both of our lives have fallen into their hands. We had no choice in the matter." Lady Fan was stunned for a moment and raised her eyebrows, wanting to say something more. However, she was interrupted by Fairy Violet Spirit's cold voice. "Senior Martial Sister Fan, there is no point in talking. Since the enemy dared to ensnare us, they are certain to have a backer. Let us put this off for later and escape from this calamity first." Wu Chou lecherously stared at the violet-clothed woman's concealed face and clicked his tongue, saying, "Fairy Violet Spirit is indeed worthy of being called peerless. This young master has admired you for quite some time. Would you be interested in marrying this young master? Although this young master has many concubines, I have yet to decide on my main wife." Fairy Violet Spirit said, "Yes, that'd be acceptable." Han Li and the others were all greatly startled by these words. After a moment of surprise, Wu Chou then bewilderingly asked, "Is young Lady Wang serious?" Fairy Violet Spirit answered with a chilling voice, "If you execute all the cultivators that killed my mother, then I will marry you." Wu Chou's happy expression disappeared and he shook his head with a frown. "I cannot do that. Many of my grandfather's trusted aides acted on that day, and I simply do not have the power to execute them. Would Fairy Violet Spirit like to change her condition?" Fairy Violet Spirit then coldly laughed and whispered something to Lady Fan at her side, ignoring Wu Chou. Wu Chou's extremely ugly face flashed with cruelty, but after some thought, he suppressed his fury and turned his gaze to one of the cultivators from the Hidden Fiend sect. "Martial Uncle Son, I didn't expect to see you after so many years. I offer you my sincerest congratulations on nurturing so many disciples." "Martial Uncle?" Wu Chou's proclamation greatly startled the others. Han Li felt his heart thump with great unease. He spread his spiritual sense all around but didn't discover an ambush. He was currently hesitant, not knowing whether he should flee or stay to see how the situation developed. After all, he still didn't know whether or not the matter of the Heaven Lightning Bamboo was forfeit. At that moment, the middle-aged man coldly snorted and replied with an incessantly shifting expression. "I am well. I truly didn't expect to be discovered by your men after taking my disciples out for an exercise. It seems things have gone quite wrong." Wu Chou gazed at the middle-aged man with a trace of insatiable greed and said, "Hee hee, Martial Uncle Son is quite funny. Who would go to the Heaven Mist Seas for several tens of years and be out for a mere exercise? Martial Uncle Son most likely went out for a matter regarding Heaven Void Hall. During that year, those many martial uncles took the ruined Heaven Void map with them. Perhaps Martial Uncle is carrying it with him. The 300th year for Heaven Void Hall's emergence is nearing. However, if Martial Uncle takes the initiative to hand it over to Martial Nephew, then I will personally beg for mercy on your behalf to my martial ancestor to spare your life." Having heard these coercing words, the middle-aged man grew silent for a moment before coldly replying, "We were once his disciples. How could I not know of old devil Zenith Yin's methods? If we give you the map, he'll sadistically move to slaughter us regardless. Furthermore," Wu Chou asked with a frown, "Furthermore, did you really think that you are enough by yourself? Old freak, you no longer need to hide. Quickly, show yourself, the middle-aged man grimly said. After hearing those words, Han Li and the other cultivators were greatly startled and hurriedly looked in every direction. Could it be that Grandmaster Zenith Yin was here? However, their surroundings were still calm and nothing strange occurred. The crowd of cultivators then looked at the middle-aged man and Wuxia with bewilderment. What are you trying to do? How am I not enough? Wuxia started to talk after he recovered from his amazement, but halfway through, his expression grew sluggish, and his expression revealed a trace of peculiarity. After staring at the middle-aged man for a moment, he let out a strange laugh and said, "Not bad. Not bad at all. It's no wonder why you were the disciple I most regarded during that time. You were actually able to see through the identity of this old man." After this was said, Wu Chao's face began to vaguely distort. A short moment later, he had become a thin, ugly old man with squinted eyes, much to everyone's amazement. Afterwards, Han Li and company felt a cold chill down their back. Greater possession technique. Now I know why you had entrusted such an important affair to a junior. You had personally come, despite not being in your own body. The middle-aged man nervously gazed at the old man. Dear disciple, do you still dare to act against your teacher? Without moving his lips, the newly emerged old man spoke with a sharp voice coming from his abdomen. As the noise caused the cultivators' inner ears to ache dully, they involuntarily recoiled back. Humph! Disciple, that year you thought to kill us all without giving us a single moment to explain. You killed many of us and even refined their souls. Did you ever regard us as disciples? Or did you only see us as slaves? Moreover, you are only making use of a possession technique. At best, you will only be able to make use of a third of your cultivation. I have nothing to fear from you. The middle-aged man's words were scornful. He then waved his hands, causing his ghost head to swell and appear even more sinister and fearful. All of the cultivators present were shaken by this bizarre situation, and their expressions were all different. The old man didn't grow furious. Instead, he insipidly said, "That's right. Were it 100 years ago, you'd be correct. It would have been quite difficult to capture you alive with a third of my cultivation. But now..." He then revealed a derisive sneer. The spirit in the middle-aged man's eyes dimmed, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. Could it be that you refined the devilish art? His voice carried a hint of terror. You've guessed quite well. If you obediently give yourself up, I will give you a method of survival. Otherwise, well, you already know, don't you? While the old man said this, he raised his hand and with a boom, a sphere of flames as black as ink appeared in his palm. Heaven-wide corpse fire. You've finally refined it. The middle-aged man's face grew beyond pale, and his voice became hoarse from terror. Grandmaster Zenith Yin sneered and suddenly turned towards the exquisite sound sect, proudly saying, "My mood is quite good today. Thus, I will give you a way to survive. You only have to swear your allegiance to Zenith Yin Island, and you can continue to live freely. However, you all must follow my commands obediently or else your souls will be scattered. I will have you all seal a third of your primal soul into these soul restriction medallions before you leave." With that said, he took out many pitch-black wooden medallions and coldly glared at the group. When the other cultivators heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. Everybody stood in place, neither taking the initiative to grab the medallion nor putting up any brave words of refusal. They merely looked at him in absolute silence. Aside from Han Li and Crooked Soul, there were 3 other core formation cultivators on the side of the exquisite sound sect. Eccentric Scarlet Fire, who was invited by Fairy Violet Spirit, Cultivator Meng, and the man with the aquiline nose that was invited by Zhuo Ruding. As for the others, including Fairy Violet Spirit and Lady Fan, they consisted of 7 late Foundation Establishment cultivators. As for Eccentric Scarlet Flame, who remained hidden in his black cloud, he had already silently released the 3 hidden fiend cultivators and stayed silent. Zenith Yin's expression darkened and he eerily said, "It seems you wish for both your body and soul to be extinguished. Fine. This Grandmaster will fulfill your desires." As soon as this was said, The cultivator with an aquiline nose behind Zhuo Ruding suddenly flew away in a streak of yellow light. Under Zhuo Ruding's furious gaze, he flew 100 meters away in the blink of an eye and coldly snorted, "Humph! Since I hold neither any desire to fight against Great Master nor to be controlled, I will be taking my leave." After this was said, the yellow streak flew another 100 meters further at an impressive speed. When Grandmaster Zenith Een saw this, his eyes released an ominous glint. He lightly waved the hand containing the black fireball towards the yellow streak, causing the black fireball to flash several times and turn into a thin black streak that quickly vanished without a trace. The others were baffled, but when Han Li saw this, his expression tensed up. An instant later, a miserable scream came from the yellow streak, and with a clang, the yellow streak turned into a ball of demonic black flame. The flame soon faded away to reveal nothing aside from a pitch-black throwing knife magic treasure. Han Li let out a breath of cold air. Those black flames were too fast to avoid. He pondered whether or not he could avoid the attack, given he had distance and a concentrated mind. But even at a distance of a kilometer, he would have no method of dodging them. In addition, the intensity of those black flames were absolute and entirely superior to the azure yang devil fire he had previously seen. It wasn't something a common magic treasure was capable of blocking. Knowing that his life could soon end at the mere whim of this expert, Han Li's mouth grew dry and his heart slammed with intensity. It took a majority of his self-control to prevent him from bolting away at that instant. He clearly understood that if he were to act blindly, he would only be hastening to his end. However, giving the enemy a third of his primal soul was a price Han Li was incapable of paying. It would be equivalent to handing over his life. So long as the soul restriction medallion was crushed, the affected cultivator would become an idiot at best, and live the rest of their life with the mind of an infant. At worst, they would go insane and perish. In addition, these vicious primal soul restriction techniques were something that could only be performed by a nascent soul cultivator. Han Li forcefully suppressed his panic and looked at the others to see whether or not they had a good plan. When the nearby core formation cultivator Meng felt Han Li look at him, he only bitterly smiled and shook his head before gloomily turning his gaze back towards Grandmaster Zenith Een. At the front, Fairy Violet Spirit's expression remained clear and cold. But behind her, 10 strings of white jade were intertwined and slightly twisted, leaving Han Li dumbfounded. As for the other cultivators of the exquisite sound sect, their complexions became bloodlessly pale after witnessing the might of the black devil flame. Although their expressions were calm, their eyes contained inconcealable terror. Han Li licked his lips and brought his gaze towards the cultivators of the Hidden Fiend School. After recovering from the awe of witnessing the might of the black devil flame, the middle-aged man squinted his eyes. When Han Li looked at him, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Do not provoke the old devil. Since he is possessing another's body, he can only refine those flames a few times at most. Otherwise, the possessed body will burn away and perish. Right now, we can only act together to get rid of the old devil." As the middle-aged man said this, he turned his gaze towards eccentric Scarlet Flame's black cloud. In his mind, he would only be able to fight against Grandmaster Zenith Een if he joined forces with the late core formation eccentric Scarlet Flame. However, there was no response from the black cloud. This strange occurrence caused Han Li and the others to become nervous. Fairy Violet Spirit in particular gazed at the black cloud with icy intensity. At that moment, Grandmaster Zenith Een coldly laughed and clasped his hands together. After separating them, 2 more black fireballs appeared in his hands. Everyone's complexion abruptly changed as they all stared at the black fireballs. At that moment, the black cloud started to roll, and eccentric Scarlet Flame's faint, hoarse voice could be heard. "Grandmaster Zenith Een, do you wish for me to surrender to you?" "Of course. Since I've personally arrived here via possession, everyone present must either recognize me as their master or die. There will be no exceptions." Grandmaster Zenith Een indifferently replied, looking at the black cloud. "Good, good. Even with a trifling possessed body, you actually dare to take on this island lord. It seems I'll have to test the power of your esteemed self's devil fire, Eccentric Scarlet Flame flew into a rage from humiliation, and the black cloud rumbled with increasing intensity, with sounds of fierce thunder ringing out. Seeing that the talks had collapsed, the Exquisite Sound sect and the Hidden Fiend school cultivators inwardly let out a breath of relief. Since the eccentric was on their side, they still had a fighting chance. After all, Eccentric Scarlet Flame's water sunflower devilish art was extremely well known in the scattered star seas. It may prove to be able to subdue this devil fire. Fairy Violet Spirit suddenly asked, Senior Zenith Een, are you not afraid of the Star Palace coming to knock on your door due to your unrestrained use of the soul restriction technique? To the best of my knowledge, the two heavenly star sages strictly forbid nascent soul experts such as yourself from using them. Although Grandmaster Zenith Een was an old nascent soul devil, his expression slightly changed upon hearing the Star Palace and the heavenly star sages being mentioned. However, he immediately recovered his calm and coldly chuckled. It seems this girl knows quite a bit. However, the Star Palace's ban was only a matter of the past. Do you really believe that the heavenly star sages dare to casually leave Heavenly Star City? Without them acting, the Star Palace has no way of enforcing those restrictions. Those words stunned Han Li and the others like lightning striking from a clear sky. Only the cultivators from the Hidden Fiend sect showed no surprise. It seemed they already knew of this. Fairy Violet Spirit's heart grew sullen, but soon after, she decisively shouted in a cold voice towards the middle-aged man. Deal with the old devil with Eccentric Scarlet Flame and have the others take care of the traitors. Afterwards, we will take on the old devil together. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised, but he immediately understood and waved his arm towards his subordinates, ordering, Follow her instructions for the time being. If we do not strike down the old devil, none of us will survive. Afterwards, he stared at Grandmaster Zenith Een with a mask of frost as Eccentric Scarlet Flame's black cloud arrived above him with a blur. The Hidden Fiend sect's core formation cultivators looked at each other before wordlessly flying towards the Exquisite Sound sect cultivator side, coldly staring at the traitors. Without the fear of facing Zenith Yun's frightening devil fire, the Exquisite Sound sect cultivators' expressions greatly improved, taking out their magic tools and treasures in preparation for combat. But Han Li, who stood at the back of the crowd, stiffly frowned. For some unknown reason, the current circumstances gave him an extremely unpleasant feeling, as if a disaster were about to occur. Something felt wrong to him. But can Grandmaster Zenith Een take them all on by relying on the greater possession technique? He licked his dry lips before thinking for a moment. Then, he quietly gave Crooked Soul a few orders and spat out his green brilliance dagger. Go! The middle-aged man uttered in a low voice. After forming an incantation gesture with his hands, the ghost head bared its fangs and fiercely charged towards Grandmaster Zenith Een while screaming. That same moment, Han Li and the others shot their magic tools and treasures at the Exquisite Sound sect traitors. Naturally, those at Grandmaster Zenith Yin's side hadn't resigned themselves to death and unleashed their own barrage of brilliant light. In the next moment, all kinds of magic tools and treasures intertwined with one another. Zenith Een indifferently glanced at the scene before turning towards the ghost head flying at him, revealing a cold smile. He shot the two black fireballs in his hand towards it. After leaving his hands, the fireballs underwent a series of transformations until becoming inky snakes as thick as a thumb. Then with a whoosh, they pierced into the ghost head's mouth like an arrow. The middle-aged man's face suddenly paled, and he inwardly cried out in alarm. The ghost head suddenly stopped and it began to swell before suddenly rupturing, releasing countless threads of black flame. After the middle-aged man saw this, his complexion somewhat paled, but he immediately took in a deep breath and wore a resolute expression. He slapped the back of his head with all his strength and a thumb-sized bead slowly emerged from his forehead. The bead was made of an exquisite pure white crystal and released a cold white aura. After the bead fully emerged, the middle-aged man secretly transmitted his voice to Eccentric Scarlet Flame with a solemn expression. Brother Scarlet, the old devil's heaven-wide corpse fire can only be restrained by the cold of an extreme magic treasure. I'll use the dark cold bead to capture his attention while you find an opportunity to trap the old devil using your water sunflower devilish arts. This way, we'll have a greater chance of victory. With a muffled grunt coming from the black cloud in response, the middle-aged man's spirits were roused. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and sprayed a mist of blood onto the bead, which began to spin and absorb the entirety of the blood mist. Its white aura contracted and expanded before transforming it into a huge, 3-meter-wide silver sphere that shined with blinding light. Oi, devil! I'll show you the ferocity of my dark cold bead that I refined from profound deep-sea crystal. The middle-aged man gazed at Grandmaster Zenith Een with a malicious expression and grit his teeth. Soon after, he pointed his hand towards the dark cold bead and shouted, "Swiftly!" The silver light sphere swayed several times and released a clear hum before transforming into a white python with the thickness of a bowl. The python then fiercely pounced towards Grandmaster Zenith Een. Grandmaster Zenith Een revealed slight astonishment, but soon after, his disdainful smile reappeared on his face. With a slight tremble of his shoulders, 8 bowl-thick wisps of black chi emerged from behind him. The wisps of black chi were extremely agile. As they floated in the air, they transformed into wolf-type demonic beasts and charged towards the white python with bared fangs and claws. The middle-aged man watched this with raised eyebrows and then loudly shouted as he continuously moved his hands. Streaks of multicolored incantation seals flew from his hands and landed on the body of the white python. The python's eyes suddenly flashed with green light. It coiled its body and silently spouted out a thick white mist of ice, causing the black mist wolves to disappear without a trace. Afterwards, the mist relentlessly continued to approach Grandmaster Zenith Een. Grandmaster Zenith Een finally revealed some surprise. Still, he merely waved a hand in front of his body and summoned a thick black wall of light from the ground with a boom, blocking the white mist. Seeing that the cold white mist had completely occupied Grandmaster Zenith Yin's attention, the middle-aged man hastily sent a voice transmission towards eccentric Scarlet Flame. "Brother Scarlet, act now." "All right." Eccentric Scarlet Flame responded without any hesitation. A short moment after the middle-aged man's roar, the black cloud quickly swelled and started to wildly roll before releasing deafening thunderclaps, bolts of lightning bursting underneath it. "Eccentric Scarlet Flame, you?" The middle-aged man yelled out with an aghast expression before being enveloped in 100 meters of inescapable black clouds. At that moment, eccentric Scarlet Flame cackled strangely. A huge black hand suddenly shot out from the cold white mist and grabbed a hold of the white python, causing it to disperse and return back into the form of a bead. However, it still did its utmost to flicker without end while inside the large hand's grasp as if it were unwilling to give up. At the same time, the middle-aged man's furious roar could be heard among the clangs of thunder. "Old devil, Scarlet Flame, you bastards were working together." His voice was filled with bitter resentment and regret. "Humph! It was just that you were too stupid. Play with Scarlet Flame for now. I will take care of the others first before coming back to chat with you about the matters between a master and his disciple." After indifferently speaking those words, the large black hand faded away to reveal Grandmaster Zenith Een. After giving a cold glance to the black cloud, he brought his gaze towards the dark cold bead in his hand, opened his mouth, and spat a dull mist of black chi over it. The stained bead immediately lost its brilliance and darkened. Grandmaster Zenith Een appeared content, and with a flip of his hand, the bead disappeared without a trace. Despite the long description, eccentric Scarlet Flame's sudden betrayal and Grandmaster Zenith Yin's disposal of the dark cold bead had occurred in only the blink of an eye. However, these events had left the others dumbstruck even as they were on the verge of victory. Fairy Violet's spirit revealed an even greater appearance of incredulity. A majority of the cultivators immediately realized something. After exchanging a mutual glance, they immediately put away the magic treasures and tools they were using to suppress the traitors and scattered, fleeing without a word. They weren't idiots. Under the current circumstances, they would surely die without having their corpses intact. They scattered in every direction and left themselves to the mercy of fate. The quickest ones were obviously the core formation cultivators. What was most astonishing was that Fairy Violet Spirit, Lady Fan, and Zhuo Rooting had made use of an unknown secret technique, jointly making use of a stone tablet magic tool to turn themselves into a streak of tricolored light no slower than the core formation cultivators. As for the quickest among them, it was naturally the two that had slipped away first, Han Li and Crooked Soul. As soon as eccentric Scarlet Flame betrayed the middle-aged man, Han Li and Crooked Soul had retrieved their magic treasures and wordlessly fled as streaks of green and yellow light. Just as the other cultivators had thought to flee, Han Li had already fled over 100 meters away. But when he turned his head to see what had resulted, Han Li was amazed and rejoiced at the sight. Not all of the hidden fiend sex core formation cultivators had fled. The four that had appeared with the middle-aged man had joined hands in a violent assault against eccentric Scarlet Flame and Grandmaster Zenith Een. With expressions of heart-chilling fury, they attacked without any intention of preserving their own lives, leaving the two devils flustered and unable to free themselves. Good. I didn't think that those people were actually your fiend core doppelgangers. I will be sure to make them whole once more. This attack seemed to have greatly angered Grandmaster Zenith Een, and he abruptly laughed from rage. Suddenly, one of the four core formation cultivators let out a miserable wail before he combusted into a ball of raging black fire and turned to ash. Han Li felt his heart tremble and no longer dared to look, focusing instead on speeding forward on his green brilliance dagger. But still, he couldn't help but look at Crooked Soul with a strange expression. After hearing the words, Fiend Core and Doppelganger, the doubts clouding his mind had finally been cleared up. He had originally suspected the Wu Chao's great profound Ing technique had some relationship with the profound Ing scripture contained inside the Emperor of Yu's Jade Slip. Now, his suspicions had finally been confirmed. As for why they were present in both the Heavenly South region and the Scattered Star Seas, he reckoned they had been transported by an ancient transportation formation, most likely through the very one he had used. Now that he thought about it, the rainbow skeleton beside the ancient transportation formation raised a huge question. As for his earlier premonitions, eccentric Scarlet Flame's betrayal during the battle was far beyond what he had expected. His first fight after achieving core formation had ended up just like the difficult situations he had found himself in while he was in Foundation establishment, leaving him with no choice but to flee for his life as before. Feeling great bitterness in his heart, Han Li became beyond gloomy. However, he found this situation to be quite similar to when he had killed the infant carp beast. It should have been a close battle between both sides, but in the end, traitors had appeared and ended up massacring their former allies. With that in mind, he couldn't help but recall the medallion engraved in the shape of a sinister ghost head. He felt that everything seemed to have a relation to it. That was all that came to Han Li's mind before his thoughts were interrupted by two wretched screams behind him, causing his heart to tense up. As of current, he could only hope that Grandmaster Zenith Yin's great arrogance would somehow allow him to escape, as he hadn't set up any contingency plans beforehand. Touché. Just as Han Li was lost in thought, his expression changed, and he stopped in the sky with Crooked Soul. The originally empty area ahead of him had suddenly become vaguely distorted. With a hum, a human-like demon climbed out of the distortion and smiled at them, revealing its vicious, rotten teeth. What? Han Li couldn't help but shout upon seeing this. Its body was dark green and covered in shiny, black armor. While it was unarmed, it had extremely sharp, inch-long fingernails. A refined corpse? The strong, putrid smell of a corpse came from the demon, allowing Han Li to recognize its true identity, much to his dismay. From its appearance, it couldn't possibly be the low-grade, armored corpse. It was most likely a corpse refined by Grandmaster Zenith Een using some extraordinary method. With that in mind, Han Li waved his hand, causing his green brilliance dagger to transform into a 10-meter-long flood dragon and fiercely charge forward. At the same time, Crooked Soul silently raised his finger and shot out a fine beam of bloody light that faded away in the blink of an eye, a blood spirit drill that Crooked Soul had arduously refined. With the sound of a splatter, the blood spirit drill pierced through the refined corpse's lower chest and left a small hole, causing the refined corpse to look down at it in surprise. Han Li rejoiced and willed the green flood dragon to follow through. The flood dragon scattered into green brilliance, throwing the refined corpse back by 10 meters. The corpse then let out a low roar and immediately stood up, glancing at Han Li with an ominous glint. Not good. This refined corpse isn't affected by the attacks of common magic treasures. Han Li hastily recalled his green brilliance dagger with a sunken heart. The corpse was completely unaffected by Han Li's strike. Even the small wound it received from the blood spirit drill was healing at a visible rate. Han Li's expression darkened and he joined together with Crooked Soul, flying out in a single streak of light, wanting to slip past the side of the corpse. Han Li wasn't scared of any danger the refined corpse may pose to him, but the time it would take away would allow Grandmaster Zenith Een to catch up to him. Han Li stole a glance behind him afterwards. He saw that the other fleeing cultivators were also blocked by a great number of refined corpses. As Han Li's heart trembled, he and Crooked Soul propelled their streak of light using the entirety of their power, soon passing the refined corpse. The eyes of the corpse then flashed with green light, and its body suddenly blurred, disappearing from sight. Seeing this incredibly familiar scene, Han Li suddenly dodged to the side out of reflex, dodging a 5-clawed streak of black sword light. The attack whistled past him until it dispersed about 40 meters away. Han Li inhaled a breath of cold air and turned his head away from the sword light. As expected, the refined corpse was standing not far behind him with 2 sharp claws, extended by several inches of black light. What speed! The corpse had traveled no less than 100 meters from its original location in a mere instant. That was nearly as fast and stealthy as Han Li's own movements when he used the shifting smoke steps on land. The demon had even used it in the air. That was truly beyond reason. Han Li's complexion grew ashen. He knew that he would no longer be able to escape from the refined corpse. Was this the reason why Grandmaster Zenith Een had so calmly ignored them as they fled? Now knowing this, Han Li's expression grew harsh and he patted his storage pouch. In an instant, 100 azure lights along with 2 red lights flew out, densely surrounding him. After the lights faded away, 2 blood jade spiders and over 100 of huge, 6-meter-tall azure apes were revealed. The huge apes raised their arms as soon as they appeared and shot out 10 beams of azure light from their fingers towards the refined corpse, encompassing the sky in light beams. Unable to avoid such a dense barrage of attacks, the demon corpse's eye gave off a vicious glint, and it spat out a ball of black chi to face the barrage of fine azure beams of light. He then crossed his arms in front of his body to block the attack and closely followed after the black chi. The black chi managed to disperse a majority of the azure light, but those that managed to strike its body merely dispersed into azure smoke and scattered radiance. The demon corpse revealed a trace of a grimace, slightly baring its teeth before taking tyrannical strides toward the huge apes. With a series of cracks, a few of the nearby puppets were ripped apart by the claws of black light. Han Li frowned upon seeing this, and Crooked Soul immediately released a 100-meter-high blood light and condensed it into a huge blood-red saber before fiercely chopping down towards the refined corpse. Clang! The blood saber chopped down onto the demon corpse's head, but it produced only the sound of struck metal, seemingly unable to be damaged by the slashes. The slash appeared to have only attracted the corpse's fury. It grabbed the blood saber with one hand and swung down the other as if wanting to destroy the saber to vent its fury. Han Li couldn't help but reveal calm joy at the sight. With an incantation gesture, Crooked Soul's blood saber turned into violet flames. In an instant, the refined corpse was engulfed in wild flames, causing it to shriek out in panic and flap its hands onto its body. However, the demon corpse quickly discovered that although the violet flames were difficult to extinguish, they didn't cause it any injuries and could be ignored. It then sought to find the culprit of the flames. But as soon as it raised its head, 2 huge white nets silently covered it, sturdily entrapping it as it was caught unaware. They were the spider webs of the blood jade spiders. The demon corpse was greatly alarmed and hastily attempted to break free with all of its strength. But at this same time, the purple flames turned into a bowl-thick serpent of purple flames and firmly wrapped around its body. With the spider webs and the flame serpent binding its body, it would be unable to escape for a while. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Han Li and Crooked Soul turned into a streak of light, retrieved his spiders and puppets, and immediately flew off without any thoughts of looking behind them. If he hadn't heard incorrectly, there had been a third wretched scream from Grandmaster Zenith's direction. If he didn't take the opportunity to escape now, he'd definitely turn into the old devil's slave. Han Li's and Crooked Soul's joined powers allowed them to fly over 50 kilometers away in a single breath. After shifting their direction several times, they came across a small nameless island. The two immediately descended onto the island and buried themselves over 40 meters deep. They then wrapped themselves with the aura-severing muslin cloth and used the nameless incantation to restrain their chi. Even after performing all of this, Han Li still felt apprehensive, not knowing if he would be able to escape detection from the two devils' spiritual sense. After all, a nascent soul cultivator was certain to have far greater spiritual sense than an average core formation cultivator. Unfortunately, Han Li had no way of knowing that over 50 kilometers away, Grandmaster Zenith Een was standing in his original position with a leisurely expression, seeming to have given up his chase on the runaways. Additionally, there was a large red-robed, purple-faced man next to him along with over a dozen dark green refined corpses. In front of Grandmaster Zenith Een and the purple-faced man was an unconscious middle-aged man floating in midair. He was being held up by strange needles emitting blue light that were stabbed into his body. As for Elder Zhao and the others, they were behind the two, prostrated with fear, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even the core formation cultivators lacked the slightest trace of pride. I truly didn't expect that Violet Spirit Girl would actually escape. I had originally thought to hand her over to fellow Taoist Scarlet Flame. It seems we'll only be able to look for an opportunity in the future, Grandmaster Zenith Een said with a calm expression. Please don't be disheartened, Senior Wu. Although that Violet Spirit Girl is among the top 10 furnace cauldrons I would consider, your grandson seems to have taken quite an interest in her. How about we leave her for him? The large, purple-faced man chuckled. Then many thanks to fellow Taoist Scarlet Flame. After we return, I'll send 20 acceptable female cultivators to Turtle Source Island as compensation. Besides, your master can be considered my senior. Please send him my respects. After Grandmaster Zenith Een heard this, his face revealed a rarely seen trace of a smile. Senior, I also haven't seen my master for quite some time. If I see him, I will definitely mention you. Eccentric Scarlet Flame spoke with an extremely polite tone before rolling his eyes and continued. However, now that the Violet Spirit Girl has escaped, she may contact the Star Palace. Are there any problems we should worry about? Scarlet Flame revealed a trace of worry. The Star Palace? There are no problems to be had. Grandmaster Zenith Een casually sneered. As far as I know, the Heavenly Star Palace's elders are all in seclusion. Currently, they definitely won't deal with any minor, trivial matters. Those two old bastards of the Star Palace are refining some technique called the Divine Essence-Fused Light for no reason. As a result, the two can only leave Heavenly Star City for half a month on a fixed date every year. Otherwise, their cultivation will greatly decline. It seems that during the next trip to the Heaven Void Hall, we will have far less enemies to worry about. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's tone was laced with schadenfreude. The corner of Scarlet Flame's mouth twitched. However, my master had mentioned this before. So long as the Heavenly Star City sages remain in Heavenly Star City and draw the support of their Essence Fuses Mountain, they are an unstoppable existence. In addition, if they manage to cultivate to the great success stage of Divine Essence-Fused Light, they would no longer be confined to Heavenly Star City and would reign supreme in the scattered star seas. Scarlet Flame said with deep worry. Great success stage? That's just the two sages' wishful thinking. They didn't even bother to consider why no one had truly cultivated the Divine Essence-Fused Light despite it having been so widespread in the scattered star islands for countless years. Of course, it could be considered good luck for them if an essence-fused mountain would unknowingly emerge from the ocean floor and be transported back to Heavenly Star City. But returning to the main point, the Divine Essence-Fused Light is something that can only be cultivated by relying on external objects. I completely suspect that the founder of this cultivation art wrote it as a joke. What cultivation art in this world could possibly control all 5 elements? In addition, their cultivation of this technique is completely meaningless. Even if they don't succeed in cultivating this technique, their cultivation realm alone already makes them an exceptional existence in this world. Grandmaster Zenith refuted. I hope it is as Senior says. Although Scarlet Flame was still somewhat worried, he could only agree. As for those who escaped, there were 2 from the 18 that managed to break free from the heaven-wide corpses, in addition to Fairy Violet Spirit and her sex envoys. This was quite unexpected. Grandmaster Zenith revealed a peculiar gaze as he stroked his short, thin beard. That's right. Fairy Violet Spirit carried her sect-protecting treasure on her. The Wood Dragon Tablet. By relying on its protection, she was able to bring herself and her sect envoys to safety. However, the other 2 who escaped were quite strange. From a distance, I saw that the 2 released a large number of human-like mechanical puppets. Although their offensive and defensive abilities were very lacking, being able to control over 100 of them all at once was quite unusual. Eccentric Scarlet Flame was also surprised and nodded his head in agreement. Let them be. There is no need to concern ourselves over 2 small fish. If I weren't restricted by the limited amount of magic power I hold post-possession, I would have been able to use other methods to prevent them from escaping before my eyes. Still, the most important goal has been fulfilled. The traitorous disciple has been captured. I will be bringing him back to find out where he took the ruined Heaven Void map. Grandmaster Zenith spoke indifferently, as if he didn't care in the slightest that Han Li and Crooked Soul had fled. Having heard this, Eccentric Scarlet Flame let the matter drop. Not longer after, he said his farewells to Grandmaster Zenith and flew off after turning into a black cloud. After seeing Eccentric Scarlet Flame disappear into the horizon, Grandmaster Zenith faintly sneered. He slowly extended his hand and relaxed his fingers, revealing a several-inch-large white ball of spiderwebs as Zenith gazed at the spider silk. He revealed a strange, captivated expression. Blood Jade Spider. I truly didn't think I'd see them again. It seems the heavens haven't abandoned me. I still have a chance. After Grandmaster Zenith muttered to himself, he suddenly howled with laughter as he faced the sky. Elder Zhao and the others paled in complete shock. Grandmaster Zenith abruptly stopped his hysterical laughter and loudly shouted, "Go! We're returning to the island." Afterwards, he grabbed hold of the floating, middle-aged cultivator and led the way back. Han Li naturally didn't know what had happened 50 kilometers away. He remained underground for an entire month due to his trepidation before emerging with absolute caution. After he carefully scanned the vicinity to confirm that nobody was nearby, he wordlessly flew back to Heavenly Star City with Crooked Soul. This trip had left him greatly shaken. He had nearly lost his life. But what made him most gloomy was that he had braved this great danger without anything to show for it. He reckoned the Heaven Lightning Bamboo had fallen into the hands of Grandmaster Zenith. As such, he could only return to Heavenly Star City in dejection. Heavenly Star City was as flourishing as it had been in the past. When the Star Palace gatekeepers respectfully addressed him as senior, Han Li was unable to feel any happiness since he had recently escaped from death and entered the city with a miserable expression. But when he returned to his cave residence on the 39th layer, he was stunned. A sound transmission talisman was peacefully floating outside the cave residence's restrictions. Han Li's expression darkened as he frowned. He then took out the authority talisman and somewhat unwillingly shot out a green light from the medallion. The sound transmission talisman was enveloped by the green light and shot towards Han Li in a streak of fiery light. Han Li then shot out a speck of white light from his finger and struck the talisman, causing it to vigorously ignite and release the beautiful voice of a woman. Han Li was initially stunned upon hearing this, but he soon revealed anger. That was the voice of Lady Fan. She dared to so shameless come knocking on his door despite having put him through such hardship. The belly full of rage Han Li had been stifling since that day suddenly bursted out. His hand immediately flashed with red light and formed a fist-sized fireball, intending to throw it out and destroy the sound transmission talisman. However, The next words she said stirred Han Li's heart, and he stilled his hand. A short moment later, Lady Fan's voice faded away. Han Li casually extinguished the fireball in his hand and grabbed his chin, sinking into deep thought. To tell the truth, Han Li was slightly surprised that the 3 female cultivators were able to escape. However, he currently didn't hold the slightest goodwill towards them. She had requested for him to meet them at some inn and raised the topic of the heaven lightning bamboo, faintly speaking as if they were in possession of it. This caused Han Li to become beyond furious and his emotions to become unstable. But in the end, Han Li decided to go see them after some more thought. He wouldn't agree to assisting them with any matters of revenge and would merely have to purchase the bamboo above the market price. He was sure that any others wouldn't regard the heaven lightning bamboo as useful as it would be to him and would only consider the item to be of little interest. After all, rare wood attribute materials were normally used as a core material for magic treasure refinement, apart from some peculiar magic treasures. After dissolving the bamboo's impurities, there wouldn't be enough leftover material to refine even a dagger, as Lady Fan had described the small stalk of heaven lightning bamboo to be only a few inches long. With that thought, Han Li headed toward the inn with roused spirits. An hour later, Han Li arrived at the Grand Flourish Inn and entered a room on the 3rd floor along with Crooked Soul. The inn was quite particular, as the first 2 floors were for mortals and the 3rd floor was reserved for the use of cultivators. Han Li leisurely found the mentioned room. However, the room door was covered in a layer of faint white light. It was clear a formation had been set down as a method of detection. Having seen this, Han Li couldn't help but reveal a trace of self-mockery. It seemed the beautiful women had been greatly startled by the recent events as well. Han Li lightly shook his head before using his hand to shoot a speck of white light towards the restriction, causing it to release a series of ripples. No sound came from within a room, but a short moment later, Han Li felt a wave of spiritual sense quickly fly around him and Crooked Soul before returning into the room. Then, with a flash of white light, the door's restriction disappeared. Fairy Violet Spirit's clear and cold voice then said, "So these 2 seniors have arrived. Please, come in. Us sisters have been waiting for you for quite some time." Han Li pushed the door open with a calm expression and slowly walked in with Crooked Soul in tow. The room's arrangements were simple, and apart from a red wood table and a few tasteful rattan chairs, there were no other items. However, Han Li was shocked to find that there was an unfamiliar woman with a languid expression in the room where the exquisite sect members should have been. The woman wore yellow clothes and had a predictably flawless, pale face with bright and clear eyes. She turned to look at Han Li with a slight smile. After a moment of surprise, he doubtfully asked with hesitation, "You're Miss Violet Spirit?" Although he hadn't seen Fairy Violet Spirit's true appearance, he had heard that she possessed peerless beauty. Han Li blinked with slight confusion and thought, surely this isn't her? Although this young, yellow-clothed woman was very pleasant to the eyes, it definitely didn't match her grand reputation. Could it be this wasn't her true appearance? Senior seems shocked. Is it because Wang Ning's true appearance causes Senior Han disappointment? Sorry to disappoint you, but this really is my true appearance. The yellow-clothed woman saw through Han Li's shock and indifferently spoke with a slight smile. True appearance? Han Li attentively looked at the young woman's face for a moment before wordlessly shaking his head. Although he didn't see anything amiss with her appearance, seeing neither any illusion techniques or other alternations, he still didn't believe that this was actually Fairy Violet Spirit's true appearance. After all, there were many strange treasures in this world. It wouldn't be considered off if there were at least 1 or 2 that could mask one's true appearance and change their face to another. Over-obvious foreshadowing? Fairy Violet Spirit saw Han Li's disbelief but didn't address it. Instead, she turned to Crooked Soul and sweetly smiled, saying, "So Crooked Soul is Senior Han's external incarnation?" Han Li's body grew still upon hearing this, and he stared at the woman with a cold gaze for a long while before coldly asking, "How does Lady Violet Spirit know this?" Hee. Senior doesn't need to be so shocked. Our sect also has a method of clone refinement. However, its costs are far too great and its rate of success is terrible. As such, it is rare for any of our sect members to use it. However, Senior's clone is quite peculiar. Normally, a clone would have far inferior cultivation. However, Senior Han's clone is also at early core formation. How strange! Fairy Violet Spirit lightly smiled with bright, wandering eyes. Since Fairy Violet Spirit has seen through it, I won't conceal this. However, why aren't the other two fellow Taoists here? Han Li admitted this with a relaxed expression, but asked another question after looking through the room. Han Li knew that it was only a matter of time before Crooked Soul was discovered to be his clone and wasn't particularly astonished. Senior, please sit. My two senior martial sisters went to the market city to purchase a few items and also a long-term residence in Heavenly Star City along the way. The young woman gracefully invited Han Li to take seat and gave an explanation with a gentle tone. After taking a seat, Han Li frowned and doubtfully asked, "What? You three fellow Taoists don't intend to return the Exquisite Sound Sect?" "Return to the Exquisite Sound Sect? We don't dare. Since Zenith-Een Island became our enemy and our two great sect elders have betrayed us, we would fall into those devils' hand were we to return. Other small and mid-level powers would also jump at the opportunity to absorb us. As such, we've decided to relocate the Exquisite Sound Sect to Heavenly Star City for the time being with our sect's savings." Fairy Violet Spirit sighed and bitterly smiled. "I see." Han Li nodded. As Han Li didn't have much of a relationship with them, he didn't make any excessive displays of enthusiasm. Fairy Violet Spirit didn't seem to care about Han Li's response and poured a cup of tea for him instead. She then aloofly said, "When we escaped the interception of that refined corpse, we also saw Senior subdue his own, and thus knew that Senior had managed to escape. I later heard from Senior Martial Sister Fan that Senior had assisted us for the Heavenly Lightning Bamboo. As such, I had her send a sound transmission talisman to invite Senior Han for a chat." Han Li decided to directly address the heart of the matter and not speak in circles. The sound transmission talisman mentioned that the Heaven Lightning Bamboo was in fellow Taoist Violet Spirit's possession. Is this true? This item wasn't seized by Zenith-Een Island. Han Li's direct inquiry left Fairy Violet Spirit widening her eyes with a trace of amusement. She answered with a smooth and beautiful voice, "Since Senior is so quick to the point, I won't push the matter off for later. Originally, our Exquisite Sound Sect acquired not one stalk of Heaven Lightning Bamboo from that small sect, but two. One was stolen while the other has remained with us. If Senior wants it, this junior is willing to give it to him." Han Li rejoiced, but his expression didn't reveal his excitement. Instead, he took a deep glance at her and asked with a deep voice, "Give? Why does Lady Violet Spirit speak such useless words? Since you've used the item to lure me here, there should naturally be some conditions involved. Tell me them, and I'll give them some consideration." Fairy Violet Spirit was somewhat stunned, and her smile gradually disappeared. After muttering to herself for a moment, she earnestly said, "To tell the truth, the Heaven Lightning Bamboo is currently a useless item to the Exquisite Sound Sect. Due to the kindness of taking action for us in the last battle, it is only right that we give it to you. However, our sect is currently undergoing a great change, and our strength is unable to support a sect as large as the Exquisite Sound Sect. As such, in addition to this bamboo, we will give 300 spirit stones to Senior every year if he were to take the position of guest elder at our sect. We hope you won't refuse." "A guest elder?" Han Li's expression slightly changed. He hadn't expected that they would make such a request. In addition to what was previously mentioned, if Senior's cultivation requires any pair cultivation furnace cauldrons, our sect will gladly provide an outstanding female disciple to act as Senior's concubine. Fairy Violet Spirit calmly added. These conditions didn't cause any change in Han Li's expression. With the assistance of spiritual medicines, he had no use for the assistance of the small amount of spiritual power that pair cultivation could provide. However, the Heaven Lightning Bamboo was a different story. It was very likely that he wouldn't be able to find a store that had it. After some consideration, Han Li replied, "Those conditions will not do. I have long been accustomed to being a lone agent. I do not wish to be restricted to a sect. Fellow Taoists should offer me some other conditions." If not, I am willing to purchase the item at 30% above its market value. Senior jests. What market value is there for a top-grade material such as the three great divine woods? Without a purpose, it is worthless. But to a cultivator with a wood attribute cultivation technique, it is likely to be a priceless treasure. Han Li's refusal didn't surprise Fairy Violet Spirit, but she still rejected Han Li's proposal to offer spirit stones for it with a slight smile. Han Li frowned. It seemed this woman knew he truly desired this item and she wasn't willing to let it go. He felt extremely uncomfortable from having her hold such a crucial item hostage. However, he would never subject himself to the will of the exquisite sound sect over a stalk of heaven lightning bamboo. Just as Han Li thought about abandoning the heaven lightning bamboo and refine his magic treasure using other materials, the young woman proposed a compromise. Since Senior is unwilling to be constricted, then how about he become the sect's in-name elder? You can enjoy the treatment of an elder and there is no need to accept the orders of the sect master. At the very least, our sect will be able to use your reputation as a core formation cultivator to protect ourselves. Would Senior be willing if this were the case? An in-name elder? Fairy Violet Spirit's blatant honestly left Han Li stunned. If the exquisite sound sect encounters a great enemy, I won't have to act? He puzzlingly asked the question with an expression of disbelief. If our sect encounters any problems or any matters requiring Senior's assistance, it will naturally be up to Senior's discretion to act. Either way, we will be grateful to you, she answered without hesitation as if she had previously considered this. After lowering his head in thought for a moment, he raised his head and slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit, if I'm not mistaken, you only wish to use me as a banner to raise the exquisite sound sect's influence in order to protect yourselves against powers that mean to harm you during your moment of weakness. After you spread this news, it will remain effective so long as it isn't proven untrue. Senior Han speaks true. When the time comes, we will mention Senior's position as a core formation cultivator. It will somewhat counteract the destructive effects of Elder Meng and Zhao's betrayal." The young woman faintly smiled and spoke of her future plans. "If those are your conditions, then I will accept. However, I will not take the initiative to introduce myself to other cultivators as an elder of your sect. Don't count on me to put on a superficial show for your sect. It will be up to you in order to convince others that I have become an elder of your sect." After some thought, Han Li eventually agreed as he greatly desired the heaven lightning bamboo and felt that it wouldn't bring him any trouble. "All right, so long as Senior doesn't deny this when the time comes, I and my senior martial sisters will treat you well." The young woman spoke with an expression overflowing with happiness. As the two had reached an agreement, Fairy Violet Spirit didn't intend to further delay its conclusion. She took out a strange box and put it on the table. The box was quite odd as it was made from neither wood, metal, nor jade-type materials. The box's body was translucent, and it was surrounded in a faint layer of azure mist. Seeing that Han Li wore a baffled expression, Fairy Violet Spirit gave an explanation in a soft voice. This box was refined by an item known as jade paste. Although jade is in its name, it isn't actually made of jadestone or anything of the 5 elements. Only an item such as this is capable of preserving the heaven lightning bamboo without fear of its spiritual qi leaking. Han Li nodded his head. Since he hadn't heard of jade paste before, this item must clearly be a rare material and should be extremely precious. Fairy Violet Spirit then extended a delicate, perfect finger and with a flash of light, a soybean-sized ball of green light appeared on it. Afterwards, she lightly touched the box without the slightest hesitation. After the green light contacted the azure mist, it let out a soft crack, causing the mist of light to suddenly disappear and the box to slowly open. With roused spirits, Han Li attentively turned his gaze towards the box. "This is heaven lightning bamboo?" Han Li's expression continuously fluctuated. The box contained a 2-inch-long stalk of dried-up bamboo the width of a finger and clearly withered roots. No matter how he looked, it appeared completely similar to ordinary bamboo. With doubts held in his mind, Han Li couldn't help but expressionlessly take a look at Fairy Violet Spirit. The young woman saw Han Li's suspicion and lightly chuckled. She pressed the dried bamboo in between her fingers and took a sparkling, glowing knife in her other hand. Pa! Fairy Violet Spirit quickly chopped down onto the bamboo with all her strength. In the instant the dagger's blade made contact, the bamboo released a thin arc of electricity and immediately repelled the dagger. Having seen this, Han Li's doubts were cleared, and he carefully returned the bamboo to the box and carefully put it away. Soon after, Fairy Violet Spirit gave Han Li an authority medallion belonging to the Exquisite Sound sect. After the two briefly chatted, Han Li took his leave. Not long after Han Li left, Lady Fan and Zhuo Ruding returned to the inn. After hearing what Fairy Violet Spirit had agreed on, the two looked at each other for a long while. Junior Martial Sister, we've already discussed this quite a bit. We should be able to find another core formation cultivator, given the grand reputation of the Heaven Lightning Bamboo. Why must we accommodate this person? Lady Fan couldn't help but complain. Although Zhuo Ruding remained silent, her eyebrows furrowed with puzzlement. Senior Martial Sister didn't see how unsightly his face became when I asked him to become our sect's elder. His gaze revealed a stalwart resolution that he wouldn't agree to anything without the Heavenly Lightning Bamboo. Senior Martial Sister had also mentioned that this person isn't affected by our bewitchment techniques. As for using the Heavenly Lightning Bamboo to invite other cultivators, Senior Martial Sister places far too great a value on that paltry item. Although the Heaven Lightning Bamboo is known as one of the three great divine woods, there are far too few uses of this item. Nobody would use this material for anything aside from refining top-grade magic treasures. And with an understanding of magic treasure refinement techniques, they would realize our minuscule amount of Heaven Lightning Bamboo would be completely useless. You should also know that there are many ranks of Heavenly Lightning Bamboo. Ours is only white lightning bamboo at the age of several thousand years of age. Even if it were refined into a magic tool, it wouldn't be amazingly powerful. It would be better to use this item than to leave it for later. Moreover, since he had agreed to become a sect elder, we merely have to treat him with respect and give him yearly offerings so that when the time comes that our sect encounters a great enemy, he wouldn't have the nerve to refuse. Fairy Violet Spirit leisurely said this with an indifferent expression. The young woman then continued with a faint, bitter smile. Furthermore, even if there are others that are interested in the Heaven Lightning Bamboo, who would be willing to become our sect elder and dare to admit their status given our current circumstances, that would only bring about its own set of problems. Originally, my mother used her own status as a core formation cultivator as a method of checks and balances over Elder Zhao and Elder Meng so that they sincerely acted on behalf of the sect. After all, it is extremely easy to suffer betrayal when solely relying on bewitchment techniques and feminine charms to win over high-grade cultivators. Lady Fan and Zhuo Ruding then became silent. Having recently experienced a large quantity of betrayals, the two no longer held much confidence in their bewitchment techniques and felt that their junior martial sister's words held some reason. For now, the sect matters will be collaboratively handled by us three. For the time being, we won't have a sect master until one of our sect members becomes a core formation cultivator. There is no rush, the young woman decisively said. This time, the two envoys had no disagreements. Can we expect Senior Han to meddle in our sect's affairs by use of his deep cultivation? Should we take any precautions? Zhuo Ruding asked with a cold voice. There won't be a need. Although I haven't dealt with him much, his words suggest that he is one who diligently cultivates. He doesn't care much about affairs outside of cultivation. Otherwise, he would have stirred when I offered to give him a female disciple as a concubine. It was most likely because he is like this that he has entered core formation. Fairy Violet Spirit shook her head and revealed slight admiration. Sigh. I wonder if we have any chance of core formation. Lady Fan spoke as if she didn't hold much hope for core formation. When Zhuo Ruding heard this, her face also revealed slight sadness. It seemed these beautiful women also greatly desired to enter core formation. At this time, Han Li had already returned to his cave residence. He didn't hastily act and instead chose to first scour through many ancient records. After much difficulty, He found the cultivation method for heaven lightning bamboo from a jade slip and planted the bamboo in his medicine garden in accordance to the exact method described. As he gazed at the newly planted petite stalk of heaven lightning bamboo, Han Li became extremely excited. Of course, he understood that heaven lightning bamboo had different grades of quality. However, he didn't take it to heart. This was because the quality and spiritual nature of heaven lightning bamboo depended on its age. Heaven lightning bamboo only released common white lightning when it was aged at 5,000 years or less. When it became older than 5,000 years old, its lightning would become blue and it would become far stronger. When it reached 10,000 years old, its lightning would become a dim gold. At that stage, the lightning has the wondrous effect of restraining evil devilish techniques and was known by cultivators as Devil's Bane lightning. This rumored stage, gold lightning bamboo, was the oldest heaven lightning bamboo that had been seen in the cultivation world. It had only been seen once in the scattered star seas. Nobody knew where it came from and it existed in such a small chunk. As a result, this item had caused much blood to be shed in the scattered star seas over several tens of years. While many great powers were covetously contesting for the item both openly and covertly, it had passed through the hands of countless cultivators. But in the end, no one had managed to refine it into a magic treasure. This was because the bamboo had made a sudden disappearance as mysterious and unfathomable as its strange appearance. This greatly angered many great powers at the time, and they continuously searched for it for a long time before gradually abandoning the chase. The magnitude of the previous dispute clearly displayed just how precious 10,000-year-old golden lightning bamboo was. Han Li hadn't yet nurtured a spiritual object up to 10,000 years of age. Normally, medicine pills only required ingredients that were 2,000 years old at most. As such, this caused him to greatly anticipate nurturing the heaven lightning bamboo to gold lightning bamboo and made him feel slightly restless as well. In the following days, Han Li used the green liquid to mature the bamboo and started to take frequent strolls around Heavenly Star City's market. In addition to the spiritual wood that was required as its main ingredient, the bamboo cloud's warm swords required a few rare supplementary materials before being ultimately refined in his core flame. In addition, since these swords were a set of magic treasures, it required a far greater amount of similar materials. Although Han Li had already gathered a few of them, he didn't have enough to form a whole and had to continue his search. The scattered star seas were far more plentiful in materials than the heavenly south region. After bankrupting himself as a result of 2 years of liberal, unrestrained spending, he had managed to barely scrape together the items he required. For this reason, he couldn't help but put himself at risk of attracting attention by selling off his remaining rare demon cores. As of now, Han Li could only look at his near-empty storage pouch and let out a long sigh as he faced the sky. Refining magic treasures, especially a particularly good magic treasure, wasn't something an ordinary rogue cultivator could afford. One day, Han Li walked into his medicine garden with unconcealable anticipation. A few days before, he had dripped what should have been the green drop to age his heaven lightning bamboo to its 10,000th year. Han Li couldn't help but become excited upon thinking of the great power of the rumored gold lightning bamboo. When the bamboo was first planted, it had only been 2 inches long. But now it had undergone a massive change. It was now about a foot long with a body of glistening emerald green and was covered in a layer of faint rainbow light. After a moment of attentive examination, he summoned a short sword magic tool into his hand and shot it towards the bamboo as a streak of white light. An arc of faint golden lightning was released. With a pop, the short sword was struck away by the arc of golden lightning, turning it into a spiral of azure smoke before disappearing without a trace. When Han Li saw this, he immediately smiled and greatly rejoiced. He now wanted to find out what sort of amusing face Fairy Violet Spirit would make should she discover that the white lightning bamboo had turned into gold lightning bamboo. It was only a pity that he would never have the opportunity to see it. This was probably the most profitable exchange he had ever had since arriving in the cultivation world. Profitable? Yes. Exchange? No. As Han Li was basking in joy, he became somewhat curious. If he were to continue to mature the gold lightning bamboo, what transformation would occur? With that in mind, Han Li continued to drop the green liquid on the bamboo for several more months, but neither its power nor its appearance had changed. Even its height had stayed entirely the same without growing even a single iota. However, during this time, a young bamboo sprout began to grow at its side. Soon after dripping more of the green liquid on it, the young sprout grew more and more. After several months, a new complete stalk of heaven lightning bamboo had grown, appearing to be exactly the same as the original. Han Li was overly joyous as the development. To tell the truth, the original stalk of heaven lightning bamboo was barely enough to refine even a set of 12 bamboo clouds worm swords. But now that he knew that the green liquid could produce young bamboo shoots, his dire shortage of raw materials was now completely settled. However, this only caused Han Li's ambitions to grow even larger. Without having to worry anymore about a lack of the core material, Han Li would no longer be limited to a set of 12 flying swords. He was now inspired to refine the greatest number of bamboo clouds worm swords, a full set of 72. Although an early core formation cultivator lacked the magic power needed to refine and control such a large amount of flying swords, Han Li wasn't in a rush. He could just slowly refine them one set at a time in accordance with his cultivation. In any case, so long as the flying swords belonged to the same set, he could store them into his body as a single magic treasure. He would also have no problem using each of the swords separately. With that thought in mind, Han Li's heart blazed with fervent desire, and he started to consider whether or not he was capable of this. The greatest problem when refining a set of magic treasures was the differences in each treasure's core material and the difficulty of success during refinement. But with limitless amounts of heaven lightning bamboo, these issues posed no problem. What followed next with regards to his refinement were the preparations of the supplementary materials. He had long prepared the supplementary materials. Fortunately, refining a set of 72 swords would consume the same amount of materials as refining a set of 12, so he didn't have to go look for more. Now he only had to worry about his significant lack of ability for refining magic treasures. He didn't even have any experience in the field of tool refinement. This wouldn't raise any problems if he were refining a common magic treasure. He would still be able to easily succeed. However, the process of refining even a single one of the bamboo clouds worm swords was much more complex than refining a common magic treasure. In addition, each individual flying sword was an incomplete product that was required to undergo treatment with a specific spell formation because they formed a set. As such, a familiarity with spell formations was also required, or else it would be impossible to refine this magic treasure to completion. As Han Li was a man of extremely firm will, even when facing such a difficult decision, he would only accept the best or nothing at all. This was also demonstrated by Han Li's strong determination with acquiring the heaven lightning bamboo. For the entirety of the following day, Han Li spent his time pondering over his cultivation plans for the next 20 years. Several days later in Heavenly Star City's market, an unremarkable, small store suddenly had a new owner. He appeared to be a common youth of about 30 years old and had a lofty, broad-faced man with him. This youth changed the store name from Lee's Assorted Goods to the Small Green Bamboo Pavilion. The store only sold talismans and medicine ingredients at first, but half a month later it started selling crude, low-grade magic tools. But what left the nearby store owners at a loss for words was that the youth didn't often walk out of his store. He'd spend his entire day looking through a coverless, thin ancient book while occasionally dancing with joy as if he were completely enjoying himself. However, he would sometimes enter the store's back residence and stay there for long periods of time. As for the customers and running the business, they were all handled by the large, straightforward man. The nearby store owners were all mortal natives to Heavenly Star City and found it difficult to make a living there. There was one store owner, a graying old man surnamed He-One, that had been born with inferior spiritual roots and had reached the 4th layer of chi condensation. But even with such low cultivation, old man he had received a great amount of respect from the mortals and was always addressed as Immortal Master He. They knew that this youth was immortal due to his lack of magic power, because a few people had asked Master He previously. They gained some courage from this news and would drop by the store, chatting with the youth surnamed Han about his daily life and such. After all, this location was rather desolate, and business was slow. They could only drop by each other's stores and chat to chase away the boredom. With the arrival of this unfamiliar face, there was naturally much more for everyone to talk about. However, the youth mostly listened and seemed to be somewhat slow of speech and unskilled at chatting with others. Furthermore, the youth never revealed his origin. Whenever he was asked this, he would only answer with a silent smile, causing others to quickly drop the matter. After several such trips, the others gradually lost interest and no longer visited the small green bamboo pavilion. This jad actually caused the youth to let out a breath of relief. Of course, the youth and the large man were, respectively, Han Li and Crooked Soul in a disguise. Although Had Li used the most widely known Jianghu disguise techniques, it was still more than enough for mortals and low-grade cultivators. Han Li had not opened this shop to acquire a meager sum of spirit stones, but to temper his heart by immersing himself into the mortal world. He had also specifically chose this location in preparation for his study of the Tao of tool refinement and formation spells. Han Li hadn't been particularly experienced in these two disciplines and had been too busy during his time as a foundation establishment cultivator to consider studying them. But now that he had reached core formation, his next goal was to acquire experience and knowledge in these two fields in order to be able to refine his magic treasure. As it would take quite some time to cultivate the heaven lightning bamboo, he wanted to use this downtime to study Xianxia's experiences and the ancient formation spell records that Xi and Ruyan had given him. To tell the truth, Han Li had always been very interested in tool refinement and formation spells. He planned to simultaneously study both fields for 20 years. He didn't hold any extravagant hope of becoming a genius in either field, but so long as he could acquire a modicum of skill, he would be satisfied. At the very least, he should be able to refine the simplest formation flags and discs. However, delving into this field wasn't a matter of only studying. It required hands-on practice. This resulted in Han Li accumulating a large pile of inferior magic tools with no method of disposal. It would be a waste to just throw them away, but there was no use in keeping them as they were nearly useless. In addition, in order to refine when he was suddenly inspired, he had to frequently acquire all sorts of odd materials. However, it was a hassle to make trips to the city market every day. As it so happened, the fourth layer of the Great Development Technique required the temperament of a mortal heart. Otherwise, he would suffer backlash from his inner demons while cultivating the fourth layer of the Great Development Technique. After some consideration, Han Li decided to purchase this store and tackle all the problems in one go. The location wasn't too noisy and he wouldn't be disturbed during his studies of tool refinement and formation spells. As it was also in close proximity to mortals, he could personally see how they lived. In addition, he could purchase the materials he needed to refine magic tools and formation spells in a timely manner. Likewise, he could sell off the small items he created, even if it was just a small amount of them. After seeing a few low-level cultivators purchase some of his personally refined magic tools, Han Li's mood was greatly lifted. Of course, he would still take trips back to his cave residence every few days to mature his heaven lightning bamboo and to take care of his gold-devouring beetles and 2 blood-jade spiders. But not long after, Han Li witnessed an astonishing scene in his medicine garden. When the child stalk of bamboo growing out his original stalk reached the age of 6,000 years, it fell off of the main branch for no reason. Its few leaves also cleanly fell off, and upon touching the floor, they immediately turned into leaves of pure, gaudy gold. Although he didn't know what purpose the leaves served, Han Li was unwilling to throw them away and just gathered them into his storage pouch. As for the emerald green stalk, he carefully placed it back into the jade paste box and put it away. After collecting 6 pieces, he would have enough to refine the bamboo cloud's warm swords. As such, Han Li restrained his magic power and began his worldly life after he inserted himself among the mortals of the secular world in an obscure corner of the market city. Apart from becoming engrossed in reading thin paper book copies of jade slips, he silently observed the surrounding mortals' complex expressions and various emotions, and began to gradually appreciate them and recall a few memories. The lives led by mortals differed greatly from those led by cultivators. Mortals' lives were brimming with joys and sorrows, where the old withered and life was born anew. In a few short years of observation, Han Li began to recall feelings that he had long forgotten, both positive and negative. Regardless of the emotion, they still caused Han Li's mind to stir, allowing him a chance for introspection and to now understand these emotions from a cultivator's perspective. Likewise, his comprehension of formation spells and his skill in tool refinement gradually improved over a long period of time. Most notably, Han Li's store, the small green bamboo pavilion, had developed somewhat of a reputation in the area over the span of just 2 years. This was because cultivators were able to purchase a few inexpensive yet functional magic tools at Han Li's store. A few of the luckier customers were even capable of purchasing a few rare intermediate-grade talismans at the store. After this news spread locally, a few low-level cultivators immediately scrambled towards Han Li's shop. These magic tools and talismans had obviously been personally crafted by Han Li. Ever since he entered core formation, he was finally able to grasp the mid-grade magic techniques that he long desired. Although they were the lowest among mid-grade techniques, Han Li was still very satisfied with them. However, intermediate talisman weren't something that could be refined using common talisman paper. They could only be crafted by using the hide of rare demon beasts, but not just any hide would suffice. Each intermediate talisman had their own unique requirements regarding demon beast hides. Fortunately, Han Li had thought of this before he sold off his demon beast materials and had kept a large quantity of talisman materials. Otherwise, he would have had no way of refining the talismans despite grasp their magic techniques. Han Li first practiced using the lesser quality demon beast skins. After feeling that he was capable enough, he then moved on to refining a few particular talismans using rarer materials. The talismans that he practiced creating were all attack-type magic techniques. Every month or so, Han Li would put 1 or 2 of them up for sale in his shop and sell them to the first buyer. To a core formation cultivator like Han Li, these talismans were of little value as their power paled in the face of magic treasures. As such, he had no purpose to preserve them. However, Han Li had clearly underestimated the allure his intermediate talismans had to chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. Even after raising the price of these talismans several times, these cultivators continued to readily spend their spirit stones without hesitation, allowing Han Li to accumulate a small fortune. But it was a pity that intermediate talismans were extremely difficult to create. Even with the many demon beast skins that Han Li had on hand, his rate of success was pathetically low, failing 30 times for every successful talisman he managed to create. When compared to his rate of success with low-grade talismans, Han Li could only bitterly smile. Otherwise, he would have accumulated a much larger fortune by selling intermediate talismans. In addition, Han Li's skill at refining tools also increased, causing quite a few mid- and high-grade magic tools to appear in his shop. As a result, the small green bamboo pavilion's reputation became increasingly well-known. Fortunately, his resounding reputation had been restricted to a small circle of low-level cultivators, so Han Li didn't have to worry about provoking any trouble. But at the start of the 9th year, Han Li started to refine formation flags and discs by applying his understanding of a few simple formation spells. Because of the complementary insights provided by Xianxia and Xian rooting, Han Li was able to avoid making many mistakes and managed to grasp a few minor but crucial skills. But he still ended up fumbling around through trial and error as he tried to refine a set of formation setup tools for the first time. The refinement was extremely difficult, and it consumed a large portion of his time before he managed to produce results. However, Han Li wasn't impatient. Now that he had reached core formation, he had plenty of time to slowly accumulate experience and understanding. But most importantly, he had obtained some understanding in the refinement method of the bamboo cloudswarm swords as he practiced refining items, hopefully ensuring his success in his first attempt. After all, he wouldn't have enough materials left over for a second attempt. With Han Li focused on refining magic tools and studying formation spells, time quickly passed, day by day. With departing springs and incoming autumns, Han Li's somewhat renowned small green bamboo pavilion had unknowingly existed for over 20 years. Han Li now had the appearance of an old man above the age of 50. This obviously wasn't Han Li's true appearance, but a measure he had taken in order to conceal his eternally youthful appearance. Due to the passage of time in the mortal world, Han Li had no choice but to turn his appearance into that of an old man. As of now, Han Li was standing in the residence at the back of his store and looking around with a peculiar emotion. On the day before, he had passed on the store to someone else and concluded his immersion in the mortal world. This was due to having finally matured the long-anticipated 6th stalk of gold lightning bamboo to full maturation. Having lived here for over 20 years, Han Li's heart was without disturbance, but he felt a slight feeling of nostalgia upon leaving. His experience in the market city had been a rare period of peace in his life. At that moment, he heard noisy shouts from his neighbor, and Han Li couldn't help but smile upon hearing it. He didn't need to use his spiritual sense to know that the store owner was spouting out recommendations to his customers, trying to sell off his store-defining treasures that hadn't sold for the past 8 years. When Han Li had originally arrived, the shop was managed by an old man. He had retired 4 years ago, and now his son watched over the business. Although his son had a fiery temperament, he treated others sincerely. But when he was doing business, he would often loudly brag about his store's goods, stunning many foreign cultivators. Han Li sighed and shook his head before leaving the small green bamboo pavilion with crooked sole. Not long after, the two had completely disappeared from the city market. Upon entering his cave dwelling, Han Li immediately brought many tool refinement materials into his hidden room and set down a small magic formation that he had comprehended during the last few years. The formation spell served no other purpose than to conceal spiritual chi fluctuations. As such, it was quite suitable for Han Li to use as he refined his magic treasure. He didn't want others to peek at him halfway through the refinement. Han Li quietly meditated in his hidden room for 3 entire days so that both his spirit and magic power were in peak state before starting the refinement. First, he took out the jade paste box from his storage pouch and gently placed it in front of him. He then opened the box, revealing the 6 emerald green stalks of heaven lightning bamboo. Han Li solemnly gazed at the bamboo and took a deep breath before lightly touching a stalk of the green bamboo. The foot-long heaven lightning bamboo suddenly flew out of the box and quickly stopped, motionlessly floating in front of his chest. With a serious expression, Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing glistening light to flow around his face, gradually forming a layer of azure light. As the azure light grew increasingly dense, Han Li opened his mouth and spouted out a thin thread of azure core flame towards the heaven lightning bamboo before him. Crackle! An arc of faint golden lightning arced from the bamboo, forcefully stopping the core flame from approaching any closer. Han Li's eyes lit with consideration. The azure core flame immediately grew several times thicker and enveloped the bamboo and its lightning, starting the long process of refinement. Using one's core flame consumed a considerably large amount of spiritual power, but fortunately, Han Li came prepared. As he was releasing his core flame, he held onto a deep azure spirit stone and absorbed its spiritual chi. When the spirit stone started to insufficient, he casually took out a medicine pill and swallowed it. Although the medicine pill didn't immediately transform into magic power, it contained a great amount of spiritual power, giving Han Li the peace of mind of knowing that he was prepared for the coming war of attrition. After 3 days passed by, the heaven lightning bamboo's lightning had disappeared due to the lack of spiritual power from its main body. Without anything left to obstruct the azure core flame, Han Li started the process of smelting the heaven lightning bamboo. After several more days, the bamboo began to show signs of dissolution. Portions of its trunk began to emit a faint light, releasing densely packed, numerous small drops of variously colored liquids. Over 10 days later, the heaven lightning bamboo was finally dissolved of all its impurities, leaving a fist-sized ball of concentrated, dark green liquid. It appeared to be incredibly dense. Having seen this small amount of liquid, Han Li could only let out a deep sigh. He had to put in quite a bit of effort just to refine the heaven lightning bamboo. Han Li then withdrew his core flame and put away the spirit stone in his hand. Afterwards, he extended his 10 fingers and shot out 10 thin threads of spiritual chi from his fingers, penetrating into the green liquid. Soon after, Han Li started to shift his fingers, causing the spirit threads to rotate and to form the ball of liquid. Under the manipulation of the spirit threads, A small ball of green liquid separated from the main body that floated nearby. A second ball separated, then a third ball, and, after Han Li finished the last division of liquid, there were 12 equally sized green balls of liquid arranged into a circle. Han Li slightly narrowed his eyes and shook his fingers, cutting off the 10 spirit threads. He then patted his storage pouch and 12 streaks of white light flew out, stopping underneath the floating balls of green liquid. The white lights faded away to reveal 12 small boxes, flawlessly crafted from white jade, but only a few inches in size. With a light wave of his sleeve, the jade boxes all opened. Han Li then uttered, "Drop," causing the green balls of liquid to drop down into their respective boxes. After resealing all of the boxes, Han Li was finally able to relax. Even with the aid of spirit stones and medicine pills, his magic power had been completely exhausted by the refinement. As such, Han Li quietly meditated for several days to return to his peak state before continuing the refinement of the other stalks of heavenly lightning bamboo. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Han Li had finally managed to refine all of his heavenly lightning bamboo into an extremely pure liquid. After a moment of rest, Han Li started to place down an extremely complicated spell formation in his hidden room. Han Li didn't know the name of this magic formation. He only knew that it was required to refine the bamboo cloudswarm sword. The Golden Pages refinement method had mentioned over and over that it absolutely had to be prepared. As a result, Han Li took extreme care when setting up the formation despite his familiarity with it, having practiced setting it up several times in the past. After all, a single error in the symbols could cause any number of mishaps to occur during the refinement. As such, it took Han Li half a month of great care to finish laying down the formation. Only after testing it by placing several mid-grade spirit stones around it and feeling that the formation worked as expected, could Han Li finally relax. Han Li didn't set out to immediately start refining his magic treasure. Instead, he decided to leave his hidden room for the time being. After continuously making use of his core flame for half a year and maintaining full concentration up until now, Han Li found it difficult to continue, even as a core formation cultivator. He needed a change of pace, as the next step was the most crucial in the magic treasure refinement process. After Han Li left the room, he encountered a rather pleasant surprise. Under the irregular feeding with the rainbow skirt grass, the gold-devouring beetles had finally started to devour each other once more. Ever since the gold-devouring beetles numbered in the several tens of thousands, it was difficult to get them to lay more eggs and evolve using his small amounts of rainbow skirt grass. In addition, most of his green liquid in the past years had been spent on maturing the heaven lightning grass. It shouldn't have been possible for the gold-devouring beetles to undergo any change. However, after the heaven lightning bamboo maturation finished, Han Li had crooked soul focus on breeding the beetles. After all, Han Li still held large hopes towards these exotic insects. After Crooked Soul brought Han Li up to date, he immediately headed to the insect room. The surviving gold-devouring beetles had gold specks that enveloped less than half of their shells. He supposed that the next generation would have a slightly larger concentration of gold specks. But as Han Li gazed a while longer, his happy expression disappeared and was replaced with a frown. At this rate, it would be unlikely for the gold-devouring beetles to ever evolve to become fully golden. After every evolution, their number increases by several times, as does the amount of rainbow skirt grass that was required for their next evolution. As his green liquid could only mature so much rainbow skirt grass, it was impossible for the massive number of gold-devouring beetles to all evolve at once. It would take a very long, unknown amount of time before the next evolution would be possible. Han Li sank into deep thought as he stood outside the insect room. It seemed he would have to focus on breeding only a portion of them. Otherwise, he may never have the chance to see any fully golden gold-devouring beetles. With that in mind, Han Li suddenly came to a decision. However, this must be done after the gold-devouring beetles laid their eggs. Han Li could only set it aside for now and first focus on refining his magic treasure. As such, Han Li rested for an entire month before finally deciding on the day he would act. He first lit incense in his bedroom and prayed for 2 days, causing his heart to enter a state of tranquility. He then returned to the hidden room and stood at the very center of the formation spell. With a solemn expression, he raised his arms while dropping several tens of boxes of the refined heaven lightning bamboo onto the magic formation. Seemingly in a specific arrangement afterwards, all sorts of boxes flew out of his storage pouch in quick succession and dropped down in front of Han Li with their lids open, revealing the supplementary materials that he had acquired. After taking a look at these materials, he took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly entering a state of meditation. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li opened his eyes with his body covered in a mist of azure light. Just as the mist appeared, the spirit stones embedded in the spell formation began to shine dazzlingly and released a low hum. Although Han Li's body remained motionless, his fingers were quickly shifting, drawing out the refined balls of liquid heaven lightning bamboo from their boxes. Then, with a series of whooshes, bowl-thick pillars of light shot out from the formation, enveloping the balls of liquid and completely restricting their movements. Han Li closed his eyes once more after seeing this and calmly released his powerful spiritual sense, bringing the light pillars under his control. The light pillars suddenly appeared alive and started to flicker while incessantly changing their color. This strange scene continued until the light pillars eventually matched after an unknown number of fluctuations. After the final color change had occurred, all the light pillars were a fiery red color, providing an even stronger contrast with the alluring emerald green liquid contained within them. Still expressionless, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out a thread of dark green core flame towards one of the light pillars. Whoosh! The light pillar wildly combusted, becoming a scarlet pillar of flame in an instant. Han Li continued to release core flame without the slightest hesitation, igniting all of the light pillars. As a result, there were eventually 72 6-meter-tall pillars of flame, filling the hidden room with a blinding red light. He let out a gentle sigh. With regards to the power of flames, a core flame was far more powerful than these flashy pillars of fire. Unfortunately, more powerful flames weren't the slightest bit better at flying sword refinement. As such, it seemed that he had no choice but to temporarily injure his origin chi and squander much of his core strength. Ceasing these gloomy thoughts, Han Li used his spiritual sense and the power of the formation to influence the green liquid within the flame pillars to slowly undergo a change. Their round shapes became longer and thinner bit by bit. Afterwards, they formed the initial core of a sword, each 5 inches in length. While this was quite easy to describe, it actually took Han Li an entire day of focus control to shape the 72 balls of sparkling green liquid inside the fire pillars into the form of swords. Han Li let out a gloomy breath and relaxed his concentration. Soon after, he felt his head slightly ache, and couldn't help but bitterly smile in response. Even with a spiritual sense as powerful as Han Li's, simultaneously controlling the shaping of 72 flying swords was only barely possible. Although he was nearly finished with the shaping stage that centered around his spiritual sense, Han Li didn't dare to relax. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing the flame pillars to flicker several times before suddenly disappearing. Only the small, emerald green swords remained, floating in the air. As Han Li's hands blurred with motion, the many small swords slowly flew toward him and formed a circle around him. Seeing that the 72 swords had gathered nearby, he suddenly bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, condensing it into a ball of blood that was the size of an egg. Under Han Li's control, he dripped a few drops of blood onto each of the swords. As soon as the drops of blood essence touched the flying swords, they quickly seeped into them and disappeared without a trace. After finishing this, Han Li tapped a box of silver powder on the floor, immediately scattering it. The powder evenly distributed itself among the swords, causing them to become a sparkling silver. Following that, Han Li continued with a box of fine black dust, and then Han Li carefully followed the instructions of the refinement, continuing to add supplementary materials onto the 72 sword cores. Afterwards, he enveloped the swords into pillars of flame once again and refined them once more. This time, Han Li didn't need to simultaneously refine all of the flying swords at once and took great care to carefully hone them in small sets. Then, in strict accordance to what was described in the Golden Page, Han Li engraved a miniature spell formation that he didn't completely understand on each of the swords with his spiritual sense. Han Li eventually left the hidden room 2 months later. Although his appearance was haggard, he was filled with excitement. Once he thought of the 72 bamboo cloudsworm swords he had absorbed into his body, Han Li couldn't help but smile, unable to contain his joy. In order to refine this set of magic treasures, he had spent 20 years to meticulously refine them without any flaws. Although he hadn't tested the power of the treasures, he was sure that after nurturing them a while, even a single one of the swords would have power that far surpassed common magic treasures like the Green Brilliance sword. As he was feeling pleased with himself, Crooked Soul informed him through his spiritual sense that the gold-devouring beetles had laid eggs, which improved Han Li's already joyful mood. Han Li returned to his bedroom to rest and recuperate for a day before heading over to the insect room. A large portion of the room was covered in the sparkling white eggs of the gold-devouring beetles. Without the slightest hesitation, he created another insect room beside the first with the exact same layout. He then laid down a huge spirit controlling magic formation in the new insect room and dripped a large amount of blood essence onto the formation. Afterwards, he moved a majority of the insect eggs into the spell formation in the new insect room and proceeded with the spirit controlling ceremony. As for the original insect room, he left the 1,000 beetle eggs with the most vigorous auras inside. Having finished, Han Li finally relaxed. While he was restoring his cultivation, he decided to pay a visit to a few nearby core formation cultivators he had previously befriended. While Han Li was immersing himself in the mortal world, a series of grand events had occurred throughout the scattered star seas, causing much unease and turmoil. The most influential event amongst them was how the 6 united palaces and the 8 other various powers experienced a sudden rebellion by subordinates and disciples, removing their original leadership from power and replacing them with previously unknown individuals. There had been another event where a few unremarkable, small sects were exterminated and their treasures seized. During this time, the powers of the scattered star seas simultaneously pulled back their men and glared at one another with mutual suspicion. The most terrible among the events was when, at an unknown time, the heavenly star sages had experienced cultivation backlash. It was rumored that they had been completely crippled. When this rumor began to spread, an uproar suddenly arose. Nearly everyone concerned with the matter seemed to be waiting for the Heavenly Star Palace to address these rumors. But much to everyone's astonishment, the Heavenly Star Palace didn't address it, neither giving a confirmation nor denial, causing even greater alarm across the scattered star seas. At the same time, a few ambitious and hidden powers began to stir. There were a few that plotted conspiracies and others that started to form wicked, nefarious alliances. However, not long after the rumors had spread, the chaos suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if everything had returned to normal. But the more observant cultivators knew that this was only the calm before the storm. When Han Li paid his core formation neighbors a visit, they had all revealed a trace of worry during their chats. However, Han Li didn't care about any of this in the slightest. Regardless of whether the Star Palace continues their reign over the scattered star seas or another power emerges to overthrow them, it would have little to do with him. He was someone who treaded the solitary path of a lone cultivator. So long as he was careful and didn't involve himself in the turmoil, he would make it out just fine. In accordance to Han Li's own plans, he would spend the next few years nurturing his flying swords and refining a few relatively impressive formation setup tools before heading out to sea and hunting a few grade 6 demon beasts. After all, only medicine pills created with a grade 6 demon core would prove effective at progressing a core formation cultivator's cultivation. Thus, Han Li spent his days delving into the Tao of tool refinement and formation spells while meditating at night, using his core flame to slowly temper the 72 bamboo cloudsworm swords stored within his body. But not long after he started this routine, his gold-devouring beetles finally hatched. Han Li summoned the beetles and happily stored them into several high-grade spirit beast pouches. As the beetles had recognized him as their master, they obeyed his summon. During Han Li's free time, he slowly trained them so that they would be useful when confronting enemies later. Han Li was fully content with his life of peaceful and steady cultivation. Ever since he had achieved core formation, He started to set his eyes on the nascent soul stage, pondering whether or not his cultivation would one day reach such heights. But one day, as Han Li was tempering his flying swords in his home, his expression suddenly changed, and he slowly walked out of his residence. A 40-year-old man that had a gentle, refined appearance with fair skin, slender eyes, and long eyebrows had appeared outside of his cave residence. "Sorry to bother you, fellow Taoist Han." When the middle-aged man saw Han Li appear, he made a gentle greeting. "Brother Jean, how did you find the time to visit my humble abode? Please come in." Han Li didn't dare to delay and immediately saluted him before inviting the middle-aged man inside. This person was Jin Qing, one of the core formation cultivators that lived nearby. He was an upright person and had given Han Li a few pointers right after he had entered core formation. He could be considered Han Li's closest friend at the moment. When Han Li had last paid a visit to his home, he discovered that Jin Qing wasn't present and later found out that fellow Taoist Jin had yet to return from his last few years of travel. Han Li naturally felt happy at his sudden appearance. "There is no need. I just want to say a few things before I have to go and take care of other matters." Jin Qing shook his head and faintly smiled. "Please, don't hesitate to speak, Brother Jin. I'm all ears." Han Li quipped. Jin Qing revealed a slight smile and slowly said, "Not long after I returned, I heard from the nearby fellow Taoists that fellow Taoist Han had spent these past few years diligently studying the Tao of formation spells and acquired some success in the field. I offer you my sincere congratulations. As it so happens, I've come across a difficult matter during my travels, a formation spell restriction that must be removed. Thus, I have come here to request fellow Taoist Han's aid. I hope you will not decline." Han Li blankly stared for a moment before asking with a calm expression, "Restriction? Do you know what kind? Please, take a look at this." Jin Qing didn't give him an answer. Instead, he took something out of his storage pouch and handed it to Han Li. Han Li saw that it was a white pearl the size of a thumb. "What's this?" Han Li looked at Jin Qing with surprise. Fellow Taoist will know what it is once he pours a bit of spiritual power into it. Jin Qing chuckled and revealed a mysterious expression. Han Li frowned and begrudgingly poured a bit of his spiritual power into it. In the next instant, the pearl glowed with a blinding white light. If mortals saw this light, they would forcefully turn their gaze in fear of going blind. But to a core formation cultivator like Han Li, he viewed it as a common white light. As a result of his examination, Han Li's expression slightly changed. At that moment, something had appeared inside the pearl. Without waiting for any warnings from Jin Qing, he took the initiative to sink his spiritual sense deeper into the pearl. After some time passed, he wore a solemn expression. Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and took a deep breath before looking at the middle-aged cultivator and asking, "Ancient cultivator ruins? I'm not too sure. However, in my experience, only an ancient cultivator would be capable of using such an archaic method for preserving a map." Jin Qing revealed a trace of excitement and spoke in a bit of a hurry. Han Li nodded his head. Storing important information in pearls and shells was a common practice by the ancient cultivators of the scattered star seas. As for the pearl, it contained something that resembled a map. After a moment, Jin Qing continued, "There are two of these pearls. Together, they form a complete map. I, along with another fellow Taoist, discovered these at a small store. At the time, they were being sold in a necklace alongside other ordinary pearls. It was then that we each separately took a pearl and agreed to search for the location together. With what you said, you must have already found the location described in the map, yes?" Han Li asked pensively while stroking his chin. "That's right. We spent 5 years searching for it and have just recently found it. But unfortunately, it is blocked by a huge barrier. As we don't have the slightest understanding of formation spells, we could only turn back in disappointment. However, we decided that upon returning we would each invite a formation spell expert to help break the barrier. Fellow Taoist Han also knows that very few amongst us rogue cultivators study the Tao of formation spells. As such, I can only come to you and shamelessly ask for assistance. Fellow Taoist Han, please feel at ease. So long as you can break the formation, we will give you a portion of the rewards, regardless of whatever the ancient cultivator ruins hold. Qing saw that Han Li was slightly hesitant and hastily gave an explanation along with a promise. Han Li unconsciously frowned in thought before saying, "Brother Jean, could you give me some time to think about this? I can give you an answer in 2 days." "Of course. Please think it over. If you don't accept, I will go and see if there are any other rogue cultivator formation spell experts willing to give it a try." Qing replied with a tone of much consideration. After a moment more of idle chatter, he saluted Han Li and took his leave. Han Li stood in his original spot as he watched Qing flying farther away, muttering to himself irresolutely. Ancient cultivator ruins weren't exactly a rare find in the scatter-star seas, and what they contained greatly varied. From absolutely nothing at all, cultivation insights from ancient cultivators, or even precious items such as previously extinct materials or magic treasures. In short, a majority of ruins would have something to salvage, but what one discovered would depend on luck. However, Han Li truly didn't wish to journey in search of an ancient cultivator's ruins. The scattered star seas were currently beset by waves of concealed turmoil, and anywhere outside of Heavenly Star City was neither safe nor secure. In addition, Han Li hadn't been tempering his bamboo cloudswarm swords for long, so he couldn't greatly rely on their strength. As such, he was truly hesitant to embark on a journey at this time. Had someone else asked him, Han Li would have already refused, but, unfortunately for him, he had a good relationship with Qing. Since he had given Han Li a few cultivation pointers the first moment he met him, Han Li found it embarrassing to refuse him. After standing still a while longer in contemplation, Han Li eventually raised his head and lightly sighed. "I still have 2 days. I should think about this some more." With that, Han Li let the matter go. With a swift turn, he returned to his cave residence. 2 days later, Qing arrived outside his cave residence once more. Han Li had eventually decided to agree due to their friendship, and for the slight excitement he felt towards the ancient cultivator ruins. Who knows what magnificent items could be found within. Qing was naturally overjoyed and left Heavenly Star City alongside Han Li and Crooked Soul, heading towards the ancient cultivator ruins. Over the years, the nearby cultivators had tacitly understood that Crooked Soul was Han Li's avatar. Qing wasn't surprised to see him tagging along. 2 months later, Han Li and the others were flying through a remote area of the scattered star seas. According to Qing, they shouldn't be far away from their destination, given the long amount of time they'd been flying. As expected, they caught sight of a large island less than half a day later. The island was expansive with a radius spanning over 500 kilometers. However, a majority of the island was covered in hills and mountains. From a glance, everything seemed to be covered in yellow dust. Han Li gazed down at the island and asked Qing with surprise, "It's this island?" "That's right. We found this island by following the map. I heard from the nearby mortals that this island is completely uninhabited. Not only are there no spirit veins nearby, but for some unknown reason, there are no trees living on this island either." Qing explained with a slight trace of puzzlement. Han Li was slightly surprised and pondered for a moment before speaking with a smile. "That's a good sign. The more unordinary the island, the more likely it is to actually be an ancient cultivator ruin." "Hee. Originally, we also thought the same. We ended up searching the entire island until we found the most likely location." Qing spoke with satisfaction. Han Li faintly smiled. After taking a look around, he casually asked, "You said that there was a formation spell shrouding an area? Where is it?" "There is a huge sandy mountain 50 kilometers to the east. One of its sides is sealed off by a large formation." Qing spoke without hesitation. Han Li grinned and said, "Let's go then. Maybe your partner already arrived and dissolved the formation spell." "Hee. To tell the truth, that wouldn't be bad. It would be much less troublesome. At most, they'd just take a larger portion of the treasures within." Qing stroked his chin and wore a sly expression. When Han Li saw his expression, he involuntarily laughed. The two were only joking. Everybody knew that ancient cultivator formations weren't something that could easily broken through without at least a month or two of trial and error. "Let's go," Fellow Taoist Han. We'd better not keep them waiting. Jin Qing called out to Han Li before flying off in a streak of azure-white light. Han Li faintly smiled and chased after him with Crooked Soul on their magic treasures. To a core formation cultivator, 50 kilometers was something they could easily traverse in a mere moment. A huge yellow mountain entered Han Li's sight. It was about 3 kilometers tall and was entirely covered in yellow sand. As there wasn't a single trace of green, it gave its viewers an awry feeling, as if it were made entirely out of sandy yellow dirt. As they flew closer to the mountain, a gale suddenly blew, throwing sand and pebbles into the sky. The unending gale immediately caused the nearby area to turn pitch black, due to the dense layer of sand kicked up by the wind blocking the light. Han Li and company held no fear towards a sandstorm. With a flash of brilliance, their bodies were covered in a layer of light, allowing them to steadily fly forward. After flying through the sandstorm for 5 kilometers, it suddenly disappeared, and they were able to easily arrive at the base of the sandy mountain. Jin Qing then flew a small circle around the mountain with Han Li, eventually arriving at several, extremely crude stone buildings. It seemed that they were built by using a stone transformation technique, as the buildings all shared the same monotonous gray. Before anyone had descended, the door to one of the buildings opened with 2 men and 1 woman walking out. The men were both core formation cultivators, while the woman was a foundation establishment cultivator. Fellow Taoist Jin, you've arrived. How timely. We had only arrived recently. The cultivator at the center was a refined youth that wore white clothes. Upon seeing Jin Qing, he cordially called out to him in a rather friendly manner. Fellow Taoist who came earlier, as I expected. After all, he didn't have to go back to Heavenly Star City and fetch fellow Taoist Han. Jin Qing replied back in an amiable tone. It seemed their relationship was quite good. Fellow Taoist Han? The young cultivator's gaze shifted between Han Li and Crooked Soul several times, not knowing who was who. I am Han Li. This person is my senior martial brother Crooked Soul. Han Li cupped his fists towards the youth and smiled. On his journey here, Han Li had come to an agreement with Jin Qing that it would be best to conceal the fact that Crooked Soul was his avatar. Han Li also discovered that while this cultivator who appeared young with smooth and taut skin, there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. It seemed that while his age was quite old, he was good at maintaining his appearance. This cultivator who should be the cultivator that had simultaneously discovered the 2 pearls with Jin Qing. I am Hu Yu. Although this is the first time I've seen you too, I hope that we will exchange cultivation insights in the future, as there are far too few rogue cultivators that are capable of reaching core formation. Hu Yu was quite adept at socializing. With only a few words, Han Li had already acquired a decent impression of him. Afterwards, he introduced the other 2 to Han Li. These 2 are Fairy Shi Dai and Brother Jin. Fairy Shi is a greatly renowned formation spellmaster from Red Moon Island. I am confident that with fellow Taoist Han alongside her, we will be certainly able to break through the formation. As for Brother Jin, he is a mid-core formation cultivator, and will prove to be quite useful after the formation is broken. Hu Yu introduced them with a smile. Let's get the ugly matters out of the way first. I am only here to assist you in breaking the formation. If any dangers appear after the magic formation breaks, I will not be able to act, as I'm only at Foundation establishment. Also, I will get first pick of whatever spoils that appear. The female cultivator called Shi Dai had an ordinary appearance. However, her expression was haughty, and her words didn't contain a trace of politeness, much to the others' surprise. Red Moon Island? Could it be that fellow Taoist Shi has some relation to Red Moon Island's Taoist Master Shi? Jin Qing asked with a hesitant appearance. After glancing at Jin Qing, she gave an indifferent reply. He is my father. He. Since it is like that, we will agree with your conditions. Upon hearing her reply, he gave an immediate response, causing Han Li to look at him in astonishment. Han Li then heard Jin Qing's voice transmission. Fellow Taoist Han, Taoist Master Shi had treated me with great kindness long ago. I hope fellow Taoist Han will forgive me. Han Li remained silent and casually smiled towards Jin Qing. How about this? If Brother Han and Fairy Shi break through the formation, then they can have the first pick. We will distribute the rest afterwards. Hu Yu revealed slight embarrassment and hastily mentioned Han Li, going through the motions for the time being. The thin, shriveled cultivator surnamed Jian stood to the side and remained silent. He remained somewhat of a mystery to Han Li. Fellow Taoist who, wouldn't it be better to first bring Brother Han and Fairy Shi to the formation and see whether or not the formation can be broken, and leave the distribution for afterwards? If they cannot break the formation, having this talk now would be useless. Jin Qing proposed with a slight smile. Hu Yu patted his head and promptly agreed. Right, this formation spell is rather strange. Fellow Taoist Jin and I relentlessly assaulted it for an entire day. As a result, we only wasted our magic power on attacks that didn't damage the formation spell in the slightest. The others agreed and followed in curious anticipation. They flew towards the back of the sand mountain and stopped near an unremarkable shallow slope. Please take a look. The area covered in a yellow mist is where the spell formation is located. Hu Yu pointed down at an area of the slope while in midair with a solemn expression. The others didn't need it pointed out as there was a huge, dense yellow mist that resembled a huge beast quietly crouching in wait. It gave them an incomprehensibly strange feeling. It seems to be a dual attribute earth-wind formation spell. How interesting. Upon seeing the formation spell's grandeur, Shi Dai's eyes immediately brightened with excitement. Han Li was brought back to attention upon hearing her and looked at her before turning his attention towards the formation spell. Not long after, his expression became solemn. This formation spell was indeed a wind-earth dual attribute formation spell, as the woman had said. At his current level, it would prove quite troublesome to break through it. At that moment, Shi Dai slowly descended to the edge of the spell formation and enthusiastically took out a strange magic tool. She stroked the disc-shaped magic tool before pointing it towards the yellow mist and shooting out a green beam of light. The beam then disappeared without a trace into the formation. Shi Dai frowned as she took out a fiery crystal ball and rubbed it with her hand several times before sending it into the yellow mist as well. But after flashing several times with red light, the crystal ball was also submerged into the dense yellow mist. At this point, the female cultivator's complexion turned slightly red, involuntarily revealing an expression of worry. She continued to probe the formation spell with another 8 different magic tools. However, apart from a yellow copper mirror that was able to shine through an area of the mist, none of the other magic tools had any effect. Having seen this, the rest of the party looked at one another and couldn't help but fly down onto the slope, approaching the woman. After a moment more of observation, Han Li saw that the woman wanted to continue sending off magic tools and couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He gently asked, Fairy Shi, how about you let me give it a try? Humph. If fellow Taoist Han has any tricks, do not hesitate to make use of them. This young woman will not stop you. From her tone, it was obvious that Fairy Shi had become frustrated. Han Li became slightly annoyed, but he maintained a calm appearance. Without paying her any notice, he patted his storage pouch and took out over a dozen small flags of various colors. They then surrounded Han Li and began to slowly revolve around him. Formation flags. Upon seeing the small flags appear, Jin Qing astutely called out the name of the items. The others gazed on in astonishment, not knowing what Han Li intended to do with the formation. Han Li didn't pay any attention to their amazed expressions and just pointed to the formation flags. The formation flags then flew off in streaks of brilliance above the yellow mist. In accordance to the arranged pattern, they floated above the mist in a shape vaguely resembling the Big Dipper. Big Dipper Heaven-Earth Formation. Shi Dai recognized the formation by the flag's arrangement and revealed slight amazement. Right after she spoke, the formation flags began to let out a series of low, long hums. They then each shot out a beam of light, joining together as a concentrated, thick pillar that shot down towards the yellow mist. Soon after, it completely disappeared. Having seen this, the others turned their gaze towards the yellow mist, but saw that there wasn't the slightest irregularity. Brother Han, this is... Jin Qing couldn't help but want to ask about a few of his doubts before he was interrupted by a sudden occurrence. The originally still, unaffected mist suddenly released a muffled pop as if water were boiling inside of it. The mist started to roil as if a flood dragon were overturning them from within. It appeared as if the mists were suddenly alive. At that moment, Han Li's eyes were radiant, and he shot out several magic seals towards the floating flag formation. Soon, the formation flags began to shoot out a continuous, concentrated beam of multicolored light. Not long after, another astonishing scene occurred. The rolling yellow mist started to rise and fall in rhythmic fluctuations and began to form countless protrusions that were the size of steam buns. The protrusions became larger and taller as time passed, as if a monster were about to fly out from within. When the others saw this, they felt aghast and involuntarily took a few steps back. Fairy Shur hastily ran back 40 meters with a changed expression before stopping and turning her head around. Bang, bang. A series of deafening booms came from the yellow mist. The cultivators had earlier put up their guards. They all hastily readied their defenses and stood firm, watching as the mists heavily swayed as if they were being blown about by violent storm winds. Only Sherdai looked on in anticipation, while all the others were fearful. The extremely dense mist didn't end up expelling anything at all. It had just parted away like clouds and disappeared, revealing everything that the formation contained. While Hu Yu and the others greatly rejoiced, Jin Qing quickly walked over to Han Li's side and said with a beaming smile, "Brother Han, I didn't think you possessed such great skill. Did you break through the entire formation?" Han Li's mouth twitched before he gave the others an explanation with a bitter smile. "Break through the formation?" Brother Jin greatly underestimates the formidability of ancient cultivator formations. "I merely dispelled the formation spell's outermost layer, which was acting as a smokescreen." Jin Qing was slightly disappointed to hear this, but without waiting for him to speak, Hu Yu suddenly spoke with joy. "Haha, that's fine. Take your time, we have plenty. Now, we have some confidence that this formation can be broken through after all." Jin Qing blankly stared for a moment before agreeing with slight embarrassment. "Right, us cultivators have no shortage of time. I was just being impatient." At that moment, Sherdai's haughtiness disappeared without a trace. She gave a deep bow to Han Li and sincerely said, "This young woman is truly ignorant. I truly didn't think that Senior would take such an original approach in using formations to break formations. It has widened Junior's perspective. I hope Senior Han will provide some guidance on the Tao of formation spells." Han Li had returned the gesture with slight surprise. This sudden turn of events had greatly changed his impression of her. This was but a minor trick. In truth, I actually don't hold much understanding towards formation spells. Han Li replied with a calm expression. Han Li was being completely truthful, were it not for her pointing out that the formation spell was a dual earthwind attribute. Han Li would have had no way of knowing how to start and break through the illusion formation. Han Li had only spent a mere 20 years researching formation spells. As such, his knowledge was quite limited. He had merely absorbed most of the theories of formation spells without gaining a deeper understanding. The reason why he was able to make use of such a carefully prepared strategy, like using the Big Dipper Heaven-Earth formation flags to break the formation, was simply due to his confidence regarding Xian Rooting's genius in formation spells. Among Xian Rooting's experiences, she had included the ingenious methods she had used to break through many different kinds of formation spells. Despite Han Li's lack of understanding, he had made a reckless attempt. However, this technique was extremely clever and had deeply shocked the others. The other cultivators clearly considered Han Li's words as modesty and viewed him with respect. Han Li faintly smiled in response and didn't force himself to further explain. Instead, he turned his gaze to look at the true formation hidden behind the illusion formation. After the mist faded away, a layer of dim yellow light was revealed, covering an area of about 400 meters. The newly revealed light barrier was thick and slightly blurred. Although it wasn't as obscure as the dense yellow mist, it still clouded the interior. In addition to the outer barrier of light, there appeared to be several more layers within and a round pillar at the very center of the light barrier that stood about 10 meters tall. Ancient decorative designs and characters seemed to be carved onto it, but no one was able to clearly make them out as their spiritual senses were being completely blocked by the light barrier. But even stranger than the pillar were the countless, slender bands of rainbow light that erratically roamed within the light barrier. They appeared extremely abnormal, as though they were alive. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment. Han Li's expression became gloomy, and he carelessly revealed a trace of his suspicion. Although he hadn't broken many ancient spell formations, Xianxia's records had contained information on many types of ancient formation spells. From the aura and appearance of the formation spell before him, it didn't appear the slightest bit similar to an ancient spell formation. It even held a trace of evil qi. With that in mind, Han Li turned his gaze towards the nearby Sherdai. He saw her examining the formation with great curiosity, but her face didn't reveal a trace of peculiarity. This caused Han Li, who didn't hold much confidence in formations, to self-mockingly believe that his judgment was wrong. It seems that today is coming to an end. Since Brother Han and the others have come here from so far away, how about they rest for a moment before coming back to break the formation tomorrow? After all, it doesn't seem like the formation can be broken through in a short amount of time. Who you spoke, showing great consideration towards Han Li and the others that had recently arrived. As Han Li felt that this formation would take quite some time to unravel and was somewhat exhausted, he didn't refuse Hu Yu's suggestion. Although Fairy Sure appeared to have identified the formation and was eager to continue, she didn't raise any objections towards Hu Yu's suggestion. Thus, the group returned to their stone buildings. Since there weren't that many stone buildings, Han Li and the others casually reshaped the earth to make some rooms and used a stone transformation technique on them before officially taking residence in them. The following morning, Han Li and Sherdai arrived outside the light barrier and began their attribute tests and calculations. The entire process of destroying the formation was very slow, especially at the start. The two felt somewhat overwhelmed, not knowing where to start. They'd often encounter a few insurmountable difficulties that they couldn't make any progress on, even after spending several days attempting to solve them. But regardless of how it was said, the formation spell was inanimate while they were alive. It was only a matter of time before any formation spell was fully studied and comprehended. Even particularly strange formation spells could eventually be unraveled. Through the cooperation of Han Li and Fairy Sure, this ancient formation spell proved to be no exception. Its finer details were slowly being made clear bit by bit. During this process, Han Li's view of the female cultivator greatly changed. Although she came off as somewhat arrogant, she truly did have some skill. Not only did she fully comprehend all sorts of widely circulated formation spells, her analysis of the composition of the formation spell was meticulous and flawless, causing Han Li to hold quite a bit of respect towards her. Although Han Li saw that her accomplishments in the theory of formation spells weren't as impressive as Xianxia's, she wasn't that far off. But at the same time, Han Li felt somewhat puzzled. Why was it that all the formation spell experts he knew were female? Could it be that the heavens had gifted female cultivators with an innate talent for formation spells? However, comparing Fairy Sure to Xianxia was an exercise in frustration. Although Fairy Sure's grasp on the theories were clear, she possessed far too few formation-breaking methods. She would merely alternate through several kinds, and if none of them had any effect, she could only stare helplessly. Han Li clearly knew his own limitations well. A mere dabbler in formation spells like himself was far inferior when compared to this woman. Understanding this, he never disputed anything the woman said, and bluntly made use of Xianxia's formation-breaking tricks in accordance with what she said. In response to his actions, the woman became rather impressed by him. As a result of these events, Han Li and Fairy Sure developed a tight coordination. After the female cultivator analyzed the weak points of the spell formation, Han Li would then think of a way to break through. Not only did their speed at unraveling the formation substantially increase, they learned much regarding what they were lacking from one another, to both their satisfaction. As for Jin Qing and the others, they were unable to contribute for the time being and obediently meditated in the stone buildings, quietly waiting for the two to break the formation. 3 months later, Han Li and Sherdai called the others over to the slope. In their last few days of toil, They had nearly managed to break through the Great Formation. Now only the last restriction remained. Once it was gone, the strange stone pillar at the center would be completely revealed. The light barrier's appearance was now very different from when they started. Not only had it shrunk to less than half its original size, its original dim yellow had turned into a fiery scarlet red. After approaching it, one would feel a scorching heat being emitted. But what was more baffling was that the countless bands of rainbow light within the light barrier had now turned into winged fire serpents. They endlessly roamed the area within the light barrier and continuously spouted out thin flames. What kind of demons are they? When Xianxia saw them, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. The others also gazed on with astonishment. Fire attribute winged demon spirit fiends. They are rarely seen and only appear in extremely peculiar areas. It has an extremely short lifespan, lasting only several hours before fading away. However, their innate demon flames are no less powerful than a core formation cultivator's core flame, and their favorite foods are the souls of mortals and primal souls of cultivators. They will be very troublesome to deal with. The final restriction has obviously transformed the area into a triong field, allowing the fire spirits to continue to spawn. If any cultivators forcefully broke through the restriction without knowing this, they would surely fall prey to the winged fiends. Xianxia proudly explained. After all, very few people knew of winged fiends, but she was able to instantly recognize them. Winged fiends. When Xianxia and the others heard that the demons were capable of swallowing their primal souls, their expressions couldn't help but change. Since you've told us this, you too must have a method of breaking through. Please do not hesitate to give us instructions. The taciturn cultivator surnamed Jian suddenly spoke. The others were slightly surprised upon hearing this and turned their gazes to Xianxia and Han Li. Han Li faintly smiled but remained silent. Xianxia then grinned and spoke in a lovely voice. Senior Han and I had quite a headache at the start, but after many days of discussion, we eventually thought of a safe method to break through the restriction. However, this requires the assistance of your strength. Although this woman's expression was calm, her melodious voice caused her to appear more charming. Fairy Sure, please tell us. We will definitely follow your and Senior Han's instructions. Who you spoke with a chuckle. Xianxia then bluntly gave out her orders. To break through this formation, we require the simultaneous assistance of many water attribute magic tools. We've already collected several of these tools. We only require you all to grasp these magic tools and stand where we say. Once Senior Han breaks the formation, you fellow Taoists will use your magic tools to eliminate the winged fiends that escape. At the side, Han Li added on, everyone, under no circumstances should you use your magic treasures to attack the demon spirits. These innate fire spirits will pose a great problem if we allow them to get too close to us. It will be too late by the time you want to run. Having seen Han Li's solemn expression, you and the others looked at each other and agreed with shivering hearts. Afterwards, Han Li took out a small ruler, a small hammer, and a small pitchfork, giving them to Xianxia, Crooked Soul, and Cultivator Jian respectively. As for Xianxia, she handed over a blue scarf to Yu. The party then stood nearby in their positions as directed by Xianxia. She then hastily backed away and took out a short sword magic tool before focusing her attention on Han Li. Han Li didn't rush to act. He first took another careful look at his surroundings. Only after seeing that nothing was amiss did he feel confident enough to act. Several tens of blue formation flags and plates, formation setup tools for a water attribute formation spell, flew to Han Li's side and started to drift about erratically. Han Li then wordlessly shifted his fingers, continuously releasing sounds of pops. The formation flags and plates responded by surrounding the red light barrier and slowly falling into a formation. The formation flags directly inserted themselves several inches deep into the earth, and the formation plates steadily floated several inches above the ground, forming a formation spell with a firm appearance. After the formation flags and plates were appropriately arranged, Han Li took a deep breath and was about to cast a technique before being interrupted by the sounds of whistles coming from the horizon. A blue radiance flashed through the horizon, followed by a blue streak resembling a flood dragon quickly flying across the ocean. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above them. Once the light faded away, an eccentric wearing dual swords on his back was revealed. Upon seeing his appearance, the others were startled. Above them hovered a shriveled and thin figure, with a red, rash-covered face, and fierce, triangular eyes framed by long, messy white hair. This odd-looking man wore a black short-sleeved shirt with a strange flower basket hanging from his waist. From his spiritual chi fluctuations, it appeared he was a mid-core formation cultivator. After getting a clear view of the area, the eccentric was surprised to see so many core formation cultivators. But after his gaze fell onto the red light barrier and Han Li's formation setup tools, his expression greatly changed. Are you juniors seeking death? You dare to take advantage of this island lord's absence to pry into his project? Hurry up and get off this island, the eccentric yelled with an ominous glare. Island lord, this is yours. Hu Yu and Jin Qing looked at one another for a moment while Han Li and the others were at an even greater loss. This wasn't an uninhabited island? Hu Yu frowned and calmly asked, Fellow Taoist, is the lord of this island? Obviously. I have already been this island's lord for several hundred years. The eccentric replied without a trace of politeness. That's odd. My brother Jean and I never caught a single glimpse of you on our last trip here, Hu Yu stated in a calm manner. What? You've already come here once? Humph. It's the same as the current situation. You came here while I was preoccupied with matters off the island. The eccentric glared at them with even greater anger. Hu Yu sneered and derisively said, So you're saying that you are the sole inhabitant of this island? Then your esteemed title of Island Lord is self-conferred. As the restriction before him was about to be eliminated, Hu Yu was unwilling to pay any attention to the eccentric before him. Humph! Stop equivocating. In any case, you've performed the grave crime of destroying these restrictions. Since you don't wish to leave, then I will help you remain here permanently. Suddenly, the wicker basket on his waist turned into a streak of chilling white chi, shooting straight towards Hu Yu. This time, Han Li and the others were the ones to be surprised. Had this person gone mad? Did he not see how many core formation cultivators they had on their side? Was his mind addled? Hu Yu responded in furious alarm. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 red lights shot straight towards the incoming white mist. With a muffled pong, the white mist was scattered and dissipated in every direction. It seems this dog's bark is bigger than his bite. Hu Yu relaxed upon seeing the mist scatter and bluntly made some cutting remarks. The eccentric remained silent but strangely smiled. Hu Yu's heart trembled and his expression suddenly changed, before yelling, What's going on? My flying knives! After breaking the white chi transformed from the basket, the 2 flying knives were tottering in their original place as if they were failing. Afterwards, the scattered white chi quickly reassembled itself, and with a flash of radiance, it reformed back into its appearance as a flower basket. The 2 flying knives were trapped inside the flower basket while enveloped in the white chi, incapable of breaking free. Hu Yu looked on in disbelief as his magic treasure was restrained. The others also paled in response. However, the eccentric didn't give them any time to think. He coldly laughed and his shoulders flashed with light, shooting down 2 streaks of gray sword light towards Hu Yu. As he was next to Hu Yu, Jin Qing naturally found it embarrassing to just stand idle. He flicked his hand and threw out a small block stamp which grew larger as it smashed towards the gray light. With a clap of thunder, the 3 magic treasures released brilliant flashes of interwoven colors. At that moment, the cultivator surnamed Jian looked at Han Li and Crooked Soul before silently raising his hand and shooting a pitchfork glowing with black and white chi towards the eccentric. Han Li inwardly sighed. Since everyone else had acted, he and Crooked Soul could no longer just stand idle and had to join them against the eccentric. With that thought, Han Li and Crooked Soul released their immemorial bowl and green brilliant dagger, sending them into the fray. When the eccentric saw this, he didn't reveal any fear. Instead, he bellowed in savage laughter and spat out a pearl of black blood towards their magic treasures. A huge series of explosions rang out, greatly going against their expectations. The bead had released a black radiance just as their magic treasures touched the bead and exploded, causing great spiritual damage to the magic treasures and all of their lights to immediately dim. The cultivator surnamed Jian felt great heartache and appeared extremely regretful. His hands formed into an incantation seal to retrieve the flying pitchfork. From that strike, he would need to nurture it in his primal soul for about a year before recovering to normal. However, he was late in retrieving his magic treasure. As the eccentric coldly laughed, his wicker basket flashed with white light and suddenly shot towards the magic treasures in a streak of white light, entrapping them within. The cultivator surnamed Jian suddenly thought of something upon seeing this and yelled out in despair, "An ancient treasure! You're using a desolate antiquity!" Han Li was stunned upon seeing this. A desolate antiquity was in fact a magic treasure refined by ancient cultivators. This type of magic treasure had a single divine ability, but its power was immense and incomparable to the power of common magic treasures of the present. The magic treasure refinement methods and the materials of antiquity were substantially different from those of the present. Their treasures were incapable of being withdrawn into the body and could only be carried physically like a magic tool. This was also the only method of differentiating the desolate antiquity from common magic treasures. Having now seen the abnormality of the flower basket and recalling that the basket had been hanging from his waist at the start, it was impossible for him to not realize the true identity of this magic treasure. As for the heaven-opposing spears that were used on the infant carp beast used by the 6 United Palaces, they were also desolate antiquities that had been passed down. Although Han Li was somewhat startled by the announcement of this ancient treasure, he had many killing moves up his sleeves. Still, he didn't take the initiative to act as he was convinced the more tricks he kept hidden for later, the easier it would be to effectively deal with the upcoming moments of danger. In addition, he clearly understood that even if the enemy had an ancient treasure, he wouldn't be able to easily deal with so many allied core formation cultivators. It would suffice to only display the ability equivalent to a common core formation cultivator. With that thought, apart from using the entirety of their control to wrench their magic treasures away from the white chi, Han Li and Crooked Soul didn't take any unusual actions and watched on with a detached gaze. He was confident that someone else would inevitably take the initiative. As he had expected, Hu Yu and the others revealed a trace of joy upon hearing that the flower basket was an ancient treasure. Since the eccentric had taken the first move, it was only proper for them to loot the treasure after they joined hands and exterminated him. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, the cultivator surnamed Jian formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing 3 streaks of black light to emerge from his storage pouch. 3-meter-tall black banners with a murderous aura. He then opened his mouth, shooting out a thread of black chi towards the black banners. The banners released a series of ghostly wails, causing the other cultivators to become shaken and overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Hu Yu bluntly abandoned his attempts to regain control of his flying knives and twisted his hands together, releasing a burst of thunderous azure lightning strikes. With raised eyebrows, Jin Qing suddenly cast a magic seal towards his magic treasure, causing his white block stamp to release a dragon's cry and increase in size several times over. Having seen the 3 make such great displays of might, Han Li inwardly grinned and reckoned that the eccentric was about to suffer a great blow. But despite displaying slight surprise upon seeing the 3's vicious attacks, his sneer soon returned. He tore off his short-sleeved shirt and revealed his bare upper body. Han Li nearly bit his own tongue in surprise. Aside from his shriveled chest, 2 fist-sized human skulls were biting down on each side of his abdomen. Each of the skulls were jet black and had long, messy hair. In addition, the skulls wriggled incessantly as if they were alive. At that moment, the thunderous azure lightning and the 3 black banners had entered the eccentric's sight. He lightly extended 2 of his fingers and started to speak an odd incantation. The 2 human skulls began to release low, muffled sobs before flying away from his abdomen and biting off the eccentric's 2 extended fingers. They then excitedly charged forward to meet the thunderous lightning and the black banners. Han Li was startled when he saw the human skulls and was reminded of the 6 Devil Dao sect's Ghost Spirit sect. The Ghost Spirit sect disciples used human skull-shaped magic tools to attack, but they were merely inanimate objects, unlike these black skulls that seemed to have a life of their own. Han Li experienced an even greater shock when he saw that the 3 black banners were already flying towards the skull. The cultivator surnamed Jian loudly shouted and pointed to his banners, causing them to shoot out a dense number of black threads. The threads then intertwined to form a huge net before rushing towards the incoming human skull. The threads were extremely fine and glossy. They also carried a faint black chi that was clearly unordinary. Upon seeing the black threads release themselves, the skull's eye sockets flashed with red light, and it erratically closed and opened its mouth before countless wisps of dark green fire surged out from its mouth. Upon contact, the countless black threads instantly combusted, as if they had met their nemesis, quickly turning into rising clouds of azure smoke. The cultivator surnamed Jian greatly paled at the sight and hastily formed another incantation gesture, wanting to activate another divine ability of the black banners. The black skulls suddenly swelled to the size of a carriage wheel before spouting out a streak of black light for a breath of time. The 3 black banners were then wrapped up by the streak of light and pulled into the skull's mouth. Afterwards, the skull starting chomping down with force. After a few cracks and bangs, the black banners were entirely shattered. At this same moment, the cultivator surnamed Jian turned deathly pale from feeling his connection to the black banners sever. "Demon! You dare to destroy my treasures!" The cultivator Jian shouted out in furious alarm, but his eyes betrayed a sliver of fear. Although the others were unaware, he fully understood that the 3 black banners were desolate antiquities. It had previously dealt with many formidable opponents, but now, it had unexpectedly met its end in a freakish skull's mouth. At that same moment, Huyu's thunderous lightning was drawn into the other skull's mouth and was rendered completely ineffective. Huyu and cultivator Jian took a mutual glance at each other and couldn't help but feel an urge to retreat. This had also left Han Li astonished, and he now realized why the eccentric dared to fight against a group of cultivators. He had much to rely on. Not only did he possess many magic treasures, but each of them possessed remarkable abilities. It seemed that if he did not lend them any assistance, they would suffer a great defeat and be forced to retreat. Han Li didn't wish for that development as he had spent several months of effort on breaking this great formation. He was unwilling to allow this outsider to spoil his efforts now that he was on the verge of success. Additionally, although Han Li didn't want to risk making a clumsy display, he wanted to test the power of the gold-devouring beetles and see whether or not they deserved their ranking on the list of exotic insects. As the eccentric before him was an unordinary core formation cultivator, he seemed to make for an ideal test subject. With that thought, Han Li took another glance at the fray. Huyu and the others were flusteredly flying around in the sky, bombarding the 2 skulls that were chasing them with low-grade magic techniques. They clearly understood that common magic treasures would have no effect on those demonic items and could only cease their offensive for the time being. As for Jin Qing's large white block seal, it hadn't shown itself to be particularly powerful. It had found itself dragged into the flower basket after being wound around by the white chi when he had least expected it, causing Jin Qing's face to be laced with sweat. As for Crooked Soul, who was at his side, and the Foundation establishment Shurdai, they were only able to gaze on, incapable of providing any assistance. After seeing this, Han Li took a deep glance at the eccentric before unhesitantly taking out a bulging spiritual beast pouch with a single hand. Han Li's action seemed to have caught the eccentric's attention, possibly due to his powerful spiritual sense. He immediately focused his attention on Han Li and fished something out from his bosom with an ominous expression, as if wanting to take out another magic treasure to deal with Han Li. In response, Han Li decided to seize the initiative. He lightly tossed the spirit beast pouch into the air and quickly struck the pouch with an azure incantation seal cast from his other hand. With a tremble, the spirit beast pouch spouted out several tens of spheres sharply shooting towards the eccentric in streaks of light. These spheres were about a foot large and consisted of the colors of both silver and gold. As soon as the eccentric saw them, he revealed an expression of disdain and took out a jet-black Dharma wheel, thoughtlessly throwing it out with a cold laugh. As the object whistled, it grew several times in size and spun towards the incoming spheres. With a succession of pungs, The spheres turned into specks of gold and silver light upon colliding with the wheel, as they were being shattered. Ha! Ha! The eccentric roared with laughter and pointed towards Han Li, ordering it to slice towards him. But at that moment, a burst of buzzing appeared, growing increasingly louder. In an instant, the sound had become ear-piercing, causing everyone to look in the sound's direction with astonishment. The eccentric had also replaced his mad laughter with bewilderment. The fragments from the spheres had become alive and turned into several thousands of thumb-sized gold-silver beetles, densely scattered nearby the wheel. The sharp buzz produced from their flapping wings had inspired great apprehension. Han Li didn't give the eccentric any idle time to think and used his spiritual sense to order the beetles to fly towards the wheel without any regard for their lives. In an instant, the magic treasure had been stained with the colors of gold and silver. "You're courting death." The eccentric recovered from his surprise and formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing his wheel to release clouds of black as it spun, intending to eliminate the exotic insects. However, the following scene had left the eccentric stunned. As soon as the pitch-black mist appeared, the beetles opened their mouth and cleanly gobbled it away, leaving not a single speck behind. As for the wheel's high-speed rotations, it only managed to throw off a small portion of the gold-devouring beetles. A majority of them had closely stuck onto it and fearlessly ripped it to shreds. Han Li inwardly rejoiced at the eccentric's aghast expression. In the blink of an eye, the wheel shrank at a visible pace until there was nothing left. After the wheel was cleanly devoured, the buzzing grew louder once more. The eccentric's complexion had now turned slightly green. Han Li bluntly pointed to the swarm of gold-devouring beetles and had them turn into a large gold-silver cloud before flocking towards the eccentric. Now knowing the ferociousness of the beetles, the eccentric's face revealed panic and he quickly beckoned towards the black skulls chasing after the sweat-drenched members. With several flickers, they flew back to the eccentric and sinisterly blocked his front. Finally able to gasp for air, Hu and Cultivator Jian let out a large sigh of relief and stopped in the distance, staring at the scene with slight amazement. The eccentric appeared ill at ease. He summoned a short dagger into his hand with a flash of light. After a short moment of hesitation, he chopped down with a fierce expression, severing another 2 of his fingers. The 2 skulls immediately flew to each eat one. Soon after, they released a strange howl as if they were extremely delighted. With widened eyes, the eccentric soon opened his mouth, shooting out 2 black lights at the skull's forehead. The 2 skulls then let out a series of painful groans and started to undergo a strange change. With audible cracks, 2 strange horns similar to a mountain goat's sprouted from the tops of their skulls, and their fierce sharp teeth grew by several inches, becoming even sharper in the process. And over the span of a few breaths, their hair turned blood-red, completely changing the skulls into ghost heads. "Go!" With the skull's transformation complete, the eccentric let out a breath of relief and painfully used his finger stump to command them towards the insect swarm. The ghost head's eyes flashed with a queer green light before obediently charging off towards the insect swarm with a long whistle. When the gold-devouring beetles saw the ghost heads shooting towards them, they separated into 2 swarms under Han Li's command, each flying to meet one of the ghost heads. The transformed ghost heads widely opened their mouths and spat out wisps of dark green flame that were several times thicker than before. Upon impact, a series of explosions pushed the swarms of gold-devouring beetle back about 10 meters. The beetle swarms were in disorder. The eccentric revealed a trace of joy, but that had lasted for only a short moment. The wisps of fire released towards the gold-devouring swarm had done nothing but send a couple of beetles tumbling. But afterwards, they continued to fly forward as if they had not suffered any damage in the slightest. The eccentric now wore a face of disbelief. The will-o-wisps his ghost heads spat out were more powerful than core flame. How were they incapable of frying a few insects? But despite not being able to deal with the gold-devouring beetles with his ghost heads, the flame wisps still kept the beetles at bay. It appeared they were stuck in a deadlock. The eccentric frowned and started to ponder about a countermeasure. At that moment, a buzzing sound occurred in a volume several times louder than before. When the eccentric raised his head, his face turned deathly pale as if it were devoid of blood.